That 10 Republicans, those 10 Republicans were meeting with President Biden in the Oval Office for 2 hours. Republicans are more than ready to work with Democrats on additional COVID relief. Now, I won't pretend that we don't have reservations about some of the measures that Democrats have proposed. For instance, I don't think an emergency COVID bill is a place to push through a change that would more than double the federal minimum wage and directly increase expenses on businesses that have been decimated by the pandemic. I also think that sending checks to those who don't need them and won't spend them is not a good use of taxpayer money. But disagreement over aspects of the Democrat proposal does not mean that Republicans are not willing to work with Democrats on COVID relief. Mr. President, Democrats' move toward a purely partisan pathway on COVID legislation is troubling. But what is even more disturbing is the noise that Democrats are making about gutting the Byrd Rule. The Byrd Rule, which is named for and introduced by Democrat Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, was adopted to prevent abuse of the budget reconciliation process and protect the rights of the minority in the Senate. It limits the proposals that can be considered under budget reconciliation so that the majority party in the Senate cannot use the budget reconciliation process to push through any legislation it wants with a bare majority vote. But, Mr. President, some Democrats are suggesting doing away with the Byrd Rule as a way of getting around the legislative filibuster. And that's a big problem. Preserving minority rights was a priority for the founders. They knew that in democratic forms of government, tyrannical majorities could easily trample the rights of the minority. And so they were determined to put in place a system of checks and balances that would protect the rights of the minority. And one of those checks, Mr. President, was the United States Senate. And as time has gone on, the legislative filibuster is the Senate rule that has had perhaps the greatest impact on protecting minority rights in the Senate. But the Byrd Rule has played a key role as well. By limiting senators' ability to use budget reconciliation to get around the filibuster, the Byrd Rule has helped ensure that the minority has at least some voice in most legislation passed by the Senate. Mr. President, in 2017, when Republicans held the majority in Congress as well as the White House, there were calls within our party to gut the Byrd Rule and to abolish the filibuster. But the Republican majority in the Senate refused. We knew that abolishing the legislative filibuster, or de facto abolishing it by gutting the Byrd Rule, would seriously weaken minority representation, I should say, in the Senate. And so for the long-term good of the Senate and the country, we refused. We knew that it would be a betrayal of our obligation as senators to undermine the Senate's key role as a protector of minority rights. And I would just remind Democrats that back in 2017, they strongly agreed with our decision. I trust that their opinion has not changed simply because they are now in the majority. Mr. President, minority representation would be important even if elections tended to break 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of one party or another across the country. All Americans deserve to be represented in government. But it's particularly important when you consider that our country and the Senate is pretty evenly split right down the middle, which means any attempt to disenfranchise the minority party means disenfranchising half of the entire country. Now, while the far left wing of the Democrat Party would like to use this election to implement every extreme, pie-in-the-sky socialist proposal on its list, that's not what the American people voted for in this election. Americans voted for a presidential candidate historically regarded as a moderate. Democrats lost seats in the House of Representatives. And while thanks to the vice president, they have a tie-breaking vote in the Senate, they did not actually win a majority of seats in the Senate. My point very simply, Mr. President, is that if any mandate was given in this election, it was a mandate for moderation, for bipartisanship, for unity. And I hope that Democrats remember that and resist calls from the far left to gut the Senate's rules and fundamentally change the character of this institution. I still believe that we can come together in this Congress to address the challenges facing our country. But it's going to require a lot more bipartisanship than we're seeing from a lot of Democrats. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just returned from the memorial service for Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. It was held in the rotunda of the United States Capitol, a place which is reserved on such occasions for those who have brought special honor to the United States. It was appropriate that Brian Sicknick receive that honor. On January 6th, Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick reported for duty and never returned home. A simple red wooden box contained his remains at this service. Tributes were given to him, all deserved, because this man gave his life to protect our nation, to protect me. It was protection from an enemy, not a foreign enemy, but as we say in our oath, a domestic enemy. American-born and bred terrorist who streamed into this Capitol building on January the 6th at the instigation of President Donald Trump. He had summoned them to Washington on that day because the Constitution required it, that the Congress meet that day, that we count the electoral votes and announce to America who would be the next president officially. We knew the results state by state. They had been verified over and over again, challenged and verified again. But this was the formal ceremony, which involved calling the states and their vote counts in the House, and if there were objections, considering them, the objections in both the House and the Senate. That was the process that President Donald Trump set out to disrupt. So he called a rally of his loyal followers. They met on the ellipsis. He fired up the crowd and sent them to the Capitol building to stop the count. As they said in their warped logic, stop the steal. They weren't permitted to enter the building, and so they broke it down, the doors, the windows. We've seen the videos over and over. They assaulted every law enforcement officer who stood in their way. Brian Sicknick, of course, lost his life. But there were 140 other police officers who were beaten and maimed and stabbed, who still suffer from those injuries today. The same terrorist mob that took Brian Sicknick's life stormed past everyone who stood in their path. What a day in the history of the United States of America. Their occupation of the Capitol included their occupation of this chamber. They marched into this chamber, opening desks, taking photographs of documents, posing for pictures in the president's chair. They had a jolly time showing off to their friends that they could take over the United States Senate. Next week, we begin the impeachment trial. The House of Representatives has accused this president of instigating an insurrection. When you think of it, could there be anything more serious than provoking a group for the violent overthrow of a legitimate government process? Some say we shouldn't do this impeachment. They argue that any speech given by the president to this mob was protected by the First Amendment. Well, if the First Amendment was designed to protect activities to overthrow our government, then it was a recipe for a democracy that would die of its own accord. I think we know better. The Founding Fathers expressly included the impeachment clause in the Constitution for a president who would be so bold as to challenge the very existence of our democracy and the peaceful transition of power. After the ceremony in the rotunda, I went to the Rayburn Room in the House and met with Officer Sicknick's family. We stood and talked for a few minutes. In respect to them, I will not repeat our conversation, but I'm going to remember it, and I'm going to remember them. And though I didn't meet him personally, I will remember him next week when this impeachment trial is underway. And for anyone who makes the argument that when it comes to January 6th, it's time for America to get over it, I'm going to remember one Capitol Police officer who gave his life to protect me and this Capitol. I'm also going to remember his family, the loss that they've endured because of a political exercise based on a big lie propagated by the former President of the United States. Mr. President, I ask that the statement I'm about to make be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a headline in last Thursday's Chicago Sun-Times captured the grim reality for tens of millions of Americans desperately seeking a COVID vaccination. The headline read, "Looking for vaccine appointment at your pharmacy? Get ready for the Hunger Games." For those who don't know, the Hunger Games is a fictional book turned into a movie about a dystopian future where people are forced to fight one another to the death just to survive. The Chicago Sun-Times assigned 2 reporters to try to book COVID-19 vaccination appointments for relatives older than 65 at any one of the major drugstore chains in the Chicago area. The results were discouraging. The websites were hard to navigate, appointments were scarce to non-existence, and even when they searched for appointments at pharmacies as far as 50 miles away, no luck. The reporter spoke to people who had gone online at 2 o'clock in the morning in the hopes of landing a coveted vaccination slot. No luck. They spoke to a Chicago area woman who'd been trying for days to book a vaccination appointment for a mother who's 75 years old and battling cancer. That woman knew too well what failing to receive a vaccination could mean. Her mother-in-law is recovering from the virus. Her 85-year-old father-in-law died from it 1 week shy of his first official vaccination. After several frustrating days, she was finally able to book an appointment for her mother to get vaccinated. She's relieved for her mother. She's worried about others who are eligible but can't find a vaccination. As she said, it's not fair. It's absolutely ridiculous. Earlier this week, Illinois administered its 1 millionth dose of COVID vaccine, an important milestone. But in my state and nearly every state, the process for distributing vaccines or getting shots in the arm still too limited, too slow, too confusing. Too many elderly and other eligible Americans are still scrambling to receive the vaccination. Let me say in defense of a state, which I proudly represent, under Governor Pritzker, we have a pretty good record of vaccination rates. He's doing his best. And unfortunately, the supply is limited, and he needs more, and he certainly has plenty of people anxious for it. This isn't just a Chicago problem. It's a statewide problem. It's a nationwide problem. It reflects that while the Trump administration worked quickly to discover the vaccine, it failed to work with the states and implement a plan to vaccinate people. When Joe Biden took office, there was more COVID-19 vaccines in freezers than in the arms of Americans. That was 10 or 12 days ago. The results of those earlier missteps are staggering. Today, the U.S., with 5% of the world's population, is home to more than 20% of the COVID infections and deaths. As of Monday, more than 26 million Americans have been infected, and nearly 440,000 Americans have died of COVID-19. My state of Illinois, 1.1 million infections, more than 19,000 deaths. Even as the Trump administration tried to conceal the truth and squandered precious time in responding to this crisis, other Americans were working heroically to protect their neighbors and friends. These heroes included doctors and nurses on the front line, orderlies who kept hospitals and health centers clean and safe, even grocery store clerks, truck drivers, mail carriers, teachers, and many other essential workers. They worked around the clock. They included brilliant scientists and researchers who not only developed the COVID vaccines, but watched for the variants that were emerging that may or may not be protected. Sadly, their dedication was not matched by the performance of the previous administration. President Biden is trying to change that. He's trying to dramatically increase the production of vaccine and also the distribution. He set some worthy goals, 100 million Americans vaccinated in 100 days. Boy, I want him to be right. And he even said there may be more if we count to the end of the summer. We want to get a pace and to have a momentum to break the back of this pandemic once and for all. He calls it the American Rescue Plan. It includes necessary assistance for vaccinations first and foremost, and it should be. But then it speaks to the economic crisis that also devastates this country. This plan provides economic assistance for small businesses, many just barely hanging on, extends unemployment relief for millions of Americans who've lost their jobs, increases funding for food stamps, SNAP benefits, so that 1 in 10 Americans who right now can't afford to put food on the table have an alternative. The President's American Rescue Plan includes funding to dramatically ramp up production of COVID treatment, includes funding to help schools and universities reopen safely and stay open. It includes funding to help get teachers vaccinated and key administrators. The American Rescue Plan represents the best thinking of leading economists and public health experts. We can debate it if we wish, but we can't drag our feet. We can't waste a day. People are dying every minute. In fact, every 30 seconds, another American dies from COVID-19. As the virus circulates and replicates and we dither, variants emerge, mutations emerge, and we wonder if our vaccine is ready for them. Scientists warn that our current COVID vaccines are less effective with new strains. We could rush through this double shot vaccination across America and perhaps reach our goals sooner rather than later, and find that some mutant or variant is a new challenge that requires a booster shot. I'm not a scientist. I certainly don't have any medical degree. I'm not professing any expertise. But we do know that variations are emerging, and shame on us if they don't spur us to action as quickly as possible. We're in a life and death struggle, a race against the clock to vaccinate Americans before the variants become dominant. The cost of the rescue plan that President Biden has proposed is $1.9 trillion. It's about the same as the CARES plan that the Senate passed a year ago. We passed it with 96 votes a year ago. We passed some $900 billion more this last December. $1.9 trillion is no small sum. But you know what would be even more expensive? Continuing down this path of the pandemic, watching this deadly virus mutate and eat up companies and jobs and hope and education for our kids. Doing nothing is unacceptable. Doing too little is unacceptable. Remember when you took your kids to the doctor with that earache or sore throat or whatever it was, and he said, "I'll tell you what I can do, Dad. I'm going to give you a prescription for your little child, and it's for 5 days on the antibiotic. Now, I got to warn you ahead of time. The child's going to start looking better and feeling better in 2 days, and in 3 days, want to run outside and play with the other kids. And you're going to think, fine, that's behind us. But don't do it. Give that antibiotic all 5 days, because we know in many cases that if you stop giving the antibiotic, the illness returns." Similar situation faces with COVID-19. If we don't put enough into the vaccination effort, if we don't put enough into strengthening the economy, if we don't put enough into sustaining those unemployed and underemployed, if we don't put enough into this, we'll be back again. And it may not be 1.9 trillion then, it may be even more. So shouldn't we take all of our medicine? Shouldn't we do it as most doctors, and in this case economists, order? Make certain that we have an impact, a positive impact on the economy. Now I want to say a word about the 10 Republican senators who met with the President of the United States the day before yesterday. I thank the President for the meeting because he was sincere, and I was told by those who attended, he was responsive to their questions, and he was well prepared. When they came in and started talking about the different programs and how much should be spent on each one Republican senator said he had a sheet of paper in front of him with a few things written on it, and for 2 hours we kept an active conversation. It was like another member of the Senate speaking to these 10 Republicans. That to me is gratifying. It's the reason I supported this man to become our president. I knew he would be ready for the job and anxious to try to bring America back together. So the 10 Republicans who met with him have said they want to work on a bipartisan basis. Well, I know them. I know each and every one of them pretty well. I've sat through those meetings with them before when we prepared the last COVID relief bill. They're sincere, they're well prepared, They argue their case. Even if I disagree with them, I respect the way they argue it. But I would say to them, there are two things that are critically important. First, respond quickly. We can't drag this out for weeks or months. Unacceptable. We have deadlines looming in the middle of March when unemployment benefits are going to be cut off for many Americans. And we certainly have a vaccination crisis we have to address right now. And secondly, don't err on the side of stopping the medicine before you're really protected and well. We need to put the medicine into the economy. I'm talking about the dollars, the money into the economy to get people back to work so that schools can reopen, for goodness sakes. Anyone with a child or a grandchild knows this is unsustainable for these kids to be out of the classroom. It's hurting them, it's holding them back in terms of their education, and it needs to end and end quickly. So for my Republican friends, thank you for joining us, but stick with us for a real solution to this. We can't delay. Every day we wait is another day that this virus mutates and grows stronger. Every day we delay, thousands of Americans die from this virus, businesses close, workers lose jobs, families get more desperate. Terrific devastation we have lived through, but it can come out right in the end if we stick together on a bipartisan basis as a nation. We're going to soon deal with the budget resolution here on the floor of the United States Senate and then move to reconciliation. I have tried my best, though I've been a member of the Senate for a number of years, to understand reconciliation, and particularly to understand the famous Byrd Rule. It's named after a man who was a senator for many years from West Virginia named Robert C. Byrd. He used to sit at that desk. And when he came to the floor, there was such respect for him and his knowledge of this institution that the standing order was people who were speaking stopped. Senator Byrd is here. Defer your remarks until he's finished. That was done over and over again. And as a new member of the Senate, I thought, who is this man? Well, I came to understand the reputation which he had garnered in the United States Senate. And he, I suppose, maybe others with him, was the author of the reconciliation process. Originally, it may have been intended, I underline may have been intended for deficit reduction. Now it is something different. And deficit reduction is not the goal per se. Instead, there have to be measurable revenue and losses involved in any proposal within reconciliation. So holding to the Byrd Rule is going to be a matter of interpretation by the Senate parliamentarian and decision by the Senate as to whether that interpretation will be respected. There could be items that are objected to by the parliamentarian and others that will be accepted. I think it's too early to speculate on that, but it is one of the more arcane elements of the Senate rule process, and yet it has massive impact. Years ago, when the Republicans were in a similar position as the Democrats, they used reconciliation for tax cuts. Some who believed that reconciliation dealt with deficit reduction could never understand how a tax cut wouldn't add to the deficit. They argued the other way. They prevailed. Reconciliation was used for a tax cut. Now we come with a proposal, the American Rescue Plan, which either in part or in whole is going to be offered in reconciliation. And the question is whether each category of that plan that is included in reconciliation is eligible under the Senate rules. I will say there's one fundamental difference, which one of my colleagues raised earlier. Instead of talking about tax cuts for the wealthiest, we are proposing changes in the reconciliation for the American Rescue Package by President Biden, which are really designed to help working families and those who are struggling in our economy. For instance, the tax changes that are proposed in the American Rescue Plan, if they're included in reconciliation, will include additional assistance to family with children, substantial tax relief and tax credits, refundable tax credits to those in poverty raising children, We have economists who tell us that if the Biden proposal on these tax benefits for families with children are enacted into law, we will cut child poverty in half in America. Think about that. Dramatic change. We hear so many conversations about the state of the economy and those who are being left behind and whether or not income inequality is going to be addressed. Starting with the children, I will say to President Biden, is the right starting point. It would be wonderful if we had bipartisan support for helping these kids. I can tell you this, the money it costs for these tax cuts and credits is far less than the expense that would be incurred by America as a nation if these kids don't have an opportunity to grow up healthy, educated, and productive. So I'm watching carefully as this debate continues, and at this point I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, just weeks into a new administration, and all hopes and promise of bipartisanship have been rejected. The Biden administration and my Democrat colleagues in the Senate lasted 10 days before they ditched any attempt at real compromise. Now,
of us are very important and influential.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
Welcome, everybody, to the Good Guy Pete podcast, the South Bend perspective. I am so excited to be here today. I'm joined with two friends.
Hey, I'm Ryan.
And I'm Letty.
And this has been a little bit in the making. I, sat down with Ryan, and Ryan introduced me to Letty, and I was like, hey, we should do something living in South Bend to give other people out in the world a perspective on what's actually happening here and what it looks like to be in close proximity to Mayor Pete. And so we got together downtown South Bend over an incredible lunch.
Yes.
And this thing happened. So I think a good way maybe to start this entire thing is to give people some background on who we are and what we do, and maybe a little bit about why we decided to jump into this project. So I don't know, Ryan, if you want to start, and we'll make our way around the room.
Yeah, so the fact that I'm rooted in South Bend and love South Bend to the extent that I do would have come as a surprise to me. From the Fort Wayne area originally, and came to South Bend area for college. Went through that college time and just still didn't have, in colleges around here, it's a college town, both with Notre Dame and a bunch of other small schools. But traditionally, there's been a kind of a struggle for students at those schools to feel connected to the city, right? So that wasn't even a part of the core at that time. Didn't know much about South Bend, didn't get into the heart of the city much at all throughout that time. And then graduated and honestly was just looking for a cheap place to live until I could go off to grad school, and ended up in a neighborhood on the northwest side of South Bend, the Kellett Park neighborhood, which is this amazingly beautiful, diverse, under-resourced community on the northwest side, and ended up falling in love with that neighborhood. And that neighborhood kind of completely changed my life and trajectory. And so now live still on the northwest side, just a different neighborhood, just a little farther down. I've been there for 15 years on the northwest side of South Bend, and I guess you could say I'm a neighborhood advocate on a number of different levels. So now I can't imagine being anywhere else.
Except during the winter, maybe.
Okay, so I can imagine it.
We cannot relate to that.
But imagining is about as far as that goes.
Yeah, so again, my name's Letty, and so I'm not native to South Bend, but I am definitely from Indiana. I grew up on the outside of Gary, Indiana, and came to South Bend as a college student, and in one of those kind of closed-off colleges that you were kind of alluding to, in a St. Mary's. And for 4 years that I was there, really didn't know South Bend. And I think that's the experience for many people, or at least it was, and I think that is changing as the colleges get more involved with the community and vice versa. But, I decided to stick around here after I graduated because I wasn't really prepared to go back home and really hadn't thought about what I wanted to do in the long term. And again, reasonable place to live as far as price goes. Plenty of opportunities. I was able to find, positions right out of college, and I've been here ever since. So that, I came here in 2000. Graduated in 2004, and since that I've been, I think, pretty involved in the community just through the work that I do. I've worked for the schools, I work for nonprofits. I'm heavily invested on the west side with Westside South Bend, and worked there for about 9.5 years. And the thing I love about South Bend is it's just a community that's so easy to be involved in on any level, whether that's through the work that you do, through your neighborhood. I just think there's a lot of opportunity for that. And, raising a child, it's a good place to have a kid, I think. And, I think I'm also here on a greater level as far as this podcast goes with Good Guy Pete. That kind of just sort of developed. I started making Good Guy Pete memes when he first announced his exploratory. And someone said, hey, why don't you make that its own page? And I said, okay. And then they said, why don't you make that a Twitter? And I'm like, sure, why not? And it's sort of developed. And I'm happy that you guys reached out to me to be able to kind of give this voice really to connect South Bend and Mayor Pete now that he's sort of on that national stage, because it still, I think, comes back to his role here and what he's done for our community and how that will play out, I think, on the national level.
Yeah, and I think people are starting to see and connect the dots. And I think that's kind of what my hope is for this whole thing, is to let people see who Pete really is. And I even read an article yesterday, and I'll get to introducing myself in a second, but there's still this question, is Mayor Pete really what we see on TV? Like, when's the other shoe going to fall? And I think like that's a large part of this podcast, is that there is no other shoe to fall. Like, he's not a perfect person, but it is genuine. What you see really is what you get, if not more. And a little bit about my story. I moved up here in 2005 after I graduated. I'm from a small town of Bern, Indiana, close to Fort Wayne. I went to undergrad here, and I actually moved away. So I moved away for about 4.5 years and then took a job up here and decided to move back. And I was at that place of employment for about 4.5 years, and I started my own business. And after that, I really honestly had a choice of moving anywhere in the world. My business is mobile, and my wife and I decided we love what's going on here. We love the energy here. We love the startups here, from faith communities, neighborhood communities, to businesses, to development even. We love the energy, and we love this is going to sound weird, we love almost the hope the city has right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we decided, instead of moving away, even though the winters are absolutely the worst in America, I'm convinced of that, we're going to choose to stay here. And it's an active choice. Like, this is what we call home intentionally. And it's a beautiful place to be because of all those things.
Yeah, kind of the word around town people say is that South Bend is beautiful and that it's big enough to matter, but small enough to where you can really make a difference still, right?
Yeah.
As an individual citizen, both due to the size of the city and due to, I think, Pete's administration has fostered a lot of this and encouraged it, is that you can just be a normal citizen and you can get stuff started and you can make a difference. Where I think in bigger communities, Chicago's nearby, right? Like an average person like the three of us probably doesn't have much opportunities to make a difference without going deep into politics or climbing up high up a ladder into an organization, right?
I answered this question, I think, recently on Twitter when someone said, what's your favorite thing about South Bend? And that was most of my answer, Ryan. I'm starting to think you stole that. But
I said word on the street.
Right. And we're all here because obviously we care about our city and sort of Pete's impact on that. And we think he's a good guy overall. And but I think there's no one person that's gonna save, right? Everybody. Ryan, you might have a different opinion. But I think that's part of why Pete works, is because it's about the community effort, and he understands that. It's not about he's not going in there thinking like, I'm going to be the sole person that changes things. It's a community effort, and it's about connecting and uniting and doing all of that, and people feeling and knowing that they can actually do something and be a part of that change. And it's not like we're just solely relying on this one person to do it. And the fact that he's been super supportive and open and been able to, I think, facilitate a lot of that in our community has just shows why he's the right person.
And I think you see that then, him taking that to the larger scale, like on a national level, him appearing on Fox News, it really was him saying, hey, I realized that in order for us to change the trajectory of America and politics in general, we have to work together as a large neighborhood, as a community of people that disagree with each other, but what does it look like to work together? And that, I see that in South Bend, and that's one of the big reasons that I get so excited to see him bring that to the world.
Yeah, I think maybe this is a good time to talk a little more then too about what we're hopefully bringing to the table in this, Michael, with the when we say South Bend perspective, right? I'll just speak for myself and say, like, so in these conversations, my goal as I was dreaming about this was, I'm not even going to care or not care. I'm not going to evaluate like every political position that he has on everything, or say that he's taking the right position relative to other candidates or anything. Like, I don't even know how I would feel about this whole situation if I lived anywhere else but South Bend. What I do know is, living in South Bend, he's a neighbor. He is around town. He is somebody that you see, somebody that you interact with. And so I think it's fascinating to just talk about how that intersects with South Bend and what we've seen from his character on a personal level, right?
I am on the Twitter world a lot, which is an awful and wonderful place all at the same time.
Right.
And I see people misunderstand South Bend and South Bend people a lot, and kind of what this town represents. And so, if nothing else, I'm not claiming to be the voice of South Bend, but I want to give people a voice from South Bend. And we want to have guests on from different backgrounds and different occupations from South Bend to let people hear from the people that have been directly impacted from Pete what it's like to be here. And that's not to say everyone we have on is going to love Pete. That's not to say everyone's going to agree with everything he does. But in order to really understand, outside of sound bites and tweets and little articles about what's been good and bad about South Bend, I think there's more underneath that, like, inch layer of soil. There's some deep roots here that I think we can get into.
And I think that's a conversation I think we had when we were talking about doing this podcast is, and Ryan, you said it too, like, you don't know if you would be as invested if it weren't for the fact that you live in South Bend and now our mayor, right, is running for president. Is that in that little slice of that Twitter world, right, which is not a direct representation of what's really going on in the world, because, you know, that can operate in silos as well. But is that it feels personal.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So if it's an attack on South Bend, it feels personal because we are South Bend.
Mm-hmm.
If it's on Mayor Pete, it feels personal because we know him.
Right.
You know, we're not necessarily hanging out with him and having brunch, but we know him because we've seen him, we've talked to him,
Right.
We've been in meetings and those types of things where we've seen him in action, and we've been able to share our support or share, you know, our views on how we think he could better work with our city. And so when we're in that Twitter world, for better or for worse, or even just looking at the media and what they say about either Pete or South Bend, it feels personal. And so I don't know. I don't know if I've ever been super political in anything else. You know, obviously I do my civil duty and I vote and I try to research and do all that. But whether I would be doing this, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I big echo to that. This is my first time even being remotely political on any scale. And I do realize, going outside of Indiana and South Bend, that still the majority of people have not heard of Pete Buttigieg, you know? But that's changing, which is awesome. But I was just in Nashville yesterday, and we got talking about policies and different things like that. I was like, oh, did you see our mayor is running for president? They had no idea who I was talking about. And I was like, okay. So while this is a huge deal to me, it still hasn't reached the impact across America that I think it will at some point.
Yeah, there was, not to dive too deep into this, but I think the Quinnipiac poll that came out, the issue was, it was extremely high percent, maybe like 40%, something like that said that they still didn't have enough information to even have an opinion there, right? So it's just fascinating processing the difference between how this feels in South Bend versus what reality might be all over the place.
And I guess that's a good question. How do you guys think it feels here in South Bend?
I don't know. I think even in Pete's time as mayor, I think here on the local level, we've still seen him on the national level. I mean, how many times has he been recognized or for the city efforts and things that are going on here? And so for me, I guess it's other people are now experiencing this, I think. Whereas for me, I'm like, this is Pete. This has always been Pete. And he goes out there and he doesn't sit back and he doesn't just not do anything. He's constantly out there, whether he's advocating for other people or just advocating for his city. And so for me, it's not weird to see him in the national spotlight. I think it's weird for me to see other people outside of South Bend kind of experience that,
Yeah, that's right.
either positively or as they're trying to figure out how they feel about him.
Yeah. Just speaking to the personal nature that we've brought up already, we talk about kind of we the people of South Bend are Mayor Pete's record, right? That when somebody's running for office, typically you're getting Congress people, senators, and the way that they voted or the bills they brought to the table are the things that are endlessly picked apart, right? So when we're sitting here in the city and everybody's evaluating everything from the 1,000 houses project to the police tapes, all these other things, these are things it's like, wait, this is like things we were intimately involved in, right? Like the 1,000 houses project, it's hard to personally see that criticized when, at the time I was on the board of my neighborhood association, and, Black, white, Latino, we were all unified together that our neighborhood desperately needed this, right? And so almost like when there's the criticism coming there, like it's a criticism that's also felt personally in some of these things, because we as people who care about our neighborhoods and communities, it's our neighborhoods, it's our advocacy that's all going into this. And so it feels a little weird, like on some level, we can't just distance ourselves and be like, oh, our mayor is doing this thing, because like we are wrapped up in this as well.
And a lot of these things are, Pete's been mayor for, this is his 8th year, right? I mean, some of these things have been ongoing for years. And so they're not new to us, right? Whether it's as a controversy or as whatever it is, because we were actively a part of it. We were living it here in our community. And I know that's right. That's what happens in politics, is that you go and you try to get all the information and dig up the dirt, the good, the bad, the ugly. And so, again, it comes back feeling personal. But it's one of those where like, hey, and some of these things have still been ongoing conversations and they're still going on, like the police tapes. But these are a lot of conversations that have already been had here, a lot of meetings. And so to see it, I guess, replayed out and rehashed out for better or worse is sort of, okay, guys, here we go. Like,
Yeah, there is that historical element to this too, right? That some of this is almost like reliving like ancient memories on some level, right? Because there's both of those things we just talked about were really in the first 2 years of 8 years, right? So for us here on the ground, when you ask opinions, it's more shaped by recent events that come to mind. Though not for everybody. There's definitely neighbors for whom some of those early events would be the first thing that come to mind, and I need to recognize that. But it is just interesting the historical nature of some of these conversations, bringing up stuff that hasn't been brought up for a while locally.
Yeah, the police tape thing, I didn't even know about that until it got brought back up on a national level, because I didn't move back into the area till after that was already a thing. And so it's just interesting, like we haven't been dealing with that for so long. I agree that a lot of this stuff is hard not to take personal. When I hear and read things like basically South Bend sucks, I'm like, no, like it doesn't, and it doesn't because of, people like you and the people that I know and the development that's happening and the things that are actually going on, like the first uptick in population we've had and how many amounts of years just happened. The first building development for business just broke ground a couple months ago. The multi-million-dollar luxury apartments that are going up on the riverfront, there's so much going on. And so when I hear like just broad brushstrokes of, he's the mayor of South Bend and South Bend kind of sucks.
Right.
Like it doesn't, not only does it not ring true, it also pains me a little bit, and I want to fight,
Well, and it's interesting with this whole Twitter thing, because now, and I put on there that it's my South Bend perspective, right, as an individual. I understand that people have different experiences, but kind of what's been happening now is people like tag me, right? Like, well, you got to listen to this person.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, like I want to fight for my city, but if I spent all day doing that, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? I can't do that. So I guess one of the reasons behind what I'm doing is not so much to argue every single point, but to say, okay, that's somebody's opinion and their perspective. Sometimes that's not a South Bend perspective, right? It's somebody who saw an article or saw a video or somebody told them, but they've never actually been here. They've never actually experienced South Bend to put that out there. And so I see myself saying, well, you know what? This is my experience, and I want people to take that into account as well. My job is not out here to argue every little point because I guess I'm going to use Pete's words here. Like, some people do that in bad faith. They're not looking for, they're not trying to be open. If someone wants to be open and they really want more information, I think that's different than just saying South Bend is crap, which is the one I was tagged in earlier today. And I don't think any of us are, think that South Bend is perfect. We're a community like any other, but I definitely would never say that about my city.
And I want South Bend, at the very least, right? I want South Bend to tell South Bend's story, right? I don't want New York City reporter or DC reporter to tell South Bend's story or to say that these are the issues that matter about South Bend, right? Because I want South Bend to be able to say, like, hey, we're really excited that there's been millions of dollars of investments into parks all over our city, right? Like, we're excited. That's what we're excited about right now.
Yep.
Like, I'm excited that the park in my neighborhood is getting generational uplift that hasn't happened in a long time, right?
And it's not just your park; like, it's happening right across the street from the General too.
Right, it's happening all over the city, right? And it's happening downtown in kind of areas that are seeing a lot of development, but it's happening in the small, tiny neighborhood parks as well, right? So there's all these exciting things that are. I want South Bend to tell a story about Westside South Bend, the organization that you work with, Letty, and just the vibrancy of our Westside Wednesdays and all the development that's going on there, but the relationships, the community, like just the goodness that comes out of that stuff, right? And so those are the stories that aren't being told in the midst of all this. I want the stories of the resilience of the community to deal with the poverty and violence that we face, talking about the group violence intervention programs that are running, talking about the organizations that are stepping up. My Brother's Keeper comes to mind, like these organizations that are stepping up to work with youth and mentor youth. Organization on Northwest Side Transformation Ministries, right? There's these groups that are stepping in to do really good work to move forward. And unfortunately, those aren't the stories of South Bend that are getting out there. So we're spending our time responding to these stories that aren't even the stories that the majority of people that I talk to in South Bend are thinking about on a daily basis at this point.
So at this point, we're going to transition a little bit to where Pete has been in the media this week and kind of do some overviews of his interviews and the Fox News town hall. And he was just on Jimmy Fallon. It's been, to be sure, it has been a busy year for him. But these last couple weeks, I just feel like he continues to go. And that's been a strategy of his from the get-go. And credit to Liz for doing that. He just continues to say yes where people say no. And I think that's going back way from the very start of how he got that uptick in Google search of everything. He just continued to say, yeah, we'll do that interview. Yeah, we'll do that podcast. It's not like people wondered, how is the media doing this for him? No, it was literally just him saying yes to being on things. With that being said, what are some interviews that have stuck out to you guys this week that you'd like to touch on?
Well, I'm just going to go with the Fox Hall one, and mostly because really look, Pete's done a lot of interviews and continues to do a lot of interviews, so I'm going to be honest, I have not seen them all because I've got a full-time job, guys, and a family, so I try to catch up as much as I can. But there's been this conversation about the media is helping him out, but saying yes, and we can see that in the Fox News town hall because he got a lot of criticism for saying yes. and I don't know if that, and I can see why, because even when I saw that, I thought to myself, like, I don't know how I feel about that. Because had it been anybody else, I think I would have had I think I would have been more confident with how I felt about that. But I'm like, oh, it's Pete though. Like, I trust Pete, because I have, but I don't know. I don't see how you can watch that and not think that was a win for Pete and for many of those people who are on the fence about maybe for the first time supporting a Democratic candidate, but to see him going on there and not necessarily, and he still criticized personalities that Fox News has, and so I think he stayed true to who he was. And I thought he did a good job of explaining why he was there, what his message was, and what he was expecting from that.
Now, the other thing we've got to do is we've got to find people where they are. A lot of folks in my party were critical of me for even doing this with Fox News. And
I've heard that.
and I get where that's coming from, especially when you see what goes on with some of the opinion hosts on this network. I mean, when you got Tucker Carlson saying that immigrants make America dirty, when you've got Laura Ingraham comparing detention centers with children in cages to summer camps, then there is a reason why anybody has to swallow hard and think twice before participating in this media ecosystem. But I also believe that even though some of those hosts are not always there in good faith, I think a lot of people tune into this network who do it in good faith. And there are a lot of Americans who my party can't blame if they are ignoring our message, because they will never hear it if we don't go on and talk about it. And so it's why, whether it's going into the viewership of Fox News or whether geographically it's going into places where Democrats haven't been seen much, I think we got to find people where they are, not change our values, but update our vocabulary so that we're truly connecting with Americans from coast to coast.
All right, Mayor, we got to take a break here. Coming up,
I think what people on the coast might have a hard time understanding and seeing is, we'll take my family, for example, my in-laws and my immediate family. The only exposure they're going to have to Pete is when he's on Fox News. Because the reality is, majority of TVs around here are tuned into Fox News. And I think there's a disconnect in understanding that with people that are on the coast, that they don't understand, why would you ever go on this? Well, the reality is, if you want to get your message out there, the people that are tuned in there, you have to go there. You have to go to those people, and it's never going to happen. I can promise you, my dad is never going to see him unless he's on Fox News.
I think the point that Pete made there was that there are people tuning in good faith.
Yeah.
And I think, so as I don't want people to speak for South Bend, I don't want to overly speak for people in the coast. But what I would want people to say is, if you don't know people like that, because the perception I've seen a lot is, no, like all of these, the extreme Fox News types or the extreme fans of the current administration, that they're all bad faith actors that are filled and fueled by racism and all these other things. And while I'm not denying implicit racism that exists in each of us, and that might affect this, these are my family members. These are my friends. These are people in Indiana. And some of them are the extreme types that maybe you would label in that way. But there's also like a lot of well-meaning people that is just their primary news source, right? And they're trying to figure things out.
And and Pete's mentioned this in multiple interviews about how, there are people who voted for Obama and voted for Pence and voted for him and voted Pete and voted for Trump. I mean, I think sometimes it's easy when we look at, the opposition to put them in that corner. And I think what Pete's trying to do is saying, no, I'm not going to put you there. Here's my message if you want to hear it. And let them make that decision to figure out if they want to hear more, if they like what they heard, if they want to look into it. But at the very minimum, he's gone out there and he's spread his message, because as he said, if he gets to nomination, if he becomes the president, his responsibility is to the entire country, not just to the people who voted for him.
The way that he has the ability to include people of good faith that tune in the Fox News and say, hey, I get this. You're part of this. You're with us. But then at the same time, be direct with people that maybe aren't doing things in good faith. When he directly talks to Laura Ingraham and Tucker Carlson, that's something that I think public discourse in general hasn't seen in a long time. And he does it in a way that's not mean, that's not nasty, that's just matter of fact, hey, we can be better here, and we deserve better here.
I think there's a difference between what I would call being peacemaking, or even I come from a church background, like pastoral, right? In this like helping people move forward, and being pandering, right? Which is saying like, I want your vote. I want you on my side. So I'm going to do or say what I need to do. Right. And I think the accusation is made that when he's doing things like this, sometimes the accusation is made that he's pandering. He's going to go and do and say the things that people want to hear. He's going to just kind of go where the wind blows. But I think what we know from him is a couple things. We know he does have values, agree or disagree with his values. He's grounded in those. And he's going to speak to those.
When you said that word pandering, like it's one of my social media frustrations when I see that. And if a lot of stuff I put like on my Twitter is South Bend related, obviously I'll share some current things going on, but I try to find pictures or articles or things that he's been doing since 2012. These aren't new things. It's not something that he just started doing when he decided he was going to run for president. And, trust me, in South Bend, if you say something in 2012 and then don't follow through, someone's going to let you know about it.
Yeah.
So, he's been doing this because that's who he is. It's not something that he just started doing. He said it before. He's like, I'm going to call it out if I need to call it out, but I'm not going to stop being who I am.
I want to piggyback on this to jump into our last topic of the day, is this values first thing that had served him so well out the gate, but now has recently, I think, started to get some criticism and kickback. And I think he's at a turning point where he's going to start talking about new policies, and he just launched his policy page. But I think it's important for listeners and us to understand why values first matters and why he went that direction, because I think that gets lost a lot with people. And
yeah, and let me first say that in conversation with people in South Bend, it's humorous. Kind of that the narrative for a while was that Pete's all smooth talk and fluff and like no depth. Because from being in the city here, what you know is he's really nerdy. I mean, he's extremely nerdy and extremely like into the detail of policy and those types of things. And so like for him to even not be is just a very intentional step on his part to not be, right? He has to work hard to not be like just dug into the policy and the minutia of things, right? And so, but he is doing that. And I think the importance of that, again, just resonates in what we were saying earlier, these conversations we have with people and family members around Indiana, right? That this is a Midwestern thing, right? That the policies that drive us are very important and influential. And if you can understand that get people to understand that you're acting in good faith, then that changes the perception that people have and their willingness to listen by the time you get to policy. They need to trust, because honestly, they've been told that people who feel different from them do so out of bad intention, right? Or because they're bad people, or they don't have, they're amoral, or all these different reasons, right? And so I think it is very important for probably a significant portion of the country to say like, hey, no, there are these moral values that I'm driving from, and this is what comes of that. And I think the debate can be had as to whether those are moral values or not, or whether those policies actually accomplish that in a way that's healthy or not. But I think it's an important conversation to start with, to say that the values are important.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and I kind of got tired too of like, but the policies, and I'm thinking, calm down. I mean, and like you
and not
said,
because policies aren't important,
right,
because
right.
we know they're coming.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and you mentioned before about like not everybody knows him.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter if he would have put those out on day one or how great or excellent they were. One, they're going to be picked apart regardless, whether he put them out on day one or whether he puts them out the day after the debates or they're going to come out. He is not going to win an election without having a plan. He's not, and he knows that. I think all the candidates know that. We've got a pretty big field, obviously, and a lot of great people, honestly. So I think it was a wise move on his part. You've got somebody who is going from mayor to presidential candidate. He's gay, that's not a secret. And so I think for a lot of people, those things immediately turn you off for whatever reason. And if he's not out there letting people know who he is and what he stands for, I don't think his policies aren't going to matter to those individuals if they don't at least are interested in what he has to say. So I think it was definitely strategic and a wise choice on his part. I don't know if I would have said that a month ago, because I was kind of like, come on, Pete, come on, I can't be in these chat rooms anymore. But they're going to come out. The more he progresses, the debates are coming up. He's going to be asked very direct questions. He's already being asked, people are like, they're asking him hard questions, and that's fine. He should be asked hard questions. Every candidate should be asked difficult questions. And I don't think it phases him, because, this is a guy who can't go to the grocery store in town without somebody telling them how they feel about the pothole or, the roundabout or, whatever it is.
Streets.
Or Smart Street, yeah. Oh, man, that's a whole other episode, I think.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But, so he's used to seeing his constituent on a day-to-day basis, for better, for worse. And so, on a national level, I think, this was a smart move on his part, I think, to let people see who he is and then roll out based on what those values are.
I think what I find interesting in this is, and I've talked, I think both of you maybe about this, is there's actual science behind appealing to emotions. So there was a guy named Antonio, I'm going to butcher this, Damiso, made a discovery with neuroscience that people that had a damaged part in their brain where emotions were generated, they were literally unable to make simple logical decisions. And what they've concluded is most people make their decision making not on logic, but on emotion. And so what Pete is doing is appealing, not trying to manipulate emotion, but he realizes kind of what we've all said here, that policies are great and wonderful, but it's the age old saying, it doesn't matter how much you know until people know you care.
Yeah. And trust.
And
trust. Right?
Yeah. And so while policies, you have to have them, absolutely, and he has those and he's rolling those out. But if you can't connect with someone on an emotional level, it doesn't matter what you have to say. Well, that is it for the first episode, and I'm excited because we're going to be coming back to you guys with interesting topics, and we're going to cover more news stories and interviews, and we're going to do deeper dives into South Bend, and also deeper dives into what's going on with his run. There's no end in sight necessarily for this podcast. We talked about that too. If he doesn't make the nomination, does it stop there? Probably, maybe not. We'll see. If you guys want to email us or get a hold of us with questions or comments, we'd love to answer those on our show. You can email us at contact@goodguypete.us or follow Letty on Twitter at goodguypete2020. And we want this to be an interactive thing. So please send us questions, send us emails, comments, concerns, ideas of guests you'd love to have on and interview. So thank you. See you guys next time.
See you later.
See you.
My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
Well, welcome everybody back to the Good Guy Pete podcast, the South Bend perspective. Man, it's been a crazy ride. How long has it been since we released our first episode?
It's been a week.
It's been a week already?
It's just been a week.
As of yesterday, we are at number 4 on New and Noteworthy on iTunes, which is insane. we've had such positive feedback from you guys. We've gotten several emails, which we super appreciate, Twitter feedback, and it's super beneficial because we're hearing from you guys what you'd like to hear more of and what you don't like, and all the above. Letty, you were told you have a soothing voice several times.
I know, so I feel like I definitely have to get that right now.
You have a lot to live up to this
I'm gonna have you
episode.
record bedtime stories for my children.
Right. Be a new job opportunity. Maybe.
Oh, that's awesome. The one thing I did want to touch on in this intro part is there was some negative feedback about how bad our winters are. And I feel like people just don't get it, you know? Like if there's one thing South Bend needs to work on, it's probably our winters.
Because we have so much control over that.
I know. No, but so we got several people say you don't know about winters. I'm from Minnesota, or I'm from the UP, and I get it, right?
Yeah, respect to them.
Yeah.
Respect. Yeah.
The only people that I want to hear criticism from is maybe Ryan. You said Buffalo.
Buffalo. Yeah. Yeah, because so the issue here is lake effect, which one you get like winds and snow and all that, but you get just clouds for like 6 months where you don't really see the sun. And that's kind of just soul sucking, right? So in addition to like you get the cold, you get tons of snow, but you just get the soul sucking cloudiness, right? And that's the winter.
I think it was something we're like top 10 in the United States with it's called permacloud.
Yeah.
And so it's just gray all the time. But we're
sky,
full,
not the mood.
sky, not
We're
the
great.
mood. Like
Yeah.
we're vibrant, we're full of
Exactly.
life,
That's right.
but the sky. In this episode today, guys, I'm excited because we have a guest, and we're also going to dive deeper into one of the issues that we hear floating around a lot, whether that be on the news, whether that be on social media, from people outside of the city, trying to do investigative work or trying to get the insides on really the history of South Bend and housing and population and how those things correspond and what really happened here. And so, Ryan, I don't know if you want to introduce our guest and we can maybe jump in.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. So as we talk about this, our guest today is somebody who, in some of these discussions that emerged on Twitter, produced some really just poignant information that I think was really helpful. So I'm really excited. So we have Joe Molnar with us. Joe, born and raised in South Bend. Can you tell us, a little bit about yourself, what you do?
Yeah, so born and raised in South Bend, Indiana, born very early 90s, so right in the heart of when all this was going down in the city. Lived here my whole life except for college, moved for 4 years, came back, and my wife and I, we own a home here, and we're raising 2 kids, so we're invested in the city.
All right. And your job is working with stats on some of this stuff, right?
Somewhat. So, yeah, I work for the city of South Bend. So the residents are my boss, first and foremost, but Mayor Pete is not, because I work for City Clerk Karima Fowler. So I technically don't work for the administration. She's an independently elected official, and then I work in her office, and she appoints me. I'm the Ordinance Violation Bureau clerk. So we handle all code tickets, parking tickets, violations, and then we do stuff with housing all year round. Notre Dame lawn parking, stuff like that.
Invigorating.
Yeah. It can be fun.
Numbers are great.
Yeah.
Numbers are great.
But they're especially great for this conversation today.
Right.
So the reason we're excited to have Joe here today is one of the topic we're talking about, like Michael said, is one that's misunderstood because of people not understanding the specific context of South Bend, and that centers around housing, and specifically the 1,000 Houses project is what often comes up as people are talking about Pete and looking at Pete's record and the things he's done in South Bend. And so today we just want to dive in and talk about how the context of South Bend might be different than the context of the cities where you're listening to us from, and how that affects what happened with the 1,000 Houses project, how that came about, and the state of where things are at today. So we're asking Joe. Joe's going to give us a brief history of South Bend to kind of show where we've been and why the environment is the way it is today. And then we're going to dive into talking about the houses after that.
Yeah, so South Bend, in some ways it's very unique. In some ways it reflects what happened all across the Midwest and the Rust Belt. So in 1960, which was the peak population of the city, we were at 133,000.
Wow.
That was 3 years before Studebaker closed. And at that time, Studebaker employed close to 10,000 people, I think, in 1960.
And for those who don't know, so Studebaker was one of the larger car manufacturers in the States,
the fourth
right?
largest.
Fourth
Fourth
largest,
largest
right?
in the country.
Yeah, so now as we think about, Ford and Chevy and all that, Studebaker was up there with them at that time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was one of the only ones that transitioned from making wagons to actual automobiles.
Yeah, exactly. And it was along with a couple other large companies like Bendix, South Bend Lathe that we had at the time, Oliver Plow. So that was kind of the peak. And by 2010, it had plummeted the population to 101,000. So what happened in that 50 years? Well, all those companies that I just mentioned are closed or gone from the city. And not only that, so in 1960, the city was about 25 square miles, and now it's 42. So not only did we lose a quarter of the population, we expanded the city by 75% or so.
So let's talk about that real quick. So, yeah, losing 30,000 people or, a quarter of the population of a city over that time, but expanding the footprint means you have less people, less taxpayers for one, in that you have more space to take care of, right, and to be accountable for.
Well, and that means that, so we were growing on the edges. So a lot of suburban style development that we were annexing to the city. But in the core neighborhoods that in 1960 had 132,000, some of them lost half or more. The Southeast neighborhood, which was one of the neighborhoods most affected by 1,000 houses in 1,000 days, dropped from 9,000 people to 2,800. So that's like Detroit level collapse.
That's unreal.
And it's not, so one of the things I want to point out is it's not just losing that population, right, and the tax base, right? We had houses for that entire population to live in, right? So at 130,000, and I've heard at one point that we actually had a housing stock that could have taken up to 150,000 population at that point in time, right? So 150,000 population housing stock now with only 100 or so thousand people living there, right?
Yeah, I mean it's hard to understand, and so there's been a lot of articles about this program that Pete kind of initiated, this 1,000 houses, and I think it misses is these reporters who are telling the story, in DC, or they live in DC, they live in New York City. This isn't an issue they face. It's just not, and it's not their fault. It's just not an issue they face. So when they hear, "Hey, Pete tore down houses in poor neighborhoods," of course the first thing they think is gentrification. Is, hey, pushing people out. But there were no people there. And a lot, the neighborhood still had people, but these houses were vacant. In the 2000s, so from 2001 to 2007, so right before the Great Recession hit, there were 7,000 foreclosures in the city of South Bend. That's people who just gave up their homes because they couldn't, live in them anymore. By 2012, so the city did a task force when Pete came in on the vacant and housing problem because it was the number one problem at the time the city was facing. There were 1,900 vacant and abandoned houses, and those were concentrated in the core of the city.
I've seen these numbers before, but just to hear them is it's insane to think about that.
Yeah, and I do want to mention a little bit why that's bad. So I think some people think cheap housing, that's good.
Right.
But if housing is so cheap that it's not worth keeping, that's an issue for your city. Because it's not only that people can't get the houses, because most banks won't issue loans for houses that are less than $50,000. So you can't, and no one has just $40,000 in cash to buy a house. So it's only landlords and, usually not the most reputable people buying these homes. But what happens a lot of the time, so a family lived in a home, say on the Southeast side, and they raised their kids there in, the 80s, 90s, and the kids moved away. So that was your first drop in population, is the kids moved away from not only the city, but from the area. Then the parents died off, and these kids who lived, out of state, they didn't want the home anymore. So they sold it to a landlord. So you're seeing the population drop. And then the landlords, they put minimal work into the home. They rent it out, and it's a nice home for a while because, they kept it up. But then it gets worse and worse and worse. Eventually, no renters want to live there. And so then it sits vacant, and then the landlord walks away from it. So that's how you can get one home that was, supporting a population of 4 gone in one generation.
So what you end up is neighborhoods all around the city that are full of vacant and abandoned houses because there's not enough people to live in them, which again, as you pointed out, is different than some of the areas, particularly on the coast or in bigger cities where real estate is at a premium, right? That you have so much population, especially wanting to be near the city core, that the property demand itself causes issues like gentrification. We can get into that more later, but because there's such high demand. So here you had these empty lots, but like no demand for them.
You literally couldn't even give them away, basically.
So one of the like principles of the American dream is that your house will increase in value. That's like one of the tenets of the American economy is that housing goes up, or at least goes up enough to match inflation, so that like you're putting your money somewhere that's a safe haven.
Right.
And that's why the Great Recession was so bad. But in South Bend, that hasn't happened in most of these neighborhoods where the house declined. So if you bought the home in 1970, maybe today's inflation adjusted, you bought it for $90,000. Now it's worth $50,000. So not only did you buy a $90,000 house, respectively, now it's worth $50,000. And if you have a vacant house next to you that's either burnt down or the windows are all boarded up or it's a haven for drug crime, so forth, no one's going to buy your home, even at the $50,000 price, because who wants to live next to that? Even though when you bought it, you lived next to a functioning house. So that's why it really drags down the neighborhood. Is it blight spreads like a disease? Once one home gets bad, it trickles throughout the neighborhood.
So it's kind of like a domino effect.
Exactly. And you have to stop it. And the only way to stop it is to get rid of the homes. So we can talk about the program if you want.
Yeah, let me first bring it back here a little bit. So my experience at that time was I was rooted in the Keller Park neighborhood, which is a small neighborhood on the northwest side that ended up being affected by the 1,000 Homes project, right? And what we saw was just some of what we talked about. There was so many vacant houses, and we're talking houses where I would walk into the houses and the foundation itself would be cracked and there'd be a gaping hole in the middle of the foundation, right? And kids were playing in the houses. There was the like safe haven for drug dealing and drug use that was going on in the houses. And like you said, like you couldn't give houses away, right? So I was a pastor of a church in the neighborhood, and one day I picked up the phone and it was a woman from New York on the line. And she's like, hey, I bought 5 houses in your neighborhood. And I was like, what? And what was going on at the time is housing was so cheap that these investors were just literally buying packages of properties that didn't live here, sight unseen, right? And so she said, I bought 5 houses and I realized they're worthless. Can I give them to the church? Right? So at first I was like, oh, this is interesting. But I started to look into it. And so even if she gave a property to us, right, these properties were in such state of disrepair that they were uninhabitable. And it would have taken, $75,000 to $100,000 just to get up to a livable condition. And after investing that $75,000 to $100,000 to get it in a livable condition, the actual property value would have been around $35,000 for it.
Right? You're still next to the other houses that
Right.
need $75,000 to $100,000 to invest in.
Correct. Right. So literally, buying a house was of some of these properties was one of the worst things you could do, because then you couldn't get rid of it, and then you were responsible for making it safe or responsible for tearing it down. Right. So it was in this environment then that neighbors started going and begging for something to be done. Right. And as we talk about 1,000 houses, that's where Pete says it got started. Was he was knocking on doors and people were begging for something to happen. And I was one of those people in our neighborhood association board, which was white, black, and Latino. We were begging for this to happen.
And this is all happening too in the context of just after the Great Recession. So, the population had kind of stabilized in the 90s. And then in the 2000s, it took another hit. And we lost like 8,000 people, I think, between 2000 and 2010. So these are recent homes.
Right.
And then there's no people for them. We just don't have the people for it.
When you said it stabilized, though, it never got close to what it was.
No. What I mean is it stopped declining in the 90s. And I think a lot of that was annexation.
Mm-hmm.
The city really went on an annexation hit on the south side. So the numbers looked okay. And then in the 2000s, the Great Recession hit, and a lot of, the economy fell out again. I think our unemployment rate peaked at 14%. And that was way higher than nationally it even peaked. So you had no demand of jobs here, and you had no demand for people here.
So that kind of leads us to the program. That's a little bit of the background. Now, lead us up to Pete taking over in 2012, and this 1,000 Homes initiative comes on the plate. And do you want to kind of walk us through?
Yeah, so I can tell you from my own experience. So I actually worked on Pete's 2011 campaign. I thought he was this great guy coming in and actually wanted to do something, make an effort. And the number one thing the campaign heard, at least when I was an intern there, was, what are you doing with these neighborhoods? Because my mom's lived here for 20 years. She's kept up her house, and all around her, it's falling apart. What's the city doing? That was the number one concern.
And falling apart largely due to outside investors.
Exactly. And not even just out-of-state investors. The city didn't even know the names of many of these people, because they would make an LLC specifically for that property. So they would make a company called 2014 Sunnyside LLC, and they would buy 2014 Sunnyside, and they wouldn't do anything with it. They would sit on it because they had the hope one day, 10 years from now, maybe it would increase in enough value that they could sell it for, a 10% profit. And they did all this online. They never saw the property, and they never touched it.
So why would they do the fake name?
So we can't get them.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can't. It's very hard for the city to track down these people because it takes time and energy to find out who started the company, because they'll start it like in New York, and then they'll transfer it to California, and then they'll buy the property. So it's very difficult for the city. We can do it, but when you're talking about thousands of properties and each one takes 10 hours to find out who actually owns this, all just to get 100 hours in property taxes from them.
And Joe, we're not talking about like 2 or 3 companies. We're talking about a significant
We're talking
portion.
about thousands.
Wow.
We're talking about thousands of companies where this happened. I mean, it's something that, so this has happened all over the Rust Belt, which I think is something that people don't quite understand is, so Dayton, Youngstown, we actually didn't have it as bad as some of these cities. Youngstown's lost 60% of their population. I mean, Detroit's the poster child of this, lost 4/5 of their population or something like that. And it's not something that I think people outside of this region understand, or even people in the region understand. Because if you move out to, the suburbs of your community, you just think, oh, the city's falling apart because of X, Y, and Z. And you don't put together, hey, we lost all these jobs, so we lost all these people, and we have a city built way too large for what we have.
And this issue started years ago. This is not something that's new.
It's a 2-generation
right.
building. My dad was born in 1957, and when he was born in the city, every neighborhood was bustling with people, and each neighborhood had its own little downtown, even its own little main street, and all those are gone. I mean, Indiana Avenue, where in the Rum Village neighborhood, used to have its own grocery store, its own movie theater, its own bakery. All those are gone. Not only the businesses are gone, the buildings are gone because they were vacant for so long. The city came and tore them down because they were hazards. So you have these neighborhoods that not only are they depopulated, the lifeblood that gave them a purpose to live there was collapsing too.
Let's fast forward to Pete then. So we're sitting on this problem, and January 1st, 2012, Pete takes office and decides to start tackling the problem that he's heard about when he was going door knocking through the election process.
Yeah, so he starts this. Pete doesn't like to do anything, I've noticed, without at least some justification to do it. So he saw something on the ground, but he wanted it to be confirmed. So they started this vacant housing task force, which had like 10, 15 community members on it, a couple of professors from Notre Dame who study demographics, and they came out with this report at the end of 2012 saying, here's how bad it is in South Bend. We had 1,900, they estimated at least 1,900 vacant and abandoned homes, primarily located on the west side and the southeast side of town. And so he said, what are we going to do about this? And that's where the kind of program 1,000 Houses in 1,000 Days came from. And the idea was we have to get rid of some of these homes. We have too many homes for the population to support. We're just not going to have that kind of population increase to support this in probably our lifetimes.
Right. And if they're not livable, then they're not doing those neighborhoods any good anyway.
No, they're not doing, and they're making it even more unlivable. Like I said, it spreads like a disease. So you're making more homes unlivable if you keep these homes around. So the program was the word is address, to address 1,000 Houses, 1,000 Days. I hate when I see, we tore down 1,000 homes. We did not tear down 1,000 homes. The program addressed, and this was as of a couple months ago, 1,122 houses. 60% of those were demoed. 40% were repaired. So and that was more, I can tell you, than the city thought we'd repair.
And of those 60% that were demoed, Joe, how many people lived in those homes?
0.
One more time.
0.
Okay.
These homes were, and it's kind of hard. They were vacant and abandoned. That's the definition. No one lived in these homes, and that was the problem. Some of them were owned by people who were trying, to keep them up, but that was not the majority at all.
Yeah, again, the majority were the investors, right?
Yeah, the majority were landlords who either couldn't rent them and then they couldn't rent them, so they did no more repairs to them. So, collapsing roofs, burned out. Fires were actually a big problem. I don't know if, I think you guys were all here at that time, maybe. It'd be on the news once a week. Hey, house caught fire.
That's right.
House, and then you just don't see that anymore because the houses are gone. The houses that caught
abandoned
fire.
house
Yeah,
caught
an
fire.
abandoned house caught fire, and maybe because a kid was playing it or smoking, in his house, and now it's a huge, and then that spreads to your neighbor's house
Right.
that was occupied.
And that's kind of the biggest misnomer about this whole thing, then, I think, as it gets out there, is there's kind of been this narrative that's been spread that the administration under Pete's leadership came in and took homes from residents, specifically poor residents, and tore down their homes in favor of building newer, nicer stuff downtown or elsewhere, right? And so, again, just the reason we keep hammering this is the issue is it was vacant and abandoned homes, and the vast majority of them were owned by multiple house investors, many of them out of state or out of country.
Exactly. And in the neighborhoods where this happened, you have not seen a flood of high income residents coming into these neighborhoods.
Right.
So rents have not drastically increased in these neighborhoods. When people tell me, oh, Pete gentrified South Bend, I tell them where. There's maybe one instance where you can talk about gentrification in South Bend, and that's just south of Notre Dame for like 6 blocks.
Absolutely.
And that was happening before Pete, and it's going to happen after Pete. Because
It's going to happen for a long time.
It's going to happen for a long time. And even today, I checked on Zillow just to make sure I could say this. There's a house for sale right now for $85,000 that is definitely livable, definitely nice. You can bike to Notre Dame in 5 minutes. So even in that it's like 5 blocks that's happened.
And not to say, I want to emphasize, I think all predatory gentrification, is a problem. So even on a small scale, I don't like what happened in those neighborhoods. I don't like some of the decisions the former administration made, about that. So I don't want to make light of that at all.
Definitely.
But to say, that it has happened in South Bend in coordination with Notre Dame in that area, and that was predates Pete's administration. But elsewhere, especially specifically tied to this 1,000 homes thing, that's just frankly not what we're seeing.
Yeah, the neighborhoods where these houses either came down or they were repaired, again, 40% of the homes were repaired by the resident or with city help.
Wait, tell me about the with city help.
So the city has a number of programs where you can apply if you're a homeowner and you meet income requirements, that they'll help you get a new roof. They'll help you put new windows in. So they'll help you do constant maintenance so that your house doesn't become to the point where you have to put so much money into it, it's not worth it. That's something that has grown. Now I think it's over $1 million a year residents can apply for. And that's so we've kind of addressed the problem. We don't have these vast swaths of vacant housing, but we have to make sure it doesn't happen again. And the way the city's addressing that is giving out these small grants to individuals who are homeowners, who live in the city, and who just want to keep their house up.
Let's talk then about the results. What were some positives of this initiative, and obviously what were some negatives?
Sure. So, the positive is we don't have a vacant and abandoned housing problem anymore. I think the city estimated we have 100 homes now, and that's normal for a city that has 40,000, 50,000 homes. And we've stabilized the population. So it's not increasing drastically by any means.
Even though it did.
Even though it's gone up by about 1,000 people.
Yeah.
So 1%, which the nation as a whole has gone up 8% in that time. So
this is the first time in a generation where
Definitely.
our population is
exactly.
on
This
the
is the
rise,
first
right?
time since the 60s.
Which gets me excited. It's only 1,000 people, but it's 1,000 people.
That's big. And we have room for 50,000 more.
Right.
Easily. We have the roads, we have the sewers built for the city that just
We
is
love our sewers here in South Bend.
We
don't
do. I know everyone brings
That
up
will
the
be a
sewers.
whole new. They talked about it last night
They
on the
did.
town
That was
hall.
great.
Our sewers are awesome. It's such a weird
so-
thing to say, but it is.
But we've also seen, and this is one of my Twitter threads that kind of went viral, whatever the term is about this, is the neighborhoods where this happened, and you can speak more to this, especially in Keller Park and then your Northwest, is it's not that these neighborhoods are now bustling and that they're perfect and Pete solved everything. It's just that we've stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
So it now makes sense for you to buy a home for maybe $50,000 and
Right.
put some money into it because you can at least sell it for what you bought it for.
That's right.
And you, instead of living next to a home that's burnt down and you're afraid your kids are going to get hurt, you live next to an either empty field that you bought and so you have a bigger yard, or it's just an empty grass field. That's infinitely better than a home falling down.
That's right.
And it's given those neighborhoods a sense of pride in
Exactly.
being
Well, one thing Pete did for South Bend that I always say he's not the cause for our recent, Civic Pride and success, he was one of the catalysts, but he could not have done it without 1,000 other people who helped him along the way. But what he did is he proved the city can do something.
Yeah.
He proved that there is something that the city can actually, there was a problem and the city addressed it. And of course, there were a couple issues. I mean, any big problem is going to have, have a big solution with little problems along the way. But the city actually said, we're going to do 1,000 homes and we're going to do it in 1,000 days and we're going to end this problem once and for all. And the city did it. And now we have new problems, what to do with these empty fields. But that's, these empty lots. That's a different problem. And it's much more manageable and it's not an urgent problem.
Right.
This is going to be a 50-year solution because it was a 50-year buildup.
So props to, as we're talking about results of this, props to the other things that have come around recently. Maybe, I think the criticism could be there wasn't a plan in place in time. There wasn't a plan in place soon enough, right? And so that's something that I would have liked to have seen maybe ready a little sooner. But what we're seeing is we're seeing these neighborhood plans in these regions, like the Southeast neighborhood that Joe was talking about, and they're just in the process of wrapping one up on the Northwest side, in my neighborhood near Northwest now. And so they were bringing in the neighbors together, they're bringing in experts together, and they're talking about how can we make sure that the neighborhoods become a place where there's multiple level of income housing available, right? So that our neighborhoods are integrated and not letting the gentrification happen, right? So even though we're miles away from displacement at this point, just due to our high housing stock, being miles away wasn't enough to sit on our hands and say we're just gonna to remind ourselves that we don't have a problem yet. I love that the city was proactive to say, no, we need to make a plan that ensures that we become the neighborhoods and city we want to become instead of just hoping that it stays that way.
Definitely. I mean, I think the city now, like there probably are legitimate criticisms. Hey, what did we do next? But I think the first part was, can we do it at all? That was the main goal, fix the problem. And now we can kind of handle the new problem we have. But yeah, the neighborhood plans that are coming out are just fantastic. I mean, they're bringing in any community resident who wants to, and they're really focusing on, like you said, making sure this doesn't happen where, okay, this neighborhood was predominantly lower income, we tore down all the homes, and now higher income people are coming in. No, how do we make it so the people who still live there, who put up with the worst, these people deserve help from their city because they're the ones who stuck it out. They're the heroes in this story who stayed in South Bend, who invested in South Bend. How do we make sure that they can stay in their neighborhood and that they can prosper from any increase in population that happens?
And I like, Joe, how you talked about, like, this was a 50-year problem that led up to this, right? And now we're moving 50 years forward. And I think about, like, when Pete talks about this whole, like, this era, right? We're changing the era. And that's kind of like what we're talking about in South Bend. Like, is everything fixed? Absolutely not. But I think it changed the trajectory for what is possible in our city. Just by taking on that project and focusing on an issue that the city was able to do something about, and now it's going to just do so much more for what is possible, I think, in our neighborhoods and in our community.
Yeah, I mean, it proved the city can succeed in something, and so now we have to succeed again. What Pete always says is this decade, if we maybe will look back 20, 30 years from now, was a turning point. It wasn't where we fixed everything. It wasn't where South Bend became this shining city on a hill, but it was where the tide turned.
That's right.
I like that. So, Joe, as we wrap up this section here, I want to give you an opportunity to maybe address some criticisms that people might get wrong. I see you're on Twitter quite a bit. I mean, we all are addressing these things. But what would you say to people that are actively misunderstanding what's going on
So,
here?
and I don't mean it with malice.
Yeah,
Because
for sure.
People don't know what they don't know. And if you're coming from a situation where you're a reporter and in your neighborhood, you're seeing housing prices skyrocket.
Right.
And you're seeing, your neighbors getting displaced. And then you hear about this program. It's like, okay, that must just be this. Come here and actually look at some data and look and talk to people.
Pete loves data.
And we should, because like I said like I say in Twitter all the time, if you think gentrification is a problem in South Bend, or you think that, hey, this program did this, well, show me the neighborhoods where that happened, because I don't see it, and I don't think anyone else sees it. Housing, how should I say this? Since Pete came in 2012, on average, the housing costs in South Bend have gone up 1.2%. Nationally, they've gone up 5.6%. So we are way below even the average of how far, housing costs are increasing. So that's one, common mistake I see is just like, oh, he's gentrifying the city, because they see like we have a couple downtown apartments, and it's like, well, no one lived there.
Yeah, those buildings were empty.
Yeah,
or
that's
we just had
another
new
aspect,
development.
regarding housing that I think people see. They see downtown and they see, oh, it's bustling now. Even though I would not call it bustling, it's definitely getting better. But
It's getting better.
It's getting better every year, and that's exciting to see. But downtown was a ghost town. No one lived downtown. There were, I think, I was trying to rack my brain this morning. I think there were 2 apartment complexes downtown. One was Robertson's, where it's for lower income elderly people. That still exists. That, as far as I know, hasn't changed at all. And the other is the Marmain, which is not, I don't think, based on income requirements, but is a lower style apartment complex that still exists. And I know you can still rent an apartment there for like $450.
Let me interject real quick here. And if you want to do homework at home, Google Maps provides a great way to do this, right? So Google Maps, the street view in many of these neighborhoods we're talking about, the last street view update was from 2011. Unfortunately, I would love to see a more recent one.
So Google, I know you're listening because you listen to everything. Get down here and do some more street maps.
Yes, Google, please come do an update. But so 2011 would have been right when this Newsweek article is coming out, right before Pete takes office. Walk through a neighbor. You can do street view and just kind of like walk with your fingers through a neighborhood. Look at the block of Queen Street between Portage Avenue and Sherman Avenue, right? Just look at those 2 blocks there, and that'll give you kind of a perception. Those are some of the houses I'm talking about in the Keller Park neighborhood. We're right there on that block, right? So do some of this while we're talking about that, and then look at downtown. So in downtown, you'll be able to see a more recent update to show you what things look like in Street View, and you'll be able to see, you can do the history time slider and go ahead and slide back to 2011, right? And look at what things look like before and what things look like now.
Yeah, I mean, downtown to me is like one of the success stories. It's
Well, I mean, 10 years ago, I don't think you could get dinner after
No,
6 o'clock
and
in
like-
downtown. Like you just, everything closed.
everything
It was
closed.
done.
And I did want to mention, so like I think in the previous podcast you all said you didn't grow up here.
We didn't.
So I grew up here, and like I said, I was born in the very early 90s. So I was a kid growing up, especially early 2000s when I finally got a bike and was exploring these neighborhoods. And like, it does something to your psyche when you drive, you ride around as a kid and everything is a reminder that this place is worse off than it used to be. And like, I think I have like an obsession with nostalgia now because of what I grew up in. Like hearing the stories from your dad, we're like, oh, this neighborhood used to have this and this and this, and I used to go here, and it's all gone. And there's not even like there's not even a token of it left. I used to explore the Studebaker factories. Probably super dangerous, but I used to explore and they're like vacant, and it's like now all that is changing. And I'd be interested to see kids who are growing up now. Like they're not growing up in neighborhoods where every third house is vacant. They're not growing up where the big factory, we still have a couple left, but the big factories they're gone or they're repurposed. And that is amazing. Or you're driving downtown and you see, this used to be a beautiful old hotel and it's sat vacant for 30 years. Like, what does that do to you when you're a kid and you're growing up in that over and over? You're just being reminded, get out, because there's nothing here anymore. This place used to exist for a reason. That reason's gone, so it's just going to fall apart. And that was like I said, the biggest thing Pete did is he just changed the narrative of like, no, this place matters. South Bend matters, and we can repurpose these buildings for new life.
And I said that in the first episode. I think the biggest thing Pete's done for me is he's bestowed hope on the area. And the hard thing about what you're talking about is there's no statistics for that. You can't take a polling of how much hope do you have?
Yeah. I mean,
but you feel that.
It's just a feeling. And I would say even his detractors, I think, expect more from the city now than they used to. So even the people who say he didn't do enough, which like there's definitely some areas where I would say he hasn't done enough because no one's perfect.
Yep.
I think they even have hope. Okay, Pete did this week, so we can finish it all. We can actually complete this. Like I had a friend who his dream was always to live in Chicago. He wanted to get out. We grew up together in one of these neighborhoods, Rum Village. And he's like, I'm moving. That was always his goal. He became a teacher and he just bought a house off Chapin.
All right.
And,
awesome.
His wife moved from, Indy area up here. So that was growth. And he never would have done that 15 years ago.
Right.
It's entirely because he can get a good life now here. Not that it was a bad life before. I don't want to trash what South Bend was. As a kid, you only saw the bad and you wanted to get out. But like you said, you can actually go downtown and not feel depressed.
Right.
I was sitting downtown yesterday outside eating Bruno's Pizza, and there's live music going on. There's people literally dancing at noon, playing cornhole or bags, depending on where you're from.
It's
And
cornhole.
it's
It's
definitely
cornhole.
cornhole. We'll settle that now. I'm sorry. I don't even know what bags is. And the guy I was eating with looked at me, he goes, and I think he's been considering moving to Charlotte. He goes, why would I move to Charlotte? Like, this is just as cool as Charlotte.
And it's still, you can have a quality of life here. Like I'm the biggest person saying, if you are unhappy with where you live, come check out South Bend, because you can probably do whatever job you're qualified for. And if you do it well, whatever passion you have, you can probably find a niche in South Bend where you can get paid to do it. And you can probably buy a home, be your own homeowner, and usually an old, gorgeous 1920s house that has, super great details. And you can bike 10 minutes to a great downtown.
Yep.
That's something that's, if you try to do that in Chicago, there's no way you could do it. Even in Indy, even in some of these neighborhoods in Indy that are like Broad Ripple, they've become so expensive and so insanely. And that's just, if it's not going to happen here, and the city's going to make sure of that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you stopping by, and this has been enlightening for me, and I know it has been for our listeners. And I just appreciate the work you do, and seriously being an ambassador for the city. And Mayor Pete, I know you said intentionally aren't going to comment a lot on Mayor Pete.
Yeah,
and why was that?
So I'm actually pretty good friends with Mayor Pete. I'm in the book Shortest Way Home. I'm one of the guys he drags out at 6 a.m. to run. We usually drag him out actually more. So I've known him for a long time. So I have a bias towards Pete, and I'd be 100% certain of that. That's why I don't comment on usually his political aspirations beyond South Bend. I know I just can't do it, objectively. But I think I can talk objectively about South Bend because my relationship with South Bend predates Pete. I was born here. I saw the city before him, and then it also is going to post-date him. I bought a home here. We're going to live here. So I feel pretty comfortable that I can talk to you about South Bend. And I think a lot of residents are seeing that or feel the same way as, hey, his politics may be something, but I just want to talk about South Bend. If people are interested in South Bend, I'll never shut up.
Well, thank you again. We appreciate you not shutting up on this show. If people want to follow you or get a hold of you, how can they do that?
Yeah, so the Twitter handle is Joseph R. Molnar. Usually it's just pretty pictures of South Bend and occasionally some snide comments.
Defending your city, of course.
Defending the city. And that's the thing that Pete did is he made it prideful to be from here. And thank you guys for doing this podcast. This is great. I'm glad to see more South Bend perspectives out there. If anyone has any more questions, they can feel free to reach out to me or reach out to the city in general. We're always listening. There's always things to do better. Those neighborhood plans you talked about, I don't know if 5 years ago we would have done that. But now that's what we're doing for almost every single neighborhood. Though I think the goal is to do it for every single neighborhood.
Thanks. We're going to be right back with Pete in the news. He just had a town hall last night, and we're going to debrief that shortly. So last night was the MSNBC Hardball Town Hall with Pete Buttigieg, and as come to be expected almost, I'm obviously biased, but Pete knocked it out of the park. It is almost, Ryan, you talked about this a little bit when we were on break. It's almost like another walk in the park, like for us that have been following for so long. It's like, hey, another town hall, another amazing job.
It's almost hard to comment outside of getting into the nitty gritty of the policies he presents itself, just because if you're trying to comment big picture, it's just kind of the same big picture time after time of him seeming to listen well, answer questions pretty directly, and come across as both knowledgeable and likable.
Letty, what's the tweet that you have pulled up?
Yeah, so last night, Gwen Graham, who is a former member of Congress and a Democratic candidate for governor of Florida, she put this tweet up that I saw, and it just had the eyes emoji, and it said Pete Buttigieg on Hardball Chris, and I just said, hey, Penny, for your thoughts. And she responded this morning, and I was just reading it to you guys, and it says, it hit me last night that Mayor Pete reminds me of Yoda. He speaks with intelligence and confidence in a calm, reassuring tone. As with Yoda, he draws in the listener, and I just thought that was great. And completely agree. We can all agree that Pete has a very relaxing tone, and you very rarely see him get completely flared up or or get thrown off guard by a question. He's just so calm and cool.
I want to highlight some of the key moments for ourselves last night. And for me, one of the first ones came where there was a woman addressing, asking Pete a question. She was really direct. She said, "Why should we vote for you when there are several women that are more qualified for you that are running?" And very direct. And I thought his answer was amazing and beautiful. And he said, basically, you're going to have to decide that for yourself. I wish there was a woman in office right now, is what he said. And he followed up with, at the end of the day, you might not be for me, but I promise that I will be for you.
Right. A great answer. And something that I think is really key to take as well is that Pete's not saying that these women are not qualified or that they don't have this wonderful resume and that they're not, that they wouldn't even be good candidates. What he's saying is my message is different and I know that I am who I am. He's not, he can't change the fact that he's a white male, right? Whatever it is. But he understands why people feel the way that they feel. And he's said it before that regardless of who's in the White House next, whether that's one of the female candidates, whether that's himself or one of the other male candidates, that regardless of who's in there, like we need more representation in the administration as far as women goes, but also regardless of who's in the White House, male or female, that they need to make sure that they are supporting women and the issues that are important to them.
I see time and time again that he practices this philosophy of, for the most part, keeping other people's names out your mouth. Chris was trying to bait him into basically talking down about Biden's campaign to start the show, and he refused to do that. And he goes, "Well, it's clear you're talking about him. It's clear. Just say you are." And Pete's like, "Well, there's like 26 of us running, so I'm not necessarily bashing anyone's campaign. It's what you said, Letty, that this is who I am and this is what I represent. It's not about bashing anyone else." And I love that.
And I gotta say, I don't know if you guys have seen this picture's been going around. By the way, I love Pete's campaign staff. I gotta say that for one, they're super engaged in social media with everybody, and I think that's part of his process, right, of listening to everybody, and that's what his people do as well. But there's this picture going around of his campaign staff right now, and I think they're close to 80, and over 50% of them are women.
Yeah, I think it was 55%.
Right. So, I mean, I think it goes to the whole practice what you preach. And he's not even the one who's going around saying this, right? Like it's just there. He's not necessarily going on bragging about it either. We shouldn't have to, because that's what it should be.
And can we, on the women candidate thing, how great is it that there's really fantastic qualified women candidates like Liz Warren and Kamala Harris themselves, in addition to the others, are just doing a fantastic job. So it's great to see, agree or disagree with their policies. Everybody's going to have their own opinion. So I'm not commenting on that. I'm just saying they're really thoughtful people that are putting out a lot of really good ideas.
Very strong candidates.
And strong candidates mean that we're going to get more out of all of our candidates, right? Because this is the competitive field here is definitely wide. We know that. And it's really going to force everybody to kind of be on their best game. And they can't slack because you've got somebody else who's willing to pick that up.
Letty, what was one of your favorite moments from last night?
I gotta say the Gephardt appearance and the 2003 Pete appearance is just it's just so cool to see a young Pete and realize that it's the same Pete. Oh my gosh, he's the same guy. He asked the same.
For those listening, sorry to cut you up. Can you kind of do the backstory of what happened? Yeah.
So Chris Matthews reminded Pete that this is not his first live town hall appearance, and somehow dug up a video from 2003 where Pete was a Harvard student and he was in the audience and was able to ask a tough question of the candidate, and I believe that was Dick Gephardt. And so they aired that little piece of Pete could see himself asking the question, and he kind of joked about while he sympathizes now with everyone on the stage because he was hard on them too. And then the really cool part, I think, was that Dick Gephardt now was able to get on the screen and ask Pete a question. And so it was just this really cool, I think, experience and just how these things come full circle. But one of the things I think it just really points out, though, is that this is Pete's always been on the same message, I think, and he's always sort of been the same person, and definitely he's developed and he's grown as a person and a politician and a candidate and all of that. But at the heart of who he is, he's always been who he is.
I love it. One of my favorite moments of last night probably had to be when the issue of voting came up, and for those incarcerated, Pete said his answer didn't change. He said people in jail shouldn't have the right to vote, and that's where it stopped a month ago in one of his town halls. I forget which one it was, but in this one he actually followed it up. He said that he believes that's the way it should be in a fair system. People in jail shouldn't be allowed to vote, and then he followed up with, he said, I've either done some research or I've sat down and talked with people, and he said he realizes and understands the critique that we don't live in a fair system. And so to trust that system, to trust who should be allowed to vote or not, he said that's problematic, and he understands that. And so he understands, like, it's not a dualistic world where it's either yes or no, but he said at this point, he still lands on the side of if you're in jail, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. And I appreciated that for a lot of reasons. But mainly for me, when that first came out a couple months ago, I saw so much backlash on Twitter about it. Mm-hmm. And to me, it just demonstrated, one, an understanding and an acknowledgement of, hey, there was more to this that I might have not understood. And now I've come along and I've sat with people and I understand, hey, this might be a little different than I initially thought.
And I appreciate that he's always listening. I think that's something that we've noticed just as residents of South Bend here, to his credit. But I do want to emphasize that I think whether you take his position of not extending voting rights to those who are incarcerated, or the position of some of the other candidates that would want voting rights for those people, I think you can take either position as long as you need to acknowledge, if he's taking the position he needs to acknowledge that people are unfairly and disproportionately incarcerated. People of color are unfairly and disproportionately incarcerated, which leads their interests and their families and their population to be disproportionately unrepresented as a result, right? And so I don't think he can take the position he takes there without acknowledging that reality and having a plan to fix that. And what I'm thankful for is the first I heard him talking about it was in his presser with the Reverend Al Sharpton, and he was talking about and saying that he said, I believe voting rights should be given as soon as they get out, but we need to tackle some of these issues that are causing these unfair sentencing and unfair incarceration statistics, right?
It's a giant system, and he addressed that last night with the black tax and reparations. And I feel like he's getting more into his element with these topics.
He's diving deeper into his policies and what he wants and plans to do, and I'm happy to see that unfold. I think as more and more people are learning about Pete, as opposed to just the headline, and I think it's important that he's addressing those things, because what he's talking about now is sort of, I understand that this is how things are, and I think a lot of people have said that, but he's also saying this is where we need to go in order to fix that, or not even fix it, to address that, right? Because these things are not overnight fixes, and I don't think anybody thinks that they are, but we need to address these things and reverse it.
The whole thing entirely, but
shame.
Yeah, shame. Well, the thoughts I do have, I just wanted to point out this is the week that his team released their value statements for both all of their representatives and all their surrogates, and then asking all of their followers and supporters. And I think that both, again, is a reflection of the Pete we've seen and the Pete we've known, but also I think it's something that respects the dignity of each individual that may be on opposite sides of conversations. And so that's something that I really love, something that makes me want to be a part of something. And when it's saying something that is going to be positive and treat people with dignity, when so often politics and disagreements can go the opposite direction.
He said last night, and I think we can close with this. He said, there is good and bad in each and every one of us, and we're capable of each. But let's be good. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in to another episode of the Good Guy Pete podcast. I'm Michael.
I'm Letty.
And I'm Ryan.
If you want to get in contact with us, you can email us at contact@goodguypete.us.
You could also follow the Good Guy Pete podcast on Twitter. You can also follow Good Guy Pete on Facebook.
We've received a ton of contact and feedback from you guys, and we don't take that lightly. And we want to respect you and your opinions and your thoughts. So continue to give us ideas and questions, and we read all of those, and we try to respond to all of those in a timely manner the best we can. But we also need your guys' help. What we mean by that is if you guys could do something as easy as subscribe to the podcast, rate and review us, and also share this with friends and family. There's a lot of people out there that still don't know Pete's message and who Pete is, and we're hoping to bring that light to others. So thank you guys, and we'll see you next time.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigiig. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
Welcome, everybody, back to the Good Guy Pete podcast. I'm so excited to be here again with you guys. It's been a fun week in our world with the podcast. Big news. Liz, one of our biggest fans, I'm assuming, agreed to be on the show this week. So that was awesome.
That was.
Letty, were you excited?
I was sitting in my vehicle when I read that, parked. Of course, I was not driving, and I literally screamed.
Changing the world, Liz. Changing the world. Thank you.
Yep. So we were geeking out a little bit about that, and it's going to be exciting to have her on. And then Bradley Whitford, who I know is another big fan of the show, The West Wing, and also Handmaid's Tale, and just his voice in general in the public sector is just. I really enjoy him, and so I'm excited. He hasn't necessarily verbally said he's going to be on, but like from his body language, I can tell
all the signs are there.
All the signs are pointing to yes.
Right.
You know what So
there was a like and a retweet. So I think appearance on the show is
the obvious next step.
Obvious next step.
Exactly.
He knows we exist, and I think that's a good step in the right direction.
Right.
So I think we've progressed rather than regressed in that scenario.
Yeah. So Good Guy Pete podcast, the South Bend perspective and West Wing perspective, if you'd like to join us.
Yes, absolutely.
And just, I don't think this has been said on air yet, guys, but I had not seen The West Wing, and I have started it, and I'm almost done with the first season. Wow. So the goal is, of course, for me to be done with that before Bradley is a guest on the show.
To be done with it?
Yeah.
Wow, you have a ways to go.
Yeah.
How many seasons are there?
There's like seven seasons.
7 or 8.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot. The best moment in TV history to me is Two Cathedrals.
Okay, but don't give anything away.
I won't, but
okay.
it's...
I will block you.
Okay.
I will block you.
She will cancel me.
Yoder wouldn't know that anyway, Letty, because he's not entirely sure who you are on Twitter or not half the time.
Well, that is true.
So another funny story that happened, and we'll quit bantering here in a little bit, but Letty, unbeknown to me, has 1,000 Twitter handles, and she was tweeting out from one of them, and I didn't know I was interacting with her, and she's like, "Michael, you're an idiot. This is me. I have a podcast with you." And I was like, "You're right. I'm an idiot. I had no idea."
I didn't use those words.
It was the body language.
Yeah.
I could feel it.
Twitter body language.
The Twitter body language. It's a real thing, I think.
And just to point out, that particular account was the Liz Smith groupies page.
Exactly.
And I am the unofficial president of the Liz Smith fan club.
So before we dive into today's topic at hand, I just again want to thank all the listeners and all the response and all the questions we continue to get and the emails and the support. It really, every week, it's awesome to hear from you guys. So continue to do that. Send us emails at contact@goodguypete.com, and we'll do our best to respond, address questions. And it's just cool to hear your guys' stories too. We hear a lot about what your journey and how you came to support Pete and support the show. And it's just cool to see people across the country and world. I don't know if people saw this, Letty. We're in all 50 states now, which has been amazing. And we're in, which is cool, right? I think.
It is.
It is cool. Yeah. So, and I was just talking.
They say that Russia is the political kingmakers. So
exactly,
Right.
exactly. That, see, I was just talking with Ryan, one of your coworkers who just got back from Africa, and it was cool to hear him say how when he would introduce himself as being from South Bend, there were people that lived in Africa that said, "Oh, I know South Bend. You have Mayor Pete there." And so it's cool to hear stories of Pete's message and just who he is kind of reach the nation and world.
Well, today's a great episode. Moving forward, we're going to be talking about South Bend as usual, but some of what life in South Bend is like, particularly on the west side, and particularly for our Latina and Latino community. We have a special guest today, in addition to the vast wisdom that is Letty. But
Yes.
Letty, can you introduce our guest?
Yeah, sure. So I'm very happy to introduce our guest today. You all may know her as Puerto Rico for Pete on Twitter, and I believe on Facebook as well. She pops in and out. Recently wrote a piece for Medium, right, on what was happening. For The Hill. Sorry, apologize. On what was going on in Puerto Rico. So Maricel is... not originally from South Bend, but here from South Bend. So I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself.
It's such an honor to be with you. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, and I came to South Bend 21 years ago, shortly after getting married, because my husband was hired at Notre Dame. So I was at that point finishing my PhD, and I followed him here. And I thought, really, I give it 1 year. I'm from Puerto Rico. I've been on the East Coast since I left the island, and I don't think I can deal with those winters. But here I am 21 years later, and I absolutely love this place, and no one's going to take me out of here unless I am taken to Puerto Rico.
We had the pleasure of seeing you the other day and got to hear you share a little bit about your first experience with our mayor. And so just wanted to see if you could tell us a little bit about the first time you met or encountered Pete, when it was, as far as where he was as mayor. Was he mayor?
Did you meet him first, or did you like have this awareness of him first through some way, and then when you met him, it was kind of a surprise, or was meeting him like your first introduction? How did that happen?
So I'll tell you all about it, but at first I got to preface that by explaining a little bit about what I've been doing here in South Bend.
Okay, perfect.
To put it all into context, because so I've been teaching at Notre Dame since '98, and most of this time I've been teaching U.S. Latina literature courses, and U.S. Latina refers to people of Latin American descent who are in the U.S., right? So this literature that is, for the most part, produced in English, some in Spanish, some in Spanglish.
I'm fluent.
But so that's the literature that I teach. And since 2010, I've been teaching these courses with a community-based learning component. So I use that pedagogy in the classroom. And what that means is that my students are going to La Casa de Amistad because they are the partner that I've had since then. They're going to La Casa de Amistad once a week for 2 hours to volunteer with one of their after-school programs. Students who cannot manage that, then end up volunteering in the citizenship classes that they offer or the English as a second language classes that they offer. But for the most part, they're in after-school programs.
Real quick, so your students from your literature classes are
From Notre Dame.
are coming into the community to La
Yes.
Casa de Amistad.
Yes.
Which is, how would you describe that, Letty?
La Casa de Amistad, for
Yeah.
one, it's one of the most valuable resources I think we have in the community, not only to the Latina community, but just really for anybody who's looking to be educated on those things. They have bilingual preschool, Spanish immersion preschool. They have K through 12 programming. They have they offer citizenship classes. They offer English as a second language classes. They have an immigration clinic to really help people in the area who are looking to find the right path to citizenship and to do it as it's an expensive process.
Yeah.
And it's a long process, takes years. And so they're there to kind of help the local community. And I mean, it's
So it's like a community center?
It's a community center, but if you go there, it's like right in the heart of the West Side, and it's in this old house. I don't even know how to describe it.
It used to be a store.
Yeah, it used to be a
polished
store. And it's just this. It's one of the, I think, the best things that this city has, and it's just invaluable to our Latina community here in South Bend.
I do call it a miracle organization. You know, they are a small nonprofit that has been around since 1973. So it has a long history in the community. And I can talk more about La Casa later on, but to add to the programming that, or what they have to offer, we can add also, they have a food pantry that does not serve exclusively Latino families, but anyone on the zip code area. So a lot of African Americans and other people, even white people who live in that area and are underprivileged, go to that pantry to obtain food when they need it. And they have computing classes, they have strengthening families programming. So a whole, it's a holistic view, at the individual.
So your students have been coming into the middle of that to
Right.
work alongside the
to
community.
work alongside the students and get to know them. And we have done immersions, like we used to do entire weekend immersions with families from La Casa, but that got too complicated after a few semesters. So now we have like half a day immersion on the West Side, and we do a tour and visit different businesses, learn about them, learn about the very, very rich history of the West Side. So I've been doing this for a long time, but in 2011, I was sitting at a luncheon of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition of South Bend, and the guests were all of the people running for mayor at that point. So I didn't know him, but he was one. I didn't know Pete, but he was one of the people there. So they all had a chance to give a very short speech, and then it was open up for question and answers, from the audience. And at that point, I asked all the candidates, I said, what do you think are the most pressing issues that the local Latino community is facing right now? And what do you intend to do to better their lives as mayor? So I asked the question to all of them, and the answer I remember is the answer from Pete Buttigieg, because
Who was 29 at the time?
or 28,
Yeah.
because he right away, he said, the most pressing issues, have to do with, poverty, lack of resources, educational resources, lack of healthcare access, language barrier, and he just went on. And he said that, and this is what won me over, he said, one of the things I would do if I were elected mayor would be to really get behind small organizations like La Casa de Amistad, which does this, and he told everyone what La Casa does. And I was just blown away, that he was so in tune with what the issues of the community were, and that he knew so much about La Casa, and definitely seemed like he was behind its mission, like he was going to promote it. So I was incredibly impressed. After that, I kept my eyes, on him. It's like, this guy, he's destined for bigger things, obviously. But I was obviously incredibly happy when he was elected mayor. So that's how I, quote unquote, met him. I mean, didn't really meet him personally at that point. But after that, of course, South Bend is small enough. We cross paths at different events. I've seen it just like everyone around here. Yeah. So that was that first moment. And honestly, it has just gotten better since then.
It's fascinating that you would say that, because La Casa de Amistad is really deeply rooted now, and I think our community-wide understanding of what's going on the West Side, what's going on in the Latina and Latino community. But to hear you say this, my understanding is that wasn't necessarily something that the citywide administration was coming behind previous, and which tells me the awareness now is coming as a result of what's been moving forward.
Absolutely. So because I've been connected to La Casa since 2010, or actually in conversations even before that, through all these years, I have seen La Casa before Mayor Pete, La Casa during Mayor Pete.
Yeah.
Same thing with South Bend, so and that's not to say that La Casa wouldn't have progressed, in terms of its mission and the work they're doing with the community, because in the end, it's the people, that work in the organization, the community that it serves, what makes La Casa, right? But to have the backing of such a compassionate leader who has really paid attention to the unique needs of that community has been what has allowed La Casa to grow even more, during this time. So, I could talk about the changes that have happened, in that general vicinity, of the West Side.
Well, let's go general for a little bit, because I have this question here. You talk about some of the good stuff going on with La Casa, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. But just generally speaking, as both of you being Latina women that are really connected to community, how would you say now, having gotten to know Mayor Pete through these years and see him in action, what are his general thoughts towards immigration and immigrants as far as how it plays out locally even?
I think the biggest thing about, and Marisol kind of touched on this, it's not that La Casa wouldn't have progressed without this, or a lot of the things without Pete. It's just that when you have that support and that ability, I think, to partner, because he wasn't coming in and creating a new program. There were already experts in the community who were doing the work. But it's, when you think about nonprofits, right? Nonprofits are small. They're usually lacking for resources themselves and providing to some of the individuals who have the highest needs. And so why reinvent the wheel? What can we do as a community to support what you're doing? I worked on the West Side for almost 9 years in a elementary school, and I partnered with La Casa to come and why am I going to lead things when I've already got somebody in the community who can do it? And I think that was sort of the biggest thing that has happened, is that we have a resource and we're spreading the message and supporting it, whether that's, the nonprofit I used to work for, or whether it's the city administration, or partnering with the schools, but we're able to spread what they're doing and support them so that they can reach, I think, a larger audience. And like I said, if you visit that particular organization that we're talking about, it's a small little place, but the impact that it has is so far stretched, I think. And some of the impact that has is that I see more people, for example, on the West Side, who are out and present. They're walking the streets to go get their ice cream, and the restaurants, and playing outside in their yards, and it feels more like a community, as opposed to, I go back and forth from home to work and do all that. You just get to see more life, I think, in the community because of that.
I agree with that, and I think everything that you said, that having the backing of Mayor Pete of the city has been incredible, for that community. I would like to highlight, everything that has happened in terms of renovations of that area. Because when, for instance, I remember doing tours of the neighborhood of the West Side with my students and noticing, how the sidewalks, there were hardly any sidewalks to begin with. I mean, someone with a stroller could not really walk on a sidewalk without risking being hit by a car because of all the holes on on it. It was crumbling, the lack of lampposts. So at night, it didn't feel secure. The lack of natural beauty, there was nothing there to invite people to gather and hang out in that space. And so part of what the city has done, under Mayor Pete, one of the ways I think he has really shown his commitment to the community, among many other ways, is by providing a dignified space, investing in an area of town where the big majority of the people who inhabit it are Latinos and Latinas, and who had been forgotten, because that area honestly had been forgotten for decades by previous administrations. So,
and that's not to say that there aren't plenty of improvements that still need to be made. But when we're talking about progress and growth and what's been done in a decade, people who are coming into town who haven't been here in a decade and are noticing physical changes.
Right.
So you guys would both say that the commitment that you saw when he was running for mayor about the way he cares for the immigrant and that population has been consistent through his mayor?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I think one of the things, whether you love him or hate him, is that Pete has always, and maybe this is just my opinion, but in previous employments I've had or the community work I've done, Pete and his administration have always been accessible. Whether you want to go with because you're disgruntled, or whether you want to go with an idea or to tell them you love what you're doing, I feel like the administration in one way or another has always been accessible. And when you have a community who isn't sure who they can trust, and he goes to them, right? He's showing up at the schools. He's doing the townhouse the mayor nights out in the community. So he's going where people can easily access him and easily access the administration. And like I said, when you've got a community who previously maybe has not felt heard, or has not been able or invited to the table, I think that's sort of one of the big things that he has brought, is that, nobody probably went to him and told him all those things about La Casa, and he probably went and found it. He probably went and sought it out because he's genuinely interested about those things. So I think that accessibility is huge.
One of the things I love about what you share, Marisol, about the renovations in that area is so many times he has gotten this public reputation, not in South Bend, though sometimes maybe in the surrounding area, that he only cares about downtown and he only cares about investing where people have money and wealth already to continue that investment. But that's not what I saw in my neighborhood, which was a struggling neighborhood on the Northwest Side. And that's not the story you're sharing of the neighborhood on the West Side around Western Avenue and surrounding La Casa de Amistad. And I think about the times, as you talk about accessibility, Letty, of like the streetlights. We petitioned to have more streetlights in our neighborhood, and Light Up South Bend got put into the budget to double the amount of streetlights in neighborhoods that needed it around the city, right? Or sidewalk spending, though there's tons more sidewalk that needs done. It's a problem in the Midwest with the freezing cycles that we have. But the focus has not gone primarily just in neighborhoods that have great things going on, but there's been intentionality made to say, like, this community, the immigrant community on the West Side, is important to us, and we're going to invest into that.
Absolutely. And I think that one of the things that tells us is that he's such a great listener. You know, he's willing to sit down with people and hear what their concerns are, what their problems are, and he tries to do something about it. So, when I think of Mayor Pete and the issue of immigration, I'm thinking, there's two key ideas that come to mind. And one is his respect for the dignity of the person, no matter their status, right? Documented, undocumented, recently migrated or not, it's just that core, respect for the dignity of the human being, and also his solidarity. And that goes along with compassion, right? So I think those have been key ideas that are core to the way he approaches the topic of immigration. And this is what this country needs the most at this point, because as we know, immigrants of all kinds, from all places have become dehumanized. And what he has intentionally done is try to humanize the most marginalized among us. And he has done that, like I said, through investment, so for people who like numbers and want to see concrete improvements, you can check out pictures of, for instance, Paleteria La Rosita, before and after. How does it look after, they got money to, or loans to invest on the property and renovate, etc. You can look at pictures of how the street looked before, those sidewalks, the lack of lampposts,
down Western Avenue. If anybody wants to scan, I'm always encouraging you guys just to scan Street View on Google Maps. And this one would be Western Avenue, kind of west of downtown, down around Olive Street intersection and beyond.
So in addition to that, which is very concrete, I would say that, and Letty mentioned this in passing, is his presence. So it's not just about, let's invest in the Latino neighborhood, let's help these mom and pop businesses, or immigrant-run businesses improve. And we're seeing the effects of that in that area. The area has become revitalized. But it's not just that, it's like the spirit of the people. Yeah. Like Letty said, people want to go out, you see the families walking, there's festivals, there's all these initiatives to bring people together, get them out on the street, walk around. But he's present. He doesn't miss a celebration. He doesn't miss a protest, whether it's for women's rights or for gun control or against, the raids or the separation of families at the border last summer. He's there. Or he goes to Radio Sabor Latino and he can either go and have an interview half in Spanish talking about streets, about sewers, and all these things that we all live here. We care about these things. But he also went there, shortly after in early 2017 when the threat of raids was really strong, concrete in this area, and he had a message for the people, because the community was scared, in terror, just like they are right now, So he went to the Know Your Rights, the first Know Your Rights event. He talked, so he's everywhere.
Let's talk about this. I want to zoom in on this. So you mentioned the raids. One of the things that's interesting with a mayor is they don't really have the power to do a lot on the immigration front, a lot of the primary needs that are out there. And especially in a red state, quite honestly, like the mayor's hands are tied even further. Mayors can't set minimum wage in our city. It is preempted in Indiana by the state house. They do not have control over that. We cannot declare ourselves a sanctuary city, even if we would want to, because the state house has tied hands on that. So he's been trying to do stuff locally. And one of these things you're talking about is that there was a preparedness plan that's been developed for what would happen if there is an ICE raid that takes place, an immigration raid that takes place in the city. Can you tell us about how that came together and what you've seen in that process?
So as a member of the board of La Casa de Amistad, I'm not necessarily privy to all of the intricacies of all those conversations. This was most of these exchanges were conducted by the director and other lawyers, in town. But what I can tell you is that La Casa has been behind different projects, and one of them has been having this preparedness plan that they discussed along with Mayor Pete and the city officials to have measures in place. They created, for instance, a phone tree, right, where they have figured out who are the key people in the community that need to be informed if there is a raid about to happen, so that the message can be, distributed, and also to try to ward off false reports of raids, etc. So it goes either way, right? So even just paying attention to something like that, because what so many people don't understand is the level of fear that undocumented or mixed status families face on a daily basis. And we see this with the children at La Casa. So many of them, they go to school, but they're worried that what if the mother does not come back, to pick them up? Or these are concrete. And my students witness this in interactions with the students. So it's the fear is real. And Mayor Pete, and the city, by taking these measures and trying to have a plan in place in case of emergency, that is a big gesture that says we care about you and we're trying to protect you. And also, please don't be afraid of our South Bend police, because our police are not ICE, and they're not here to try to take you away. They're not going to be doing the job of these, the federal migration agents. You can trust.
And real quick, you talked about the fear. So a few years ago, and I'll just say it was after January 2017, so you can imagine what's been going on since then. And you also alluded to sort of false reports, and we've had a couple fears where somebody, whether it was posted on Facebook that, hey, they're raiding such and such, and named a location, and people were pulling their kids out of the schools. They were driving home from work because they were scared. At the time, I was working at Harrison Primary Center, which has the largest Latino population in the community. And I wasn't at my building. And I remember getting a phone call from a friend who said, "Are you there at Harrison? Because ICE is there right now." And of course, I'm freaking out for the kids, but also because their parents aren't there. They don't know what's happening. But also, a lot of people don't know what their rights are. You can't just walk in and take whoever you want. You have to have a signed document by a judge. And a lot of people don't know what to say or what to ask, which is one of the reasons why, the community had the Know Your Rights, which was a full house, by the way, guys.
There's been 2 already.
Yeah, there's been 2. But that first one, there was a full house at a primary center on the west side. We had lawyers, we had La Casa, we had the mayor, we had high school volunteers doing childcare in another room so that they didn't have to be in there while the parents were listening to all these things they have to worry about in the event that there is a raid. And so that fear is real, and it hasn't gone down. I think a lot of people feel more comfortable as far as our community goes because of how the city supports them. But ICE is not our city. ICE is federal, and so there's still this ongoing fear. So we've done a lot of things, I think, locally, but that doesn't just go away until we can change things on that larger level, which Pete understands. Like, we can only do so much on this local level.
Yeah.
We need change at the highest level.
Yeah. Before I move to that, one other really creative thing that's gone on locally has been a program. I want to be very specifically clear because this is important. This is a program not of the city administration. It's been a program of La Casa de Amistad, but it has been supported and applauded, and there's been solidarity from the city administration and Mayor Pete's office, and that is the South Bend ID program. What can you guys tell me about that?
Well, it's a great program that is designed for all residents of South Bend. Like everyone can get this ID, but the idea has been behind it to allow people who do not have access to a photo ID to be able to have one that is actually official and recognized by the city administration. And why would someone without documents need a photo ID? Well, you would need it to open up a bank account. You would need it to get a transcript for college. You would need it to perhaps get prescriptions. There are so many instances that we are asked on a daily basis that, to show an ID. And for people without documents, that's not really a possibility. So this
Because
is a
without
way.
documents, driver's license wouldn't be an option. Is that correct?
Right.
Right. And we want people to, one, feel seen. But we're talking about, I guess, sometimes things that are even more simple that we take for granted, like getting a library card. You need to show ID for that. And that's another resource we want all our community to have. If you are an authorized person to pick up a child at school and they don't know you, they're going to want to see an ID for that. And so, this just goes, and it doesn't matter, like Marisol says, any resident, I went and got one the other day when they were doing it in town. Kids can get them as well. You've got, younger, teens who don't have their license yet who might want to have a photo ID. And I think at the last count, there are thousands of these that have now been in our community, and the program has expanded to Goshen as well, which is a county over, by the way, and they've also put out a couple thousand. So the community has been very receptive to this, and they're utilizing it. And this is also, I think, helping get people to kind of come out, I don't want to say come out of hiding, but to feel like they can come out and use some of the resources because they are residents of our community. They need to participate. We want them to participate. They should be participating. And so we want them to feel and be seen.
And what I think is cool is you guys have had basically like pop-ups at different events where people can come, and it's almost like a celebration in a sense. Like it's cool, and people are proud of these things.
It's a matter of pride.
Absolutely.
We got we coincided at the moment. We got our cards together, but I've been meaning to get one forever, and finally I figured, it is also an act of solidarity. It's like if we all get these cards, then there's no taboo. How do you differentiate, right? And there's another aspect to the cards. Besides the IDs, besides the fact that, for the most trivial of things, daily life activities that you would need them for, you have also the fact that sometimes undocumented people are afraid to approach a firefighter or a police person, figures of authority, right? Because of the fear that they might be, deported in the end. And the fact that the ID is recognized and backed by the city, it is an official form of identification that is recognized by the fire department, by the police department, by everyone, makes a huge difference. There is a certain level of freedom that it brings to people who would be afraid to show their face in a particular situation, to actually ask for the help they need when they need it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I have one last thought I want to come here to, and then one last question for you guys. And that's this. The argument could be made, and is often made, especially living here in a red state, right, that we're going to a lot of, a large extent, a lot of degrees to spend money and to do things for a population that may be undocumented or may be breaking laws in what they're doing. The thing that I've really appreciated about Mayor Pete is how he's consistently seen the goodness and spoken the goodness of our immigrant neighbors for our community. In the article that just came out, he was just talking about how the community in town, the immigrant community, keeps our town running, and even economically, right? We are a city that has an infrastructure for 130,000 in population and only 100,000 who live here. So we are only hanging on because of the immigrants that are here, even the ones that are undocumented, that are living, that are still working jobs, that are still contributing to the economy and paying taxes and all sorts of other things, right? And so the welcoming status which he brings points out the truth that South Bend, in the midst of the painful times we've been through as a city, would be in much worse shape if it wasn't for the strength of our immigrant community on the west side. All right, so last question then is, what would you tell somebody who perhaps is Latino or Latino community somewhere around the country who's trying to look at all these candidates and says, I've heard all these things of what kind of a Mayor Pete's been, just very shortly, what kind of a president could Mayor Pete be for me?
I would say that, and I'm thinking, again, this is my personal view. I'm not representing anyone, any organization particularly, but in terms of immigrants, I would say that Mayor Pete represents someone who is compassionate, humble, who stands in solidarity with the ones who need it most, and who is an incredible listener. So if you are afraid, if you need, if you want your needs met, I think he is someone who is equipped to respond in a productive way. Why? Because he has done it already.
Yeah.
Since he became mayor, this is what he has been doing. And again, I'm talking specifically about, the relationship with the immigrant community. So he has proven, that he is willing to go the extra mile, that he's willing to protect, that he sees the value in the people who tend to be considered disposable, in this society.
Just to piggyback off what Marisela said, the whole sees the value in every individual, and that's not just immigrants, that's everybody. But in this particular topic of immigrants, he does see the value of what they're bringing to this particular community, whether it's economically, whether it's culturally, constantly uplifting our community by bringing their talents and everything they have to offer, and sees it as a positive and a plus for our community, as opposed to how they're bringing our community down. And so he supports that, and he does it in a way that is compassionate. But we know that, Pete's a numbers guy and a rules guy, and he wants there to be, clear steps on how we do things. And so when we're looking at this on the national level of what he could do as a president, this is somebody who wants to get things done, will create a plan to get things done, will bring in the experts to make sure that whatever steps we're taking, whether it's the pathway to citizenship, how we handle people crossing the border, it's going to be done in a way that respects that individual and the value that they bring as a human being.
So I've been quiet a lot this episode, mainly because this is not even close to any of my area of expertise, even remotely. And it's been cool to hear your guys' story and hear, I think, the values that I've come to know to be who Pete is played out in different communities that I was unfamiliar with. When you say things like Pete sees people as people and the inherent worth that we all have, that's something I can relate to, and that's something that I love. And so I echo all of those things, and it's just awesome to see in a community that I am not so familiar with that these changes are continually happening and there's progress being made, and it's really a beautiful thing. Even like I was, there's always trolls, right, on social media.
Oh yeah.
But even last night, just talking with someone about how trashy South Bend is, and they don't live here, obviously. Go figure. And just continuing to hear stories of different neighborhoods and different sections of South Bend continue to have pride in who we are and
That's right.
who we have come together to be with the help of Pete, but with the help of organizations and individuals. It's awesome. Like, I can't wait to go get my South Bend ID. Like, I cannot
know.
wait.
I have to go pick mine up. I got it. I just got to pick it up.
But I think, and that's the metric of, and I've talked about this before, is like the hope and the excitement and you can't measure that, and no news story is going to capture that, and you can't like do a litmus test of it. But when you go down the west side and you see people playing, that's amazing. That's different than what it used to be. And so that, it gets me excited. It gets me pumped up. And even if Pete doesn't reach the White House, I think even just the way he can communicate about who people are is playing a big role in changing the rhetoric around who people are perceived to be in this nation. And I think more than anything, that's just what I'm proud to be a part of and proud to see. Well, that brings us to one of my favorite parts of every podcast that we do. It's Weekend Update. Basically, it's current events. So what we're going to talk on this week is Iowa.
Boom.
Love it.
There's a ton of stuff going on in Iowa right now. They got the state fair going on, and Pete has simultaneously been there a ton. He's been there 9 times now, I believe. He's there currently, or at the time of this recording, he was there yesterday.
Right.
So he's been there a ton, and not only done that, but he's also released 2 rural American plans. And I kind of wanted to touch base on those. There's an economic plan and there's a healthcare plan. And I think both are awesome and brilliant for all different kind of reasons. But first, I kind of want to talk on the fair food. Did you see everything that he was consuming?
I had heartburn all day yesterday. And that's just from looking at my Twitter feed. Heartburn. But
I feel like he went all out. I feel like it's a little bit of an unfair advantage for a Hoosier to campaign in Iowa because you speak the culinary language of state fair food.
Yes.
That way.
yeah, and the thing is everyone was sort of like, oh my God, look at all this food. And Pete's like, this is Tuesday. Like, like, give me fair food all day. He's a foodie. Anyone who has followed him before this presidential run knows that man loves food, and it doesn't matter what kind.
Yeah, typically when politicians are just like eating everything in sight at the state fair, it just feels like pandering to all of the different groups at the fair. With Pete, it's probably something he's been looking forward to for a while.
Right.
I think my favorite picture was him with the pork chop. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I think I memed it.
Did you? Okay,
I did.
Amazing. Like he had it in his mouth while he was doing something else. Just
The water bottle.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's where we've come in this presidential race is we're memeing Pete Buttigieg eating a pork chop while untwisting a water bottle. It's amazing.
We support however we can, Michael. Everyone has their different talents to bring.
I love it. It was not a talking down. It was like, I'm proud of you, Letty.
Thank
that was
you.
amazing. That is amazing.
I do what I can.
So I want to touch base on a little bit the economic plan. And this was basically a healthcare proposal for rural America that he released last week. And going through, I was reading articles and reading up on the plan. And some interesting things that I was unaware of that he says life expectancy used to be the same in cities in rural America. And now it's the biggest gap we've seen in a half century. Mm. And so his whole point and his whole proposal is to bring up rural America, which he commonly says has been left behind.
Right. Data-wise, yeah, he speaks truth, right? It has been left behind, but more than data-wise, I think there's something valid to his ability to see rural America in a way that often doesn't get noticed, right? I think when people in rural America hear Pete talk, they feel like this guy sees what I'm going through, and I think this plan is just another piece of that.
I think when people think of rural America and America, and maybe I did as well at some point in my life, was that it's just these small towns every once in a while, and it makes up more than half of our country. Like, we're not talking about just like Iowa, right? We're talking about a significant portion, the majority of our country. So this isn't just, well, he's just reaching out to these few individuals or this group. This is most of who we are.
Both plans equaled, I think, $500 billion. So it's a lot, but there's some incredible things in there. Probably moving on to the economic part of this, it's like rural entrepreneurship, which gets me super excited because I've kind of shifted into an entrepreneur role in my stage of life right now. And one of the things he coined, and maybe other people have talked about this, gets me so pumped up, is internet for everyone, or internet for all, is to provide cities and towns and people living
Eventually, you never know.
yeah, eventually, but people that haven't had historically access to high-speed data and internet to get that.
I don't think people sometimes realize the injustice that is perpetuated on communities that lack access to Wi-Fi and solid internet. I just think even in South Bend, compared to the next town over, the next town over didn't have to go the extra week long that our students in South Bend did due to snow days this year, because they were able to do e-learning days, which meant that when they were snowed at home, the students were able to get their work done on their computer. Well, that's been difficult to get launched in South Bend. We're finally doing it for the first time this year through some other steps. But the reality is that my neighbors next door don't have Wi-Fi, don't have access to Wi-Fi. How are those children supposed to maintain the same educational levels as their peers in the next town over when they don't have the same access? And so many times we can think of Wi-Fi as a fringe, like the thing that allows you to watch Netflix. But at its core, especially when schools are sending Chromebooks home now or iPads, and the students are expected to get their work done on the computer, this is their entire education we're talking about sometimes.
Well, it goes on beyond education too. So Pete released a plan for the gig economy. And so if you know what the gig economy is, it's basically people that make a living doing gigs via the internet. And so it's a way to make a living for yourself. And so for communities that don't have access to high-speed internet, where people now can make a living with a laptop and an internet connection, they're missing out on a whole subset of cultures that are thriving new careers.
Right.
It's, I would say, out of everything he's proposed, this internet for everyone probably has me most excited, just because I am living in that kind of tension right now of seeing, if I wouldn't have internet, I wouldn't have a business.
Right.
And my ability to work in a community that has that has enabled me to launch my own business. And I think giving that to people that don't have access to that, it's life-changing. It's life-giving and life-changing. And so that has me all sorts of jacked up.
An excited Michael is a fun Michael to watch, by the way, everybody. Everybody at home. Michael is so giddy right
We
now.
got to get you on a YouTube stream.
Yeah.
The other part of the economy thing I love was the community renewal visa, which allows immigrants to, encourages them and incentivizes them to move into rural communities that have population on the decline. And the thing I love about that is, the impetus behind Make America Great Again is realizing that some communities aren't experiencing the vibrancy that they once did. And instead of the immigrants being the ones that are the reason causing the problems, here the immigrants could have the opportunity to be heroes to bring communities back, to reinvigorate towns that are on the decline with increased population that's paying taxes and funding the programs in those cities. And I just love not only that it's good for immigrants, not just that it's good for cities, but I love that it flips the script on that whole conversation.
I think why this rural economic plan and healthcare plan is important is because it addresses and speaks to people in the Midwest and rural America that have been forgotten by, I would say, largely the Democratic Party, which is what Pete says. And Letty, you just got a message actually just today or yesterday that speaks directly to this.
Right. Yeah. So I get a lot of messages that'll come through the Good Guy Pete Twitter, and it could be about everything I post, South Bend as well as the podcast. And somebody reached out and said they were a moderate Republican and is now looking to openly campaign for Pete. And obviously I think that comes with some internal challenges. But he talked about how Team Pete, and when we talk about Team Pete, that's everybody, right? Supporters, not just staff, have really made him feel welcome and reminded him of his Midwestern roots in Michigan. And so I just think that's the type of energy I think that Pete and Team Pete brings, is that sort of this willingness to, we want to help everybody. It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, or even if you like us.
Yeah.
You know, we're a country, we're a community, and we really want to bring everybody together and give that feeling that everyone is welcome.
Yeah, and this in the midst of policies that are pretty progressive, right? That
Right.
This policy, the economic policy for rural America, are pretty progressive policies. But what you're hearing from messages like that is that it's still appealing and still connecting with that Midwestern core that people have grown up with around this area.
Because it's value-based, right?
Right. Well, and it's also that, and I don't think this is new ideas, but Pete is a different kind of messenger, I think. And I think that's what we're getting at with him, is that a lot of these are, I mean, we have a huge Democratic field right now, and for the most part, values are pretty much the same throughout, but it's how we're communicating those and how we want to go about putting those forward. And so I think Pete's appeal is really how he's putting this message out to everybody and how it relates to them.
This weekend, all three of us were at a South Bend meetup that was put on by the campaign, that was learning to share each other's stories, to persuade people and just walk alongside of people and basically have conversations with people about Pete and how that has impacted our lives, and share our story with others. What stuck out to me the most was when one of the staffers got up and shared her story and said she had worked on several Democratic campaigns, and that Pete has been different from any single person that she's worked with, and that it's the real deal. And I was reminded again and again through conversations tonight, like it's the real deal. And it was crazy to me to hear from the lips of someone that has brushed shoulders with Democratic campaigns throughout her lifetime that this is something different. And so it kind of just reinforced, I think, what a lot of us had been feeling, like, is this really different? Is this really different? And to hear someone that does this professionally say, hey guys, this is really different, was really cool.
I want to thank Marty South for being on the podcast today and sharing her experience in South Bend and her encounters with Pete and what he has done for the city and for the community. We talked a lot about La Casa de Amistad today, which is really a gem in South Bend. And so because this podcast isn't just about Pete, it's about South Bend, I want to make sure that we highlight that. If you want more information about La Casa de Amistad, to learn their history, about other programs they offer, you can check them out at lacasadeamistad.org, and we can share that website as well on the notes from the podcast.
Hey friends, do you love podcasts like the one you just listened to? Have you ever dreamed about having your own? Well, my name is Michael, and I work for TruthWork Media. We believe that everyone has a story, and every story deserves a podcast. Let us help you get started. Look us up at www.truthworkmedia.com, fill out our questionnaire, and I'll schedule a time to talk. It's really that easy. TruthWork Media. Everyone has a story. Yours needs a podcast.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
What's going on, everybody? This is Michael, and I just wanted to welcome you guys to an awesome episode today. I want to apologize that this episode took so long to come out. This was part of a live recording we did about a month ago now. During the episode, there were some technical difficulties, and so that led us to have to re-record this episode. So by the time we re-recorded and I got around to actually editing the thing, that leads us to today. Just a couple quick notes. One, if you're looking for someone to blame, please blame Letty. She is at fault. For no other reason than I just want you guys to blame her. Secondly, you'll notice during the recording that about 10 minutes in, we switch from the live episode to the in-studio episode. We asked the same questions and we got the same responses as the in-person interview, but you're going to notice a change in audio. So we just wanted you guys to be aware that's what was going on. We trust that you guys had an awesome Thanksgiving and are loving the holiday season. Coming up very soon, we recorded with Adam Wren, and that's going to be airing as soon as I can get around to editing that show. Thanks, guys.
Welcome, everybody, back to part 2 of the live Good Guy Pete podcast. I'm your host, Michael, and as always, I'm with Ryan and Letty, and welcome, everybody, to this incredible show. Super excited for today. Letty, what do we got?
We have what I anticipate is going to be the best show to date.
Oh, wow.
Throwing it down.
I'm calling it now. So today we have a couple special guests, and those of you who have been on Twitter probably know them very well. They are sisters, South Bend residents. We have Amika, you may know her as AJ, and we have Brianna, also goes by Anna, Maku, and they are sisters. They are South Bend residents. They are two people who love their city and support Pete for president, and we're just excited to have you guys here.
We got some standing O's.
Yes. Well deserved.
So we're excited to have you here for a number of reasons. Again, like I said, many of us already know you just from your social media presence. Brianna, we'll get to a little bit later because you work for the campaign now. But we are interested in you two for a number of reasons. One, because you have been such a voice, because you are longtime South Bend residents. You guys go back generations, and I know you get to that later. So definitely longer than the three of us. And you just have a unique perspective as women, as Black women, as community leaders in South Bend. And really, we just kind of want to hear your story. So why don't you tell us a little bit first, born and raised here, and a little bit of that, as well as any memories and perceptions you had of South Bend growing up before, you know, I guess what we call like the transition that really happened.
Who's going first?
You go first.
So we fought about who got to sit next to Letty. I won.
We always do too. So
I won. We go back. We are the 4th generation in South Bend. Our family goes back to the Great Migration. We came out of Mississippi and Alabama, and we came up this way for jobs, industrial jobs. So long history here, lots of blood, sweat, and tears in this city, and that's why we rep so hard. That's why we love so hard on this city.
I agree.
But as far as, you know, my memory of South Bend really starts with the stories that my mom told us on car rides on Sundays. You know, it was our form of entertainment. And so, believe it or not, it was driving through the city and the vacant buildings. And going through and saying, that was where good jobs were. Our grandfather worked at Studebaker. This plant closed, that plant closed. And so it was a vacant building tour of the city that was some of my earliest memories of the city. Also the downtown. Downtown for us growing up was going to pay a bill with our mother. It was driving through the city.
Driving through.
Yeah. Right. But she would tell us stories on those car rides about a vibrant downtown, you know, where she would go to get her Easter dress at the big store, where they would go get ice cream and go to the movies where James Brown came and performed.
Yeah.
You know, and the lights and the activity of downtown. And so we saw a different South Bend through those car rides and our mom's stories than what we saw growing up. So those are some of our earliest memories of South Bend were through those stories. One of the stories my mom told us that stayed with us was the closing of Studebaker. Studebaker allowed my grandparents to move across Western. So Western, we call it the lake, had most of the black families in the city lived on one side of Western, white people lived on the other side. And so my grandfather had a job at Studebaker, and it allowed for him to move his family to the white side of Western, to a better house, a bigger house, because they were a family, a very large family. That came with its own sets of problems. You want to tell that story, or you want me to tell it?
Where to even begin?
Right.
They were subject to a lot of racism and just crossing a street, like literally Western Avenue, like a 4-lane back then street. Changed their lives and completely made a difference in the same way. I think it sparked my mom into activism at an early age. But just, you know, that simple move, I guess it was a power move for my grandfather. And it showed like pride and that he was working hard and he could afford and his family could have the best. And people didn't like that. So one particular incident, I mean, my mom, she can talk about a lot of things, about being chased home from school, all the way to her house.
The house being shot in.
The house being shot in with the children in the house, but then also the house being burned down.
With the children
With the children in the family, her siblings in the home.
Ladies, I don't mean to interrupt, but just for some context, what time frame are we talking about?
We're talking
here?
about the early 60s, late 50s. And so that story was the house, it was just ongoing retaliation for how dare this black family try to desegregate this side of Western. And the whole family was there. My grandfather was not at the time, but my grandmother comes out, the fire department's there, they're assessing, and my grandmother realizes her baby boy is still in the house. My oldest uncle ran past the fire department because at that time the house was really enveloped, and he saved our uncle's life. He brought him out. And so they really, you know, were at the forefront of desegregating and leading racial justice activities here in the city. My mother also talks, so she talks about moving on that side of Western and what came with that, but they still missed that house. She drives us back. No one ever built. The house burnt down to the ground. Nobody ever rebuilt there. She drives us still to this day past that vacant lot because there was so much pride that they held from being on that side of Western and being able to do it, and that good Studebaker job was the catalyst for that. She does remind us, I would talk about my mom all day, but she reminds us, she puts it in context. She's like, now, we came back from Pete's announcement and we were in the Studebaker building and we were complaining about how cold and wet it was.
We were standing in puddles.
And we were like, it must be because this building has deteriorated
So
under
old.
time.
Yeah.
It's so old. She's like, no, where were you again? And we told her where we were. She's like, Daddy worked in that building. It never had heat. It never had air in that part. They worked in the element. So if it were cold and wet, he was cold and wet. If it was hot and brutal, he suffered that hot weather. So you were kind of standing in your grandfather's footsteps. We never met our granddad. He passed while my mom was a teenager. And I mean, it just, even that, put that in context. And my mom talks she talks with such great pride about Studebaker, but then she says, I will never forget the day it closed. Some of the joy left Daddy's eyes, and it never came back. because, you know, he lost his ability to provide for his family in the same manner in which he did. So, I mean, South Bend is in our story, it's in our history, and that's why, you know, that's why we go so hard for our city.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
amazing. And it sounds, and you know, we've talked before about people in South Bend who left South Bend with no intention of ever coming back. And it sounds like the history of your family, your family could have done that. They could have easily left South Bend. Studebaker closed, everything changed, but they chose to stay. And you just now talked about the pride that has always been there, even before we kind of had this new sense of pride in the community. I mean, has that pride, like the pride that you have today for your city, is that the same pride you had 10 years ago, 20 years ago? How did that develop? Is it the same? Is it different?
So for me, it's different, a different kind of pride. So like growing up, you were prideful in what your city kind of used to be and represent. We had a lot of great talent come from South Bend. We had Studebaker. And so it was a pride in the nostalgia that we represented. And for me personally, it wasn't necessarily an all-out like pride in like your city and where you come from. It wasn't a place to where, you know, you'd easily encourage people to come and visit. Now that's different. So when we speak about pride in the city, we were proud of Notre Dame. We were proud of Studebaker. We were proud of, you know, even Oliver Mansion and the history of our city. But it was something that didn't translate into the way that it translates to, for me, today.
I agree with that. I do think I always had a sense of pride in my city, and it's rooted in its people. My family is here. South Bend has great meaning for me because we put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into the city. So even at times where it was difficult, and we were on the dying list, those things were deeply personal to me because I know even when we were struggling and on that dying list, and maybe the stats and our real lives, we weren't doing well, I know how much effort people were still making into making great lives and making our city better. So the people, even when it wasn't in a data point or in an easiness of living, has always been a great sense of pride for me. And so South Bend is home. So there's nothing you can do to not make me proud of it.
But would you say there's something different about the pride now that goes beyond just the nostalgia?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because it's the first time I turned 43.
Just like this last weekend, right?
Yes, I turned.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I turned 43, and it's a reflective kind of moment for me every time I come to one of these, you know, milestones here. And at 43, I realized as I was kind of like doing an assessment and thinking about these things that the last 8 years is the first time in my life that I've seen change in my city. I've seen movement in our city of us moving forward, not backwards, not stalling, not remembering greater times, but me saying, oh my goodness, you don't know, this used to be, I'm now doing that with my nieces and my nephews. The things my mother did, pointing out buildings and structures to me that once were and aren't, they're seeing something renewed, and I can tell them this sat vacant for all of my life, and now look at it. So of course, it's a different kind of pride because it is that kind of realization, right? It's a realization of efforts, of belief in yourself, your city, the people of it, and you're starting to see it. And it's amazing.
I love that. So kind of shifting gears just a little bit for a while, we have people all the time coming in the South Bend. I just had someone message me on Twitter, said, hey, they're coming in the South Bend from the East Coast and they want to get involved, but they also want to know where to go and where to eat, what to do. And so my question to you guys and what we ask all South Bend residents, what are some underrated places in South Bend?
I would have to say, For me, it's Frankie's Barbecue on the west side. It's one of South Bend's oldest Black-owned businesses. Actually, it's the longest running established Black-owned business. And then, of course, Linden Grill that is now downtown South Bend and also on the west side of town along Western Avenue, but it started on Linden Street, hence the name Linden Grill.
So what do you get at Linden?
Oh my God, everything. So obviously the fried potatoes and onions. Okay, so recently, like, I don't know if y'all heard about like the whole chicken sandwich thing.
absolutely.
And like, yeah, but so like.
Do they do their own chicken sandwich?
Yes,
No.
and it's the best I have had.
Stop.
Yes.
Michael waited seriously like an hour in line
At
when that whole
Popeyes.
thing. Yeah, he could have gone downtown.
Go to Linden Grill and get a fresh chicken. I mean, they literally bread it and batter it. They are like, it is amazing.
Are they open today?
They are.
They are?
Yes.
I swear I'm going to go get a chicken sandwich today.
I promise you, you're going to thank me.
This is, can we end the show? This is amazing. We're done here.
No, we are not. We are not ending the show, Michael.
We're not done yet. But Linden Grill, to me, has the best chicken sandwiches. So just heads up, like there's no contest.
I ate there yesterday for brunch, guys, and they also have the best wings and waffle in town.
They have brunch?
Yes.
My mind is just being blown right now.
They also do catering for your holiday parties and events. And the catering stuff that they have like available is not on their menu in the restaurant. So you can go get like vegetarian wraps that are amazing. Just to give a shout out to Linden because they really hooked us up for the grand opening. Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah. So
Ditto.
For both of those, right?
For both of those. I am a pescatarian, so my food selections are a little bit limited, but those places are so important to me. So even if it's just me getting French fries with sauce from Frankie's, I'm down with it. And those businesses are not only important to us because they're great food, but what they bring to our community in terms of jobs and just pride that they're there.
And then I got to ask because there's this constant asking of the question, which do you prefer? And I already know you guys' answer, so I don't want to ask this. The General or Chicory? And I need to preface with this. We're not talking about just coffee. We're talking about ambiance and the feeling and the vibe.
He can't take
and
a
the
loss.
piece of tranquility that you get when you walk in. Which store, which establishment do you guys prefer?
Chicory.
Thank you.
Chicory. The General.
Okay. Yes.
We'll take a split.
Family warfare. Family warfare.
If I remember correctly, go ahead.
Pause. She is lying. Ask her how many times she's been in the General and how many times a week she's at Chicory.
So I've only been in the General a couple times, and actually the first time was the morning of Pete's announcement. Remember? And so that was the
Seems
first time.
special to me.
Yep. And I fell in love with the ambiance. I love the artwork. I love the simplicity. I love the size. And so for me, when I do start to have more time after Pete is president, and I have more time, I will be spending my time at the General,
I
honey.
look forward to seeing you there.
But the
Thank
best
you.
coffee, Amika, do you want to do that for me?
Chicory.
So thank you, ladies, for those very amazing answers that you just gave.
Nuanced.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay. But getting back to Pete, so in 2011, long-term mayor resigns. He'd been here quite a few years, really during that sort of, I guess, stagnant time, right? We weren't necessarily going backwards. We weren't really moving forward. Pete runs for office and wins. I mean, that was a big thing. What are your memories of that during that time? Because I know you guys have been active politically for a while. Your family has, but going back to that time, what are your memories of that switch from one mayor to another, and that other one, of course, being the very young man, Pete Buttigieg?
I remember just me personally feeling a need for change. It was just a very stagnant time for the city, and I was looking for something new and someone who had a vision. So that's what I remember around that time.
I'm gonna say something, but then I want you to talk about how you first learned about Pete with Portia. But for me, like I was energized and I was enthusiastic about him more so because of his age and all of that, because it was so different than like any other mayors that we had. But it's so weird because, like, when I think about that time, like you're used to something and you grow up a certain way. And so I never thought South Bend to be anything other than a lot of abandoned buildings and not much opportunity. And so for me, like, what I remember is almost like, wow, this is like interesting that, you know, I never thought about this. Like, had the vision to really want to like build this city up as opposed to like moving away somewhere and like contributing to something that's already pretty well established. So with all of these ideas coming in that Pete had for me, it was like pretty like kind of amazing because I never thought that could be applicable to South Bend.
So I first heard about Pete from a phone call from my sister Portia. Our sister Portia, I always have to tell a bit about her story because it is just that important, and I believe at some point it will save lives. Our sister Portia was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 32 after a year and a half of her going place to place, trying to have somebody look at her. She was uninsured and part of the working poor. She worked as a preschool teacher at the Center for the Homeless in their Montessori classroom, doing amazing work with amazing children. And so the lump in her breast that started off as the size of a pin, the tip of a pin, by the time she had someone listen to her a year and a half later, was the size of a golf ball.
Wow.
And unfortunately, after 2 years of fighting and at one point thinking we won that battle, she passed away at 34. We celebrated her or observed her 2-year anniversary of her passing on November 1st this year. But Portia was a special, special woman, and she and I were 2 peas in a pod, and Brianna made 3. And so we were a trio. And much alike in our political views, our values, and those things that we held important. And so we had been paying attention to what was happening as far as the city's going to have to get a new mayor because, as you said, our long-term mayor had resigned. And we didn't know what we were going to do. And so she called me one day and she said, Mika, which is the name she calls me, she said, Mika, I know who we're going to vote for mayor. I said, really, Portia? Who? She said, Mika, he's brilliant. And brilliant was a word that we did not use for everyone. Very few people did we describe as brilliant. My mom was brilliant. The Obamas, brilliant. Oprah, brilliant. So when she's telling me she's met the person we were going to vote for and that he was brilliant, you know, I perked up. And I was like, really? Brilliant? We're using that word? And she's like, Mika, he is. He's so smart. He's from South Bend. He has a vision, and that's what we've been talking about, what we need. He has a vision and a passion for this city. And I really think you need to talk to him. So when he comes knocking at your door, I need you to open it. And she stressed that because I'm an introvert. And if you're not an invited guest, you're not going to get the door open. So she had to say, open the door when you see him coming knocking in, because I want you to talk to him, because I think you're going to feel the same way I did. And as she's hanging up the phone in the Portia way that Portia does things, she sneaks this in and she's like, and oh, he's 5 years younger than you. and she clicks and I call her right back and I'm like, what? You want me to pay attention to someone who's younger than me? No. And she's like, Mika, he's brilliant. Do it. And he did. A day or two later, he came through my neighborhood, canvassing, and I talked to him. I said, tell me about what you want to see for the city. And he talked about exactly what we're seeing now. A city that believes in itself again, a city that has economic development, a city that has been revitalized. Those were the things he was talking to me about 8 years ago, with all this sense of hope and belief and just energy. And I was like, you know what? We're going to take a risk. We're going to take a risk on this guy who's younger than me. and I'm going to vote for him, and I'm going to support him because I want to see that South Bend that he's painting a picture of. And it was really one of the best votes I've cast.
And that kind of leads me to my next question, because it's one thing, right? You're voting for this younger man with this vision and this passion, but it's one thing to vote for him. It's another thing to see him put that into action. At what point did you really start to, I guess, really appreciate him and what he was doing? Like, when did you start seeing those changes that, you know, we talk about now, that vision for the city, that change and attitude towards us as residents? At what point did you really start to appreciate him, not just as this guy with the vision, but this guy who's actually changing the narrative of South Bend?
So for me, I was kind of like paying attention and tuned into things that were happening in the city, but then I was kind of also tuned out. I was in transition at that time. I was like moving back and forth. I was trying to figure out if I was going to move home permanently or not from Atlanta, but had decided that like maybe like a year and a half prior. So for me, like, I think a pivotal moment into where I just kind of realized there were actually things happening in this city was the South Bend 150th celebration. And so I remember like hearing about it and seeing about it on like the website, because I would always check the website for like stuff to do around town. And so I was like, okay, I'll gather up some of my friends and we'll go down here. And so, you know, I'm thinking like it'll just be like maybe some fireworks or something, you know? And so, yeah, and I had spoken to my mom because we talk to her mom frequently every day. And so I had spoken to her and she was asking me what I was doing for that. You know, it was Friday night and I was like, I'm going downtown. And she was asking a little bit about what was going on downtown. And so I told her, and I said, my aunt was in town from Atlanta. They were all their friends were there. And so I was like, you guys should come downtown, you know, just to have something to do. And so I didn't know if they were going to go or not, but I went with friends. And so I don't know, like I remember driving through downtown kind of to find a space to park. And then in the process of that being like, oh my God, like there's so many people out here. And so then it was just like getting really exciting. Like, you know, let's find a place to park and figure out what all these people are actually doing. So just walking around, you saw businesses open, you saw people everywhere. And it was just an exciting time. We had like a tribal ceremonial dance with the Pokagon tribe. Our mayor spoke. Of course, there were fireworks and all of that stuff. But at some point, like I was just really excited. And so I can't remember if my mom called me or I called her, but we spoke. And so she was just like, you know, are you down here? And I'm like, yeah, I'm down here. Where are you? But there were so many people that it would have been impossible to really find out where they were. And so I was just asking her what she thought about everything. And so she was like, you know, Brianna, oh my God, this is beautiful. And what she said was, she was like, me and Marcella, my aunt, I never imagined my city to look like this. I got tears in my eyes just from this. This is beautiful. And when she said that, like that's the moment that kind of sparked something for me, because I remember growing up and her, you know, driving us around, pointing out the abandoned buildings and being like, oh, and this used to be Robinson's department store, and this was the peanut shop, and we would do that. And it just seems so like cool, you know, and then to grow up and not have that. And so for her to be like near tears at the sight of what her city had become, it wasn't like it had become something that it used to be. It had become something that was even better than she remembered it. And so that for me was when I noticed that there was some real changes happening in the city, and I was hooked ever since. So
and that was SB 150. So what, 2015, right?
That was 2015. Yeah,
that's crazy, because that has an intersection actually when my interest in Pete started to peak as well.
Mm-hmm.
My mom and dad were in town, and we went downtown, and I forced them to go to the Ben Folds concert.
Yeah.
And we were standing outside the gated area, and I remember Pete getting on stage and actually playing with Ben Folds. And I said,
Yes.
Mom, that's our mayor. And you might not believe me, but this guy's going to do amazing things. And from that point forward, I could not get enough research. I fell in love with who he was and what he was doing for our city.
Yeah. So me, it was a bit gradual. I think 150 was huge, but it began before that. I saw, activity in the city, and then I would hear family members talk about getting jobs with better wages and benefits, and then posting it and saying, hey, this place is hiring and that place is hiring, and their wages are starting, at pretty high wages for the city. Then I would hear about a cousin or a sister buying their first home and taking advantage of city grants to help pay for their down payments. I would hear family members saying maybe they weren't ready to buy their first home, but now they had enough, wages coming in that they could move into a better neighborhood or a better house for their family. Those are things that just started first as a trickle, and then it just became common that these things were happening, and these were conversations I was having with family and friends. One of the key points to me was this summer, and I've had this belief in Pete and our city, but this summer it kind of came full circle for me, because I did tell the story about when I came home. I was met with people who were disappointed that I had decided to return home, because being successful meant you left South Bend and you only came back for holidays, weddings, and funerals. And me coming home, no matter, whatever those success indicators I had hit, was still considered a failure because I came back. That's how little belief we had that you could be successful in this city. And so this summer I was sitting on my mother's front porch on her swing with my cousin, recent college graduate, looking at Indiana and South Bend with new eyes of a recent college graduate, right? And she said, I love home. I came back. She had been in Indianapolis for about 5 years and not spent much time in South Bend at all. And she said, I came back and you guys didn't tell me how great things had gotten here. I mean, there's restaurants downtown. There's stuff for me to do. There's cool little shops. I'm looking at moving to Wisconsin because this is where that job opportunity was, because I didn't look in South Bend because you guys didn't tell me how great it was here. And the apartment that I'm about to get sucks. And I'm paying all this money and it's in a terrible neighborhood. And I looked at prices of what I could get here. I want to come home. I want to be home. My family's home. I've already looked at job opportunities. I've got a few leads, so I'll go out there, but I'm returning home within a year, and she is. She's in contact with us. She's making waves, and she's coming back home, and guess what? She's not met with disappointment.
That's awesome.
Nobody's telling her, oh, no, I thought you would be the one to make it. How could you come back? We are encouraging her and embracing her, and she's excited to return home. And that to me was so full circle. I can almost tear up because I know how it felt making that decision to come home and being welcomed by your family and supported, but everybody's thinking, gosh, she was supposed to be the one to make it. And so, yeah, that's who we are, and that's where we are in a relatively short period of time.
Brianna, you're now the South Bend organizer for Pete. So at some point, your appreciation for him as a brilliant person, as a mayor, has turned into trust, right? It's quite a jump going from mayor of South Bend, a city that you love, to president. But in the work that he's done here, at what point for you did that turn into something else where he earned your trust enough to say, you know what, I want to work for Pete and I'm going to help him become the next president of the United States?
Yeah, so first I have to say that, and I can't date it, so I don't know when exactly, but it was some years ago, and I can't remember why I was saying it, but I had told my sister Portia and everybody, I would always be like, Pete's going to be president. And so this was some years ago. And I don't know. Like, first off, I'm an empath. So I go into emotions and feelings a lot. But I just always felt that. I thought he was just I don't know, it might have been the DNC chair thing, but I don't know when it was. But so my trust actually started more so with seeing results around the city. I knew that this visionary was not only somebody who had the ideas, but then could put them into fruition, could plan them out, could get people together to get raise money, to get grants, all this stuff. I knew he could do it. And I also saw him lifting up people in my community too, right? Even people in my family, and putting people into certain positions within, that had power now over like Black engagement in the community. And so for me, that was a seat at the table. Knowing that somebody came in and wanted to hear from us and respect us enough to, ask us what we thought about our city and those things. Before I answer your question, my first actual meeting with the mayor was at the greenhouse by Adams High School.
Oh, yeah.
And so they redid the greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbor, my mom's neighbor, Casey, was on the board for that. And so he's the one that was telling us, like, come out to there. We're having the grand opening. And so I went out there with my aunt. And on the way in, we were a little bit late. And so on the way in, Mayor Pete was coming out and he had on his suit and tie and he had just, cut the ribbon and all of that. There were a group of people behind me. We were kind of like dressed for the occasion. And so it was clear that maybe he was more familiar with the group of people behind me, but he came up to speak to me and asked me what I thought about the city and what I liked about it and what I liked to see from it and all of that. And so for me, that moment of engagement really let me know that this man cares about me and people like me. So it was just like trust. Like, you start to see people in positions of authority and power. You start to see changes in your city. That builds trust because now you're walking the talk. And so when it came time that what we all knew by that point is that Pete is going to run for president, we knew that before the announcement, right? Yeah. And so when that came time, it was like, I want to do whatever I can. I believe in him. There's something about him that is so inspirational and the energy that he has. Like when Pete talks to you, even if you're in a room full of people and supporters, when he's talking to you, you're the only person that matters in that moment. And not everybody has that gift. And so it's something that comes with a person's character and being genuine. And so he has it. I trust him. I started volunteering on his campaign and just doing whatever I can to help with my little part to get this man where he needed to be. Because I certainly believed in him, but I thought that if people just heard him, if people just got to talk to him, if people just read his policies and understood where those policies came from, that a lot of those things are from experiences here in South Bend, that once they got to know him, they would trust him too. And also, he's just extremely inspiring. So for me, it started volunteering, and then it turned into actually working for the campaign as the South Bend organizer. And it's been life-changing.
We're lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to go to an audience question, and this comes from Jackson, who is in 8th grade. And he asked, do you guys think that Pete really has a chance at winning this thing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were in Iowa, what is it now, 3 weeks ago, I believe, for the LJ dinner. An amazing event and opportunity for us to engage with people from Iowa. And, we sat for hours in the hotel lobby, exhausted but full of energy, speaking to Iowans. And some of them came up and some were undecided. Some might have been for others, but many of them were for Pete. And we just had wonderful conversations with people who, although they're not from South Bend and Pete's not their mayor, they are connected to him. They see Pete as somebody who has the vision for this country to move us forward in a way that is healing, that is progressive, and that is good for the kids, you know, in the future. My niece and nephews tell me about their friends. These are 15 to 22-year-olds who are thrilled that Pete is running because they can identify with him and feels like there's finally somebody who's looking out for them. He's resonating, young and old, black and white. And so coming back from that experience in Iowa made me realize that he really can do this, because it's something for us to see it and say so, because we're inside the bubble. We're in South Bend. Getting out of our bubble and having people just as engaged, just as motivated to get others on board. I know he can do it.
I had a friend that flew down for work to Texas, and he just sent me a picture of a giant Pete sign in Texas, and he said it's still crazy to me that this is happening, because it like I don't know what you even want to call it. Pete Nation is kind of sweeping
It
across.
is sweeping. I went to Spelman College, so my friend network, my college network is nation worldwide actually, and the amount of people who will contact me because they know I'm from South Bend. It amazes me, you know, or to have me weigh in when they want to get something clear. And I appreciate them calling or reaching out to me because they know they might not be getting everything and they want to just want it from a resident's take. And it's from South Carolina, Atlanta, DC, California, Mississippi. I mean, we have friends and family everywhere who are just, it's picking up.
Yeah.
And they're saying the same thing. Like they'll call and say, I just saw a Pete sign, or I just saw a Pete bumper sticker all the way in Jackson, Mississippi. And I'm like, what? It is happening. It is definitely happening.
It's hard not to get my hopes extremely high.
High hopes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Come on. Did you see we got made fun of on SNL last night, right?
I did see that.
You know what? It just keeps the momentum going. That's all I take from
So
it.
I wanted to kind of say something too about the visibility. It's worldwide. So we, being in the field office, that's where I'm stationed. That's my base. And so we get people across the country, especially like, you know, California, Nevada, people who are like on their way somewhere else who come as, you know, just to stop in South Bend, just to come see our city and feel some type of connection to Pete. And so oftentimes for people, that's the city of South Bend and the field office. We also get people from like around the world. And so our most recent visitor was actually from Tokyo. Yep. And so he came in, and so I just was like, I need to know how he knows about Pete. And so I didn't speak Japanese, but luckily Ryan did, who's a South Bend resident. And he was there, and so they were able to have a great dialogue. But I wanted to say, too, that there are yard signs in Auckland, New Zealand. Pete yard signs in Auckland, New Zealand. They got them from me.
All right, let's dive a little deeper here now. The two of you do a great job representing South Bend on Twitter and everywhere else. Hashtag Voices of South Bend. What do you think is the biggest difference between some of these narratives that are developing on Twitter or nationally or otherwise that we're constantly talking about how we hear things going on and we're like, that's not South Bend. That's not what's going on here. That's not Pete. What do you want people to know about your South Bend and your experience of that?
That South Bend is a city, but it's more than that. And I'm going to bring it back to the people. And, you know, it's about its people. And we are a persistent and caring and people with great agency and promise and history. And I think anything that doesn't present South Bend with that is flat, and it lacks depth, it lacks texture and honesty. So that's when you hear me speak out the loudest and the most, is when our city and its people aren't being accurately presented.
So you guys find yourself organizing here locally, and I think one of the questions that we get, especially from people from who aren't around here, that you might have a good view of from your role as organizers is, has Mayor Pete's tenure here led people generally to be supportive of his presidential run? Do you see that support among the people of South Bend?
Yeah, I do see the support among people in South Bend. And so I think sometimes for a lot of people, it's like, you know, we saw him do DNC chair run. And so we're not, you know, I don't think we don't expect greatness from our mayor because we tend to hold leaders accountable, like to the hilt here. And so I don't think so many other people really are able to do that or have a close connection with their leaders to be able to do that. But so I don't think we don't expect greatness from people from South Bend. We expect South Benders to be great. But when he announced that he was running for mayor, it was like, or I'm sorry, for president, for me, I wasn't shocked. But I think for a lot of people, they were like, oh, really? And so they may have loved him, but like we're kind of protective of our own too. So it's like, you almost sometimes don't want to put what you love out there for everybody to kind of like critique and judge and not see what you see and the greatness about that. So I think there was like this protective thing and being like, well, we love him, but can he really, you know, do it? Are people going to see what we see and are they going to know what we know? And so slowly but surely, like you start to have people coming out and around now because what it is they understand now that this is the real thing. And people are now seeing what we have always saw and known about our mayor. And so the support as a South Bend organizer, it's been overwhelming. It's been overwhelming. And sometimes and not everybody's so visible, right? So sometimes it is about being at Martin's grocery store and wearing your Pete shirt, because that's where I just was. And so, you know, but it's great because it sparks conversation. So it sparks conversation. And then I know as a representative now of not only South Bend, but from my community and as this campaign now that people see that and they're like, oh, okay, so that's cool. So this is what we're doing, because they may have supported, but you may not have seen that so visibly because sometimes it's like you don't really know. But it's rapidly changing. And I think sometimes like we're just, like I said, we're so protective of what we love and we just don't want to put that out there for somebody else who doesn't know us to try to destroy. But it's been great. Like the support, I just even in Martin's grocery store, I think I went in there for a couple of items and I was just in there running my mouth, like, you know, because it starts with like, where'd you get that shirt and where can I get one? And oh, our guy is doing great. I'm so proud of him. So it starts with just me talking to a couple of people, you know, and then there's a crowd. So it's been really good.
So she's the introvert. I'm guessing that means you are not.
I'm an introvert too. So we go to Martin's together and I'm like, close your shirt, take the pin off. We are running in and running out. And I'm sitting there with the basket with the melting ice cream like, oh my goodness, we've been standing here for 30 minutes. This is what happens, yes.
I hear Mayor Pete gets that treatment too in Martin's.
I couldn't imagine why.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know, it's so funny because I've always kind of like, especially more so with Chaston, when Chaston came into the picture, like we do farmers market, like all South Bend folks do. But anytime I would like, because we're always together running our errands, I say that she's my chauffeur on the weekends. Because we're always together especially on the weekends. And so like we do farmers market and all that stuff. And so does my mom. So my mom is always used to seeing Mayor Pete and Chaston at the market. And like we would go and she would always tell me, leave Chaston alone. And this is before he was like, they were running and he's going to be our first gent. Like, because I would be like, oh girl, there's Chaston, you know? And she'd be like, leave him alone. Let him do his thing. He's low key today, da-da-da-da-da. And so after they announced and I started seeing him, I'd be like, oh my God, can I just talk to him? And she'd be like, no, leave him alone.
I love it.
I think we have a sense of pride here that since this all has happened, as much as possible, Pete and Chaston can be Pete and Chaston still in South Bend. Yeah. And so I've become more protective over that. Absolutely. So if they're at the farmer's market or at a restaurant or, you know, I saw Chaston at a pet store, local pet store, and no one is bothering them. We're not going to be the ones to break that code. It's almost like it's a South Bend code now, like chill. They get to chill. We're used to this. This is our mayor. This is our first gent. They can still be them here. And so that's why I'm pulling her away as she's trying to go up. I'm like, just leave them alone. You'll see them soon,
My wife just saw him at the lobber, and she gave him like a head nod instead of going and talking. And just yesterday, I saw they went to the Notre Dame game, and they sat in and among the people. They weren't in some kind of fancy suite.
They
or
didn't
anything.
want that.
No, absolutely not. They're normal. It's hard for people to understand, but they are in and among the people like they always
There's
have
South Bend residents
Absolutely.
participating in our community when they're here, and we want to respect that, and that's awesome that we can.
That we can, right? And we are protective of that. It's so funny because before we move on, Alyssa, our niece Alyssa had called and was like really excited because she was on the school bus, and that was one of the times that Pete was at home, and so she saw him walking as they were driving on this, and all the kids on the bus, she said, went crazy, like he was a rock star.
That's awesome.
But he was he walking Buddy?
This is Truman Erasure.
Aw, Truman loves it. He doesn't like the spotlight.
I'll just close this question to say that any narrative that says that, obviously South Bend, like any community, is not monolithic. But any narrative that tries to say that South Bend largely is not wildly crazy fans of Mayor Pete is not being honest with that narrative. So thanks for pointing out those stories.
I need more yard signs. I got yard signs in, and they were gone in 2 days.
Yep.
And they don't respect the chill, because South Bend, we're not that kind of over the top, aggressive kind of in our support of anybody. We're kind of a laid back, kind of chill kind of community. And so you got to kind of understand that. So, I don't know that that's always picked up either.
All right, let's turn to policy for a little bit. Pete has put out his Douglas Plan for Black America. What about the Douglas Plan gets you most excited? Or is there a part of it that maybe you think is underrated and doesn't get enough attention?
Everything about the Douglas Plan gets me excited. And I talk about the Douglas Plan to anybody who will listen, including the people who drafted it. I think it is the most brilliant plan out there, period. I think it is the best plan for Black America that any candidate has out there. And it is so important that Pete gets elected and gets some of these initiatives installed because they are just brilliant. So when you're talking about the $50 billion of funding for HBCUs, I'm HBCU through and through. I went to Spelman. My son's father went to Morehouse. My sister went to Clark. Another sister went to Grambling. Another cousin went to Alabama and A&M. Another one went to Jackson State. I can go on and on and on. We are passionate about our HBCUs. Our HBCUs, I'm going to give them a plug. They build the future doctors, lawyers, educators, politicians, leaders in our communities who are people of color. And that can save lives. Police officers, judges, doctors. What if my sister had went to a Black doctor who understood that Black women, when they come and present signs of pain or concerns, are often ignored? Would she still be here? Would somebody's biases not have gotten in the way of her treatment? That saves lives. That saves lives. So his funding of HBCUs, his initiatives for housing and entrepreneurship. We talked about Frankie's and Linden Grill earlier. We should be talking about so many more Black-owned businesses that have lasted generations. We have Black-owned businesses here that we are not talking about, but I'm talking about generations. Frankie's has been around for at least 40 years. At least 40 years. That's huge. There are now great-grandchildren of their originators still working there, knowing that, yes, I can go out and get an education and work other places, but they choose to work in their family business and keep it thriving. That is an option for them. that matters. That's generational wealth, you know, and I only have one story I can tell you that has a Black-owned business in South Bend that has lasted that long. That's impressive for any business, but it gives me a great sense of pride that it's a Black business, that family is very well known and respected and close to mine. And so that's part of the Douglas plan. And so health equity zones, saying that there are certain zip codes that are more at risk for health issues with water, with soil, with air, and creating plans around those zip codes so that you make those healthier environments for people who are living there. These are things that can save lives, not just for Black America, but all Americans. And it is a brilliant plan. It attacks racism at the structural level, right where it needs to be attacked. It's just bold. It says things like Black history is American history and needs to be taught more and better in our schools, so kids come out with a more fuller understanding of this country and the contributions of Black people to this country. Let's give a shout out to the 1619. If you haven't read that New York Times piece, it was excellent. But things like that being taught in our schools. So it is brilliant. I have had the privilege of meeting Sonal and Portia, who are great, have done great work with that project. And it is, I've told them that, it is really brilliant from start to finish. It really is.
So finally, we try to ask all our guests, this is in particular those that are South Bend residents and have known him. We say Good Guy Pete because, I mean, we generally think he's a good guy, and he is who he says he is and what everything says he is. In what ways have you seen that to be true generally, or maybe a specific story? Like when you think of Good Guy Pete, what comes to mind when you're putting those words together in relation to Pete Buttigieg?
Brianna's pointing at me, so I'll answer it. I think Pete is what Portia described Pete to be, and that's not good. It's brilliant. And the moment that sticks out most to me that I believe is a great example of it is the last meeting we had as a community. We have had these community roundtables to review policies in terms of our policing. So we have looked at things like our camera policy, our pursuit, vehicle pursuit policy, use of force, training, all kinds of things. These have been wonderful conversations that the community has had. It's community, the community coming together, it's residents, it's police officers, it is city officials, pastors, people on the board of public safety, all coming together in these roundtables, and we discuss these policies from our perspectives, and we have actually recommended changes that have been taken up by the Board of Public Safety and are under review by the chief. So it's meaningful work. But in one of the last meetings we had, Mayor Pete was able to attend that meeting. And midway through the meeting, a young woman comes in. And this young woman comes into the table, and we were in the midst of the discussion. And she, you could tell she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. And I'm trying to engage with her and pull her into the conversation we're having, and I can't even remember the topic or the question. And she really wasn't answering, really wasn't interacting. And I'm trying to move the conversation along and, move it to someone else at the table. And the mayor stops, and he looks at her, and he says, "Is everything okay? Are you okay?" And she just shakes her head no. And he said, "Okay, so, how can we help? What's going on?" And she said, "I'm worried about my son. I'm worried about my son." And you could just see all of the weight in the world just in her eyes and on her shoulders. And she was worried about his safety. And so the mayor gets the gist of this and excuses himself from the table and asks her to go with him into another area of the facility we were at. And then I see the mayor come back, and he pulls the chief of police who's at my table, pulls him. He goes and joins them. Then he comes back, and he pulls Isaac. What's Isaac's last name? Isaac Hunt, who does amazing work in our community with young men, and he's a gift. He is a gift. He pulls him back, and Mayor Pete does this maybe a couple more times. I'm engaged in the conversation at the table, but I see him come back and forth, and he's pulling these people from the community, these resources from the community, and assisting this young lady. I know this young lady because she's my cousin. And so later on that evening, I was just concerned. And so I called her and I said, are you okay? And she was like, you know what? I wasn't when I came. I was really concerned about my son's safety, and I didn't know what to do. I know you guys were all at this meeting, and I just didn't know what to do. And she said, the mayor, he came and got me. He made sure I had every resource, every card, every number, including his. And he wanted to make sure that I was okay and that my son was okay. And he got me in touch with the people who could help me and help my son. My son was, gotten in contact by these people that same night. And she's like, so I feel so much better. And so that story stood out to me because we were at this event, and I was the facilitator of this table. I'm moving the conversation along. The mayor could have just allowed that conversation to move along. He stopped me. He stopped me. He looked this woman right in her eyes and saw that she wasn't okay and asked her. And that's somebody who cares. He cares. That's not what he was there for, and there was press around. There was all kinds of things going on there. He didn't stand in front of a camera and say what he had done. He didn't share it with anybody. He just quietly made sure that she was okay. And so that's what we need, I believe, in leaders, people who will stop and just make sure that people are okay, that people have the resources that they need, and people know that they don't have to carry that burden and that weight of the world on their own. So yeah, he's not good. He's brilliant.
I don't think we can get a better story than that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Ladies, I just want to say a quick thank you. Many of people who have been listening to the show are familiar with you just through Twitter, through hashtag Voices of South Bend. So it's just great to have both of you who have a history in South Bend. Your family has a history in South Bend. You see the work that the mayor has done. You've been a part of the work that the mayor has done. It's not just him. It's the people, as you guys have repeatedly said. So I just want to say a quick thank you, both for doing the interview and to continue to be a voice, not just for Pete, but really just to be a voice for South Bend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I am a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Good Guy Pete Podcast.
Yes.
This is episode 14.
Can you believe it?
I know. No, actually.
It's insane.
I can't believe it's been a year since Pete announced. This has flown by.
Yep.
absolutely flown by, and we're single digits to Iowa, and Pete's a viable candidate in this thing still. Yeah, it's been awesome. Letty is not here with us right now. She's joining us after this little introduction, but we wanted to take some time in the intro to kind of give a little brief recap of how we're feeling as South Bend residents and kind of the project as a whole. Ryan, how you feeling, man?
Short answer is tired, honestly. Yeah, I feel like this been this great adventure. I feel like all the residents of South Bend at least should get like an honorary degree of some sort in political science just for watching and witnessing and being a part of all of this. But that's been a fun thing, right? Like for those curious about the system, you know, we've gotten to see it, and the podcast has been great. It's been a great opportunity to set out. You know, we set out to tell the story of South Bend and to kind of right some wrongs that we felt were out there, like as far as missing context from our city and media reports. And it's been fun to be a part of that process and to have some great conversation. So it's been a great process, but man, it feels like Iowa can't get here soon enough.
Oh, I'm at the risk of sounding, I don't know that cynical is the right word. I'm ready for it to be done.
Like, so November, Pete in the White House done?
Yeah, or just done.
All right. That does sound cynical.
No, that's not how I mean it. But when I started this, and I still believe this, Pete gave me a hope in politics and how things are going that I didn't have before.
Yeah.
And just seeing, I would say, national media and different candidacies and how just truth is twisted and not really represented. It leaves one jaded a little bit. It leaves me, and it just is nonstop.
Yeah.
Like I feel like every time I open up the news app or Twitter, it's something else, and I know I'm one person. I'm not even on the campaign. I'm not actively out there knocking on doors, so I can imagine how tired people are that are working on the campaign. So kudos to you guys out there doing the actual hard work of waking up every single day and going the battle for this, because it's exhausting, man.
Yep.
It's exhausting trying to stick up for a city we thoroughly believe in.
That's right.
When you have thousands of people telling you something else is reality.
Yeah. It's almost a little jarring, right? It's like you have this entire lived life experience, and then people are telling you that you're the crazy one for sharing your lived life experience, right? It's been fascinating. But I think it's what Pete says is that participating in politics is an act of hope, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And it really takes that hope that if we press forward together through good conversations, healthy conversations, through watching people with toxic mudslinging, even if we push forward through that maybe we can accomplish some good things.
For sure. And I ultimately believe that in people. I believe that in campaigns, that good is a possibility and good will ultimately win. And sometimes it's just hard to see the light at the end of that tunnel. And so while I thoroughly believe that, and I believe that will happen, I'm ready for Iowa, man. I am ready for this caucus to just freaking happen.
Yep. and on the podcast side, so this is something we've talked about, that while this has been a great adventure, it also feels like we've told the story of South Bend in ways. We've had lots of great conversations, and I know both of us and Letty as well are really excited about our conversation we get to have today, and it almost feels like we're getting a point to put a bow on it, right?
Yeah. And that's good. Like, this has been something that, this isn't the final episode. Right. So
no panic.
No panic. But this has been awesome. And special thanks to all the Twitter people out there too that have been so supportive of this, so supportive of South Bend.
Yeah.
And who I can just think of dozens off the top of my head that I know are instantly going to stick up for this city when garbage hits the fan. And I really am appreciative of that. Like, sincerely appreciative.
So thank you for this journey. Thank you for walking along with us. This has been so much fun, and we look forward to see how it all finishes.
So, with all of that being said, we're going to kick it on over to the interview today. It's great. Laura's amazing. You guys are going to love it. Here we go.
As always, I am super excited for our guest today. Today we have Laura O'Sullivan. Those of you out there in the Twitter world will already be very familiar with her. She was previously chief of staff for Pete when he was Mayor Pete, even though he's always Mayor Pete to us. And she's currently now the South Bend political director for Pete for America. Did I say that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And you, Laura, actually are second member of the Chiefs of Staff Club, because we had Mike Schmuel obviously on here earlier in a previous episode, and also currently he's working for the campaign. Before joining city staff, you worked at Notre Dame for 7 years. Is that correct?
That's right.
What were you doing at Notre Dame?
Sure, I was on the development team under special events and stewardship.
Great. What brought you to the mayor's staff?
Having grown up here and seeing everything that was happening with Pete, I was actually a poli-sci major back in the day, and this is the kind of job that I thought I would always have, maybe when I was 25, not 47 at the time. And so it was really kind of a full circle thing, but I just honestly just really was excited about everything that was going on in my hometown. And man, I just wanted to be a part of it and sought after it. And I can tell more of that story if you want. But
Yeah, we're going to get to that. And you are from South Bend originally, correct?
Correct.
Another interesting sort of educational tie-in, you are also a graduate of South Bend St. Joseph, is that correct?
I am.
Is that sort of like a prerequisite for getting a job on the campaign or in the mayor's office?
Yeah, being in the chief of staff position, certainly, and also Mrs. Chismar is also a line that flows through that position as well. And obviously, Pete's favorite teacher, my favorite teacher, but she goes back to my 6th grade history teacher at Corpus Christi Grade School.
That's awesome.
And she also taught my son at St. Joe, so she's a legend. She's awesome. I love that woman.
So for those keeping track, from this one high school here in South Bend, St. Joe High School, we have Pete himself, Mike Schmuel, who's the campaign manager. We have Laura here, and we have James Mueller, who is now the new current mayor of South Bend. So that's quite the roster there.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of wonderful high schools in South Bend. I do
do.
want to
We
point that.
do, yes.
But that is just sort of like an interesting connection.
Right.
Did you just make that when you were?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Ryan can think on his feet.
He does.
That's impressive, right?
Right. So, were you born in South Bend, Laura?
I was. I'm actually a 4th generation South Bend native.
Oh, wow, I didn't. That's great. What were your earliest memories of South Bend? You kind of gave away your age a little bit ago. We didn't do that. So
I'm fine with that.
But I think just
49 on Thursday. Thursday, and very proud of that.
Happy early birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you've seen South Bend as it was, a generation ago, and sort of what it is now. Tell us sort of your earlier memories of South Bend.
Sure. I think they're pretty reflective of some of the other guests that you've heard. Growing up here in the 70s and 80s, I heard tales from my grandparents about Studebaker, and my great-grandfather was a Polish immigrant who came over and landed in South Bend to find a better life for his family here. And he worked at Studebaker, and then later in the day would walk down the railroad tracks and work another shift over at Oliver Plow Works. So have deep history with that whole part of the South Bend history. My parents and grandparents certainly saw what happened after, and always heard stories about the heyday of what downtown used to be like, all the booming factories and things like that. But when I was growing up here, there was not a whole heck of a lot to do in the 70s and 80s. Downtown, we never went downtown. There was nothing happening. I remember Friday and Saturday nights, the big thing to do was go cruising on the Strip, which is now Town and Country, Bite Town and Country
over
Mall.
on McKinley?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
When the best thing to do in town is to drive around going nowhere. That says something.
That speaks very much to what my early, like middle school and teen years were like. And we were told that success was getting out and going to college and taking, opportunities that you couldn't find here. And that's what I did. I went to Purdue and moved to Chicago after that and had a great job. But there was something that kind of pulled me back, that I wanted. My childhood was awesome, though. This is such a great place to be raised as a kid. It was kind of a bummer as a teenager, but all my family was here, and we had just a really great childhood. Loved being in South Bend, and when I went away, there was certainly something that was pulling me back after I became a mom to raise my child here. So, yeah, there just was like I said, a whole lot going on, and like I said, there was definitely this push that if you were going to be successful, you were going to get the heck out of here.
You mentioned just a little bit ago that something that kind of pulled you sort of to the mayor's office was that change you were seeing in South Bend. Talk a little bit about when you started to see that change. Like, was it like a physical change? You literally saw things changing, or just what were those changes like that really made you think, you know what, like I really want to I want to be a part of this?
Sure. So, my career at Notre Dame was awesome. I mean, obviously, if you live here and work here, it's one of the greatest, career opportunities out there. But I was really I've always been very civically engaged. My family has been involved in politics. And, I grew up putting, instead of going to Little League on Saturdays, you were putting yard signs in people's yards. My dad ran for office a couple of different times. So it was just always very and which is what drew me to being, a poli-sci major in the first place. And as I was seeing the changes here and where you could physically, obviously the first to see were the physical changes of life downtown, better infrastructure, just things, and also people being attracted to South Bend, which, those of us growing up here, you would, like I said, I went to Purdue. They'd ask, well, where in Indiana are you from? I'd say South Bend, and they wouldn't really know. And then you'd say, well, Notre Dame, and then people would know. But people were actually coming to South Bend to come to South Bend, aside from Notre Dame. So as a part of that, I just was really excited about that, but most importantly, how people were really proud of South Bend again. And I was super proud. I mean, I remember that day that the Dying Cities article came out, and I can remember I was sitting at my desk in Grace Hall at Notre Dame and reading it and just being so angry, thinking, we're better than this. Obviously, this is right before Pete, but I definitely think that's a moment in time that so many people point to, that we were ready for a change, and then Pete came along at the right time. So aside from the physical changes, the way that Pete had taught South Bend to believe in itself again was really the thing that I was like, I want to be a part of this. I want to get in on this, and just started to actively pursue what kind of opportunities there might be for me within the mayor's office.
I just want to follow up on that statement you said about, going down to Purdue and having to tell people South Bend on Notre Dame, right? Because I just wonder if it feels different being from here. I didn't spend my childhood here. It seems kind of interesting since I've been here, the relationship that South Bend has with Notre Dame, because there's this great pride on one hand, but this understanding for all of us who are around here that the city is so much more than that. And actually, Notre Dame isn't, as great as Notre Dame is for the city, it's not representative of the whole of what the city is, right? How did it feel? Was it just something you're so used to? Is it annoying to have to explain it that way, in a way that didn't really capture the city? Or
I think it actually annoys me more now than it did then. Back then, I mean, it was true. There really wasn't a whole heck of a lot going on. The university was here, but now, especially when I read different things, we are not a typical college town. We are so much more diverse and all sorts of different reasons that we're different than the median income, and all these different things is so different than your typical college town, that now, if no one asked me that now, obviously, because most people know who I am and what I'm doing here, but you just don't get that question as much.
What's it been like working in public service? And I mean, has that changed how you approach things? Not just from working in the office, but just seeing you worked for somebody and still work for somebody who has now kind of gone to a different level, right? And so you've in the same way he has, you went from sort of this municipal government community approach, and now you guys are trying to translate that to something larger. How is that experience for you on the local political level? How is that translating to the bigger thing? Because you're still South Bend focused, which I love about which I love about you being in that position. But how are you going from South Bend chief of staff to South Bend
Political director.
Political director. Thank you.
So there's a lot of different things that have been interesting about the transition from one to another, and there are other things that are so seamless about it, and most of it is seamless. It's so different in that, on a personal note, like I went from being in charge of everything to not being in charge of really anything, which has its good and bad. And so the pressure of the weight of what my position was within the city, I have new pressures now on helping Pete become president. But in the day-to-day ins and outs of everything that happened in the city, that's not something I carry with me now and every day. But more where it's seamless is that a huge part of my job was relationships in South Bend on many different levels, whether it's elected officials or community leaders or just, regular Joe resident. Talking to them, taking care of them, making sure their voice is heard, ensuring that we provided the services that empower them to live their best possible lives in South Bend. That was a huge part of my job, and although I'm not now providing the services, I'm still there listening, meeting with, talking with a whole range of everyone in South Bend to make sure that those voices now are heard on this campaign and amping that up exponentially from what it has been, and making sure, the country sees what we've done here in South Bend and how that can translate into what Pete can do for the country.
I love that. So on to some lighter South Bend questions that I feel are very important. We have this ongoing question that has kind of taken on like an animal, just like in and of its own. We have people now commenting. They're coming to South Bend just to do these things, I feel like. But the question is, what is your coffee shop of choice? General Chicory or something else?
Sure, you realize as someone that has lived here my whole life that this is a difficult one, especially having worked for the city.
Yeah.
So I am going to say this. It depends on what kind of meeting I'm having.
I like that.
Karima had a similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking for, and because all of my coffee is a meeting, I'm usually rarely just recreationally in a coffee shop. But the Chicory obviously is right across from headquarters now, so that's super convenient.
Yeah.
And if I want to see, because again, my job is to talk to lots of folks from South Bend. I mean, as you guys all know, you sit in Chicory for 5 minutes and you see about 125 different people that you know. The General, I love the General. I love the vibe there as well. Completely different. And I also, when I'm trying to meet up with friends from Notre Dame or folks that are working up more on the east side of town, then that's my place of choice. I love Zen Cafe, and that's where if I want to have a really nobody bothering me, you can hide in a corner and nobody really knows about it. Of course, that's the old Zen Cafe. I've not made it over to the new.
I was there all day today. It's I'm cheating on the General, and I apologize, but it's beautiful space. It
you
is
better
beautiful.
not edit that
I'm
out.
really excited about it. So I've got to get over there.
It's great. It is wonderful.
It's a weird feeling to be able to drink Zen Cafe coffee in the sunlight.
Right. Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh, that's fun. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it is. It's a dark spot.
So, like I said, there's a lot of people that come into South Bend now because of this campaign and they want to get experience of South Bend. What would you say some of your underrated places to go enjoy a meal would be? Or just in general, what are some underrated places in South Bend?
Sure. The top of my list is Lang Lab.
Yes.
I don't know that a whole lot of people know about Lang Lab, and it is just a hidden treasure. So for those on the Pete, tourism track, this is where Chasten and Pete had their wedding reception, which was amazing. Also home to Zen Cafe. But what I love about it is also all the live music acts. That are there. I mean, it's just it is just such a South Bend place. It is funky. It is repurposed. I love that there's all these different businesses that are incubating there. It's just incredible. I love that, like the opera, at least it was there. I don't know if it still is. But I saw a all-girl Beastie Boys cover band there.
Yes.
That was like one of the greatest nights I've ever had. So yeah, 2 thumbs up on Lang Lab.
That's amazing. All right, let's transition to Pete. When you were working in the administration here, you were one of several high-level women in Pete's administration. You as the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, actually 2 in a row, the main legal counsel. And that fact alone speaks to Pete's values. But is there anything you would add to how you witness or experience Pete's commitment to gender equity?
Yes, absolutely. I was really hoping you guys would ask me something about this, because this is the point that I really wanted to make sure got across. Was people ask me all the time, how did working for Pete, what affected me most? And it was how he's empowered me to do things well beyond that what I ever dreamed that I was capable of doing. And so just a few stats on the mayor's office. We had 50% women in the mayor's office, and then 85% women in the mayor's office, and then 50% of the department heads were women. And so that was just something we're super proud of. And just what I see and what I've experienced, he knows that what women bring to the table, and he likes to surround himself with smart women. I think you see that in the campaign as well. For me personally, the day that I read the building power policy, I'm going to try not to get emotional, because I cried when I read that. It was so spoke to what my experience with him. It was very personal. It's so true to what he believes. I'm also going to give a little name check to Susanna Fritzberg. She's going to kill me for saying Susanna Fritzberg, who was our deputy chief of staff, who I know was integral in helping write that policy. But it's just, if you want to know how Pete feels about women and empowering women, make sure you check that out on PeteForAmerica.com. And it was rolled out while he was still in office. And, we would check in daily. And I didn't say anything the first day, because I was still pretty kind of emotional about it and just meant so much. But the next day, I texted him and I said something to the effect of, like, at the risk of being too cheesy, because we don't have, that kind of, we were never really get mushy with one another, except towards the end. And I said, I just want you to know, as someone who you've inspired and empowered and have believed in, like, thank you so much for putting this out there in the world, because I know what you've done here, and for me personally, you can do for other women across America. And in, the last few months, maybe I would hear from him right away, maybe I wouldn't. But like within 5 seconds, he texted me back and said, I've been thinking about you so much over the last couple of days while I've been talking about this across the country. And you're just such a perfect example of exactly what happens when we empower women. So
I love that. And I love the empowerment piece, because that speaks in not just being about numbers or like meeting some quota to prove a point about your values, right? But it's the relational things happening there too. And I think that's what Karima spoke to, right? I think it was a moment on an elevator where he confronted her and encouraged her with empowering words. And I think that's something really special about that.
Yep, definitely.
We know that one of Pete's other strong qualities that's been most helpful in South Bend, especially for someone coming in as young as he is and was, especially when he started, has been his ability to listen. Can you think of a time where that has been particularly relevant, where perhaps policy or things were headed in one direction, but Pete was able to listen and change course?
So Pete's an incredible listener. there's several examples I can think of, but I really think the most powerful time that I remember, obviously very clearly, were the hours and days and weeks following the Eric Logan shootings. We met with groups and groups and groups of community leaders and listened. And from there, he really knew that that was what he needed to do to help move our community forward after that tragedy. And from that listening, we then created the Board of Public Safety's community action groups, and also made more public the appointment of the next Board of Public Safety member that was open. We opened that up to an application process where normally it's just someone that the mayor would appoint. And so those were, as we all know around this table, really powerful, high emotion, high stress days for our entire community. And his ability to listen, to take the incoming, to take the criticism, and process all of that into what he thought and that the community needed to start to heal and move forward were incredibly powerful to watch.
Is that what led to the town hall as well?
Yes.
Yeah. And I remember his interview immediately after that, him basically just admitting, I know this is probably awful for my campaign, but this is what South Bend needed. And again, it's just more respect upon respect after that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I picture the chief of staff as the getter-doner. That's the eloquent way of phrasing what's
I would
going
have said get shit done.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
You can.
Swear jar.
Absolutely.
So that's your job. So do you feel like when you're working for someone that listens as well as that, and then you're charged with kind of marching orders, like do you feel like extra empowered in those times when you know it's kind of coming as more of a mandate from the people?
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. And we always tried to be out there listening because, at the end of the day, although Pete technically my boss, all of our boss really were the residents of South Bend. So whether it was at mayor's nights out or calls that are coming in through 311 or emails coming through, the Mayor Pete account, we listen, take our cues, see what is needed and adjust accordingly, and then like you said, try and get shit done for people.
Love it. Love it. What's one other quality about Pete that people who don't get to know him might miss out on?
3 things that I think that just strike me always about Pete are how his compassion, how compassionate he is, and I hope that comes through to people. And how much he cares and how he always wants to do the right thing, which is one of the things that really drew me to him in the beginning. I was talking about my dad earlier. And one of the huge life lessons that he taught me through, he did a lot of things in public service, was, at the end of the day, always do the right thing. And Pete, I think, personifies that, and always at the heart of everything he does, he's always trying to do the right thing. Also, I know Mike speaks on this, how courageous he is and the courage it shows to do some of the things that he's done. And then also, he's just brilliant, of course, which I think everybody knows that. But also just like as a mom, aside from all of that, I have a son, my only son, who is a freshman in college this year. And I just, it gives me so much hope with the role model that he can be for young people and especially young men right now. It just brings me so much joy to see the influence that Pete has had on my kid, and his work ethic and his goal to do the right things that I think a lot of the kids in South Bend have been able to witness and, strive for. And it'll be great to have someone in the White House that can be a role model like that.
Love it. All right, last question on kind of the chief of staff kind of direction. Of all the things that the two of you are able to accomplish together during your time together in South Bend, what are you most proud of?
I think the thing I'm most proud of is the community action group meetings and how we work to really bring the community back together as much as possible this summer and in the months that followed. That was really hard work. It was really emotional work. It was, while the national spotlight was on us, I'm just super, super proud. And I've told our team this over and over again, just how proud I am of all of them and how we came together and how we created this forum to help heal the community and really, truly listen.
I was stunned when I saw the stats come out. I don't know if it's polling or what it was, when the stats came out showing the level to which the people of South Bend felt like it had been a positive process that we had come through together, right? For that time and that situation to be as painful as it was, and that's not saying like we got everything figured out or we got everything solved, but it's simply saying like we feel like the process we went through was helpful and healing in a way. And that was just a really great moment of pride for South Bend.
I agree. It definitely was a moment where we all kind of looked around at each other and said, okay, like we did some good work here. Again, was it perfect? No. Is there still a lot of work to be done by this next administration? Absolutely. And as much as, as a South Bend resident that I can be a part of that, I hope to do so.
As much as I am super ready for the national media to get out of South Bend, and like super ready, I think it is forcing South Bend to have difficult conversations, probably earlier than we would have had them. And I think that is a direct benefit of this whole campaign. That isn't something that Pete did directly, but as a result of him running, that has been coming to the forefront a lot. And those impacts will last forever.
Yeah, and the one thing, and I just want to jump on that real quick, is we talk about the national media, right? And one of the reasons we started this podcast is because we felt we weren't really being reflected accurately, right? Or, context was missing, things were just wrong. And I remember, and I think Laura, you had shared something at the end of those meetings when the presentation, right, the recommendations for what should come after. And I remember resharing that. And I think I put, the media was here for our pain, but where are they for our healing? Because that story did not get as much, I think, pickup. But that's what, these are the things that should come after, right? They're not easy conversations, but how do you improve if you don't have those conversations, if you don't bring together everybody in your community? Because regardless of whether the media is here or not, these are things that we need to do to move forward. And so thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
All right, let's transition to the campaign side of things a little bit. You've transitioned from chief of staff. By the way, we wanted to have this conversation a lot earlier.
Right.
But we recognize that due to your role in the city administration, it's only now permissible that you've transitioned. You've become the South Bend political director. You spoke to that a little bit, but if you could summarize that in a sentence for somebody like me who has no experience in these things, what is a
Just one
political
sentence?
director?
I was going to say one sentence.
One sentence?
No, more
Is
than
it a
sentence.
run-on
All right.
sentence?
Yes.
However you define a
Sure,
sentence.
sure. So really it's all things South Bend. So whether that means making sure that residents are going down to the field office at 218 Sycamore Street and volunteer and phone bank or pick up merch or write postcards, just getting people engaged at the grassroots level. It's also helping make sure the South Bend story gets out here. So I often, as you all know, applaud what you all have done and have retweeted and shared the heck out of you guys because we need to get more South Bend voices out there. And so so I'm trying to get even more voices out there. Also, local endorsements from local elected officials on the city, county, Mishawaka, Elkhart, Goshen, surrounding greater South Bend area. Get some endorsements as we start to move towards filing in Indiana to be on the ballot. Also, I'm really a resource internally for all the different departments on the campaign, whether it's comms coming to me because there's a story about XYZ and who are the best people in South Bend to talk to, or also kind of the keeper of the record of what we did in the city and what Pete did, and just making those connections and helping put really a South Bend lens on everything that we're doing on the campaign, because South Bend is the center of everything that Pete is doing and the universe.
So a question just for, I guess, me personally and our audience, what does it look like, kind of a behind the scenes of getting endorsements from people? What does that process look like?
Oh my gosh.
Because we see this,
right.
he just picked up so-and-so endorsement. What is that? How does that come about happening?
Yeah, I can't speak to some of the congressional and things like that. We have a whole other team that's dealing with that. Here, it's me contacting the local officials that I have relationships with and that have worked with Pete, or that I don't have relationship with, and just letting them know that we would love to have them on Team Pete, and get them on the team and helping us, especially as we go down this journey and we start to move into Indiana. So it's really just, and then having conversations with them, answering questions about Pete and his policies and all those sorts of things.
So it's nothing super, like you're not getting in a helicopter and flying and taking someone. See, in my mind, I have all these ideas of what it means to land endorsements, and it's nothing like that.
No, it's nothing like that.
Elegant, fancy lunches at the Chicory.
Exactly.
Not even.
You're thinking of college football recruiting.
That's different.
Yep. No, it's basically me on my email or cell phone, or meeting with folks here in town.
How else are you seeing the people of South Bend getting involved? Like, I know we've got people coming, right? You've had people coming to 218 Sycamore, whether that's South Bend folks or just people who are in town, right? Because they want to experience South Bend firsthand or try the wonderful coffee spots that we have here locally. But how are you seeing South Bend people getting involved in this process? Because Indiana, we don't vote for a couple more months, right? So in what ways is South Bend showing up?
Lots of great ways. It's so awesome to see. Right now we have placed over 17,000 phone calls into Iowa, and people it's amazing from South Bend. And I'm sure we're much higher. That was as of this morning. So people have been calling all day. So people sharing their South Bend experience, sharing, everybody's got a Pete story in South Bend. So sharing that. We also have folks who may not be comfortable on the phones. They're coming in and they're writing postcards and they're telling their South Bend story in postcards. We also, as you know, have a very large Twitter presence these days. So people have taken to the interwebs. And then we also have several different community members who are out on the trail. Some council, like Sharon McBride and some others. And part of my job is to get even more people out on the trail. So as we continue on this journey, you'll see more and more South Bend people out speaking to that. And then this weekend, I don't know if this will come out before that or not, but we are going to Iowa and we are road tripping up to Iowa, and people are knocking doors, and people have been doing that for the last couple of weeks. And again, just going door to door to Iowans and telling their South Bend story.
So we've said from the beginning that a mayor running is unique, right? That when a senator runs, they're looking at their voting record, right? And their supporters are supporters of just that voting record or the policies they're putting forward. But it's different with a mayor, right? Because in a way, we are the record, and our relationship and our support for Pete isn't just because of what he stands for, but because of our personal experience there. So I imagine that all the campaigns have people doing these phone banking all over, but it seems like there's something unique about the phone banking happening kind of from people who like know
Actually,
the candidate
personally
in a way
know
or
the candidate.
benefiting.
Yep. So this is what I call the special sauce. This is what South Bend is the special sauce for Pete. You're exactly right. The different senators that are running, their constituency groups are the entire state of whatever. But South Bend has a relationship with Pete. And so those phone calls and door knocking just exponentially mean more. We're especially seeing in Iowa. They see the 574 area code and they pick up. It's amazing. I think the last statistic I saw, like normally you get like a 3 or 4% like contact rate. We're up at like a 17 to 20% of people actually answering the phones when South Bend calls. That just makes me so happy. And it's exciting. And even the most nervous, I've never called, we get a lot of, I've never called before, but you get folks in that room and they start telling their personal stories and you can hear the connections they're making. So like I said, I think it's going to be the special sauce that especially helps us win Iowa.
How have you seen those stories of South Bend shaping Pete's campaign? I mean, because again, South Bend is his story, but like the South Bend folks that are bringing in, your part of your role, of course, is to amplify those voices. How have those voices impacted his campaign, especially as it's grown, right? We're in a different ball game than we were when he announced in April. Right. How has South Bend and those stories really shaped his campaign to what it is now?
Mm-hmm. I don't think this is a new thing. I think this is the last 8 years. Every policy that you read, you can take a thread from what that policy says to something that's happened here in South Bend and his experience here in South Bend. And how he's basing these policies off of his experience here in South Bend and what he's tried to do for this community. And he's seen that as a mayor, you can only do so much, and that there's so much more through the powers of the president and federal funding that you can do. And I mean, you could rattle off many of those policies, but I think he actually, I don't know if you recently saw his interview with Charlemagne the God, but that if you look at that, he definitely points to several different things that, it all comes back to his experience in South Bend and the people of South Bend.
And as an example, a mayor in Indiana, red state Indiana, that the state house is deciding things. A mayor, we've said this before, can't raise the minimum wage of the entire city. He's able to for city administration officials, but can't do something across the city. So there's some things that can be accomplished at the federal level that mayors' hands are tied in some of the areas that would have the most significance for combating some of the challenge the city is facing.
That's correct.
So, Laura, last question, kind of as we wrap up here. Are we, 8 days away from Iowa?
6.
6 as of this.
I've been trying to just be
less
off
by the
of.
time.
Less by the
time our editor gets us out.
You don't know how quick I work when I want to. Exactly. What would your charge be, or what would you say to anyone that would still be on the fence, that find themselves, hey, I'm still kind of undecided on this whole thing? What would you communicate to them, or what would you like to get across?
Sure. I think that Pete is a different kind of candidate, and we're in a very different time. And he's someone that can not only bring substantial change to our country, but he's also going to be an incredible person to unify us all. He's speaking a lot about the day after the Trump presidency, and he knows how to govern. And it's not just about winning the election, but everything that's going to come after. And I think he is the candidate that can beat Trump.
Well, we just want to thank Laura for her time today and her time with the campaign, and specifically her time in South Bend and what she's meant to this city. The city is what it is today, largely in part of because who she is. As this episode wraps up, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in and for sharing this and for all the love and support you've shown us over the last year. This is crazy. Iowa is in literal days. Again, thank you guys. It means a lot.
High School Musical.
I'm gonna be honest.
How old are you?
Haven't seen it.
What are you guys talking about right now? You haven't seen High School Musical?
Well, I haven't.
I'm 32.
Yeah.
Have
I'm
you
too
not
old
seen
for
High?
that. I'm too old for that, man.
Okay. Well,
I'm older than you, Michael.
moving on. So, if there is a big event that happens between now and the time that this gets released, we'll touch on it on a future episode, or we'll come back and we'll edit in a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know which we'll do. We'll probably touch it on a future episode is probably what it will be. But for today, I'm excited because the topic is going to be progress versus perfection.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Love it.
what does that mean?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the question, has Pete really been a good mayor, right? Because you see this out there as people in South Bend, this is probably the thing we get most offended by when people are like, well, South Bend's still, a horrible city. And if Pete can't even fix his own city, why should we trust him to try and be president and fix our country? And frankly, it's just a little offensive to feel like everybody on the outside is telling you your city sucks when it doesn't really feel like that ourselves. So the question, I think, in this progress versus perfection is Pete really a good mayor if everything's not perfect? Because the reality is this: crime is still high in South Bend, poverty is still high, racial inequality is still high, and he hasn't solved homelessness.
How dare he?
So our city is not fixed yet. We're not 100%. We haven't reached 100% perfection. So if Pete's city isn't great, how can we trust him to lead our country? I think that's the question.
I think it's a fair question too, right? Like you have these issues here, and if there's a guy here that's neglecting all of them and doesn't care about any of them and hasn't done anything for them, I think it's a fair critique of this guy has no place or no business running for president. And I think what you're going to hear us come in today and say is none of that is true. Maybe some of it is true. There's some of that has some warrant, right?
Yeah.
But I would say the overall narrative of that is that is not the story of South Bend.
Right. I mean, and if we're talking about progress versus perfection. We've discussed this before. There's no perfect candidate. There's no pure candidate. You have a city of 101,000, right? 101,000.
Yeah.
We're not going to have 101,000 people who are satisfied. I mean, that's just, you look at our national elections, about half the country is not going to be happy with their choice. And maybe what comes from that. And so to say, well, he hasn't solved all of these things is unfair. I mean, I think you can make valid criticisms as to some things that have gone on. But I mean, are we holding all of our candidates accountable to that as well? Look at our current administration. I mean, national administration, I should.
So let me help frame this a little bit. This was an episode I was excited about doing just for therapy, I guess, if nothing else, right? So here's my feelings of when people say that Pete hasn't done anything for South Bend, that he's not a good mayor, and if he can't be a good mayor, then how can he be a good president? It's this. Again, we keep referring back to the Newsweek, South Bend as a top 5 dying city, right? So in my opinion, you could say South Bend as a dying city was a 10 out of a scale of 100, right? So on a scale of 100, it was at a 10. Well, I feel like now Pete has gotten us to a solid 60 or so, right? So it made us progress of 50 along the scale, right? But if we're a 60 out of 100 now, that's quite the accomplishment to go from a 10 to go to a 60 with a 50 improvement in 7 years. But the reality is there's still 40 out of 100 to go, right? And so people will sit and point and say, hey, you got this 40% that's still not fixed yet. And so clearly your town is a mess. But also, in addition to that 40 is some of the most complex social problems of our time. We're talking about racial injustice. We're talking about poverty. We're talking about violence in the streets and among those who are dealing with poverty, right? And So if you look at the big picture to me, we can focus on, is the cup half empty or half full? But it's not even half at this point. You can focus on saying, hey, there's 40 left undone. Or you could say, hey, here's a mayor that's taken his city from a 10 to a 60. Like, what other kind of leaders have produced the kind of improvement of this in the midst of a difficult situation? And so for me, like, that feels different than, we saw some in the debates where you have a mayor that's taking a city that's already a 75, let's say, up to a 77, and then bragging about how great of a mayor that makes them for that 2-point of improvement in a city that's already got a lot of things going for it. So for me, any day, if I had to choose, give me the leader, give me the mayor that's made the most progress in the unlikeliest or most challenging scenarios, because I will take the one that's made the progress more, even if there's still a lot left to be undone, than somebody who just makes a little bit of progress, but things paint a rosier picture.
But they were already, the A student.
Right.
It's I echo all that, and it's just kind of, I would say, disheartening and sad to hear the criticism, the critique of that 40% with the 60% being untalked about.
Right.
It's an, I would say I don't want to say unjust. Can I say unjust?
Sure.
It's an unjust thing to, and then, like you said, have the other candidates or the other people talk about that 2% increase or whatever it is you want to talk about, and then see Pete under the microscope of, hey, look where your city currently is. Well, that's not a fair narrative that you're talking about. It's apples and oranges. We're not talking about the exact same thing.
And then he talks about this, right? About this executive experience that he has. And that's what people are criticizing is this one, they're saying he doesn't have experience, but that's what we're criticizing is all these things he has or hasn't done. And we're not seeing that criticism, I don't think, as much under that microscope as he's getting it. And part of it, I think, is because of a lot of things that we currently have going on in the community and because of his candidacy that's getting projected out there in ways that, we like or don't like. But he's not, to your point, Ryan, he's made a lot of progress. And we're talking about 7.5 years. And we've talked in just about all the other episodes of how many years it took to get us to that dying city point. We weren't always a dying city. It took, it was a generation.
Yeah.
And we're in a positive direction right now, and so the goal is to keep getting that number higher and higher. But no, he hasn't solved homelessness. He hasn't solved racism. He hasn't solved everything that has to do with poverty, and nobody has. I mean.
Yep.
And the critique of that response I see is a lot of people feel like that's a cop-out to say, well, no one solved this. But what they don't realize is it's not from a lack of trying or from a lack of policy or from a lack of caring. I think it's a cop-out answer when you say that, but there hasn't been the backing and the progress made when it comes to policy and when it comes to government intervention at the city level.
Yep.
So in this specific instance, this is not a cop-out.
Right. And nobody's minimizing again, this is all just a hypothetical thing. I'm just making up numbers, but nobody's minimizing that 40 left undone. Nobody is minimizing saying like, we as a city, we need to make progress for our homeless neighbors. And we are working on that. That's actually a project that like is one of the passions in my heart. We need to make progress for them. We need to make progress on racial injustice in our city. We need to make progress on violence in our city. We need to make progress on poverty in our city. These are very important things. So this is not to say, oh, these things aren't important because he's done some other things. Not to say that at all. But consider the difficulty of these things, even for the job of a mayor, right? The mayor has no control. In Indiana, the mayor has no control over minimum wage for the city, right? Which would go a long way to helping people who are dealing with the effects of poverty, right? Because in Indiana, the state house restricts cities from making their own minimum wage standards, right? So that's an act that would help those in poverty that he cannot do. In Indiana, the mayor of a city has nothing to say about the schooling or school board or funding for schools, which our school funding and our education in South Bend contributes to the experience.
They're in that 40%.
Yeah, and it contributes to the experience of the families and children, especially those disproportionately affected by poverty. The mayor in Indiana doesn't affect healthcare. The mayors can't do much about like reparations or things that are needed to work back against the racial injustices that have been taking place in our country, right? So there's a lot of this 40% that's undone. There's a lot that needs done about it, but there is a lot in which his hands are tied from being able to do, which if he was in the role of president, he would have a lot more capacity to make the differences in some of these areas that are left unresolved in South Bend. On another point, though, Letty, is coming back to something you kind of touched on a little bit earlier was, Pete's getting this criticism saying, if you haven't fixed your city, you need to go back to your city and fix your city before you do something else. But you were making the point that do we hold, the congressional representatives and senators that same standard, right?
We don't. I mean, and how many politicians, how many senators, congressmen do we have that have been in those positions for years? People who are sitting right now, and we have this crisis on the border. Are they getting this,
Right.
why are you running for reelection if you haven't fixed this? I mean, and I'm comparing some very, very different things, of course, but we're not getting that same credit. Nobody has created a perfect anything wherever they're at. And even when somebody becomes president, it's 8 years to try to win the era, right? To put us in that progression. And I can't think of, and we have a lot of wonderful past presidents who have done a lot of positive things, but they didn't fix everything. If they did, we wouldn't be where we're at right now.
Yeah, so I think the point is, if we're going to hold Pete accountable for the perfection left unreached, then we have to apply those same standards to the Congress and senators that are also running for office and say, like, why haven't we fixed immigration yet? Why haven't we fixed poverty yet? Why haven't we fixed healthcare yet? And all of these things of saying, like, hey, like those are unfinished business as well, right? So if you're going to hold Mayor Pete to that, then we need to at least apply that equally.
I mean, and part of it is because Pete is a mayor of not a super small town, but it's a decent sized town. His decisions and things that he's been involved with, I think, are maybe easier for people to grasp at,
absolutely.
As opposed to where you're just a vote, maybe in another position that you hold. And so, I think maybe that's part of where people feel they can target or criticize him more. But still, I mean, this is to his point as far as his experience goes. Nobody criticizes Pete more than the people in South Bend. For better or for worse, nobody, you know what I mean? Whether he's at the grocery store, whether they like him or not, they're, whether it's the pothole or the city light or the darn roundabouts, nobody can criticize him more than a South Bend resident.
Laura Ingram gives us a run for our money, but yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I don't pay attention much to Laura for many reasons. But this is the experience, right? The person who is on the ground, who is working directly with people and leaders in the community on a day-to-day basis.
I gotta say, Michael, first High School Musical and then Laura Ingram. I'm really
I'm
question
sorry.
your media
Guys,
choices.
I am so sorry. It's just where I am in the night. It's late. This is our second show in a row. My mind's wandering. It's just no. But I echo everything you're saying, Letty, Ryan. I completely agree. It's almost like I would say Pete's under a microscope that other people just don't have the ability to be under because of his position in mayor.
Yeah, the mayor being the senior executive, the buck stops there, right? Where if the people who are being held outside the country and refused to even apply for asylum status, it's hard to figure out where the cause of that problem is or who the decision makers are to be able to hold accountable, right? Because it's spread over, 100 senators and 400 some congressional representatives and the presidential administration, right? So it's easier to say, like, all right, this is the person I'm going to blame, where in these other situations, there's work left undone. It's just harder to know who to hold accountable.
He has nowhere to hide.
No.
And he's, I think the beautiful thing about him is he's not trying to.
Yep.
Right. He's not. I mean, and there are, I mean, we're a community and there's plenty of criticism and I would even say blame to go around. We have, I mean, even like to go back to the schools, there's a school board, right? Like we have a city council, we have neighborhood organizations. I mean, everybody in the community has to play their part. We can't rely on one person to fix everything. Now, granted, as a mayor, that his role is to try to, help tie and connect everything and make sure that, we can come together to make whatever progress we need to do in our community. But our city is not one person. And I think Pete understands that. And so where I see that playing out on the next level is that this isn't somebody who's going to come in and say, I'm going to just do A, B, C, and D, and that's a decision I'm going to make on my own. It's our country needs to come together, and we need to figure out where our values are in order to truly make progress in our smaller communities out to our larger community.
It's a freaking good word.
Yeah, I feel like this episode has been like a little bit of us defending, coming to the defense, both of Mayor Pete, but also of our city. And that's just kind of the angst I feel right now. And I just need everybody to know that you can come after us for our lack of perfection, but you can't take away the pride and the progress that we've made. And that's what I feel is the story of South Bend right now, is that we're a people that we realize we still have a ways to go, but we are super proud of the progress we've made, and we're really thankful for Mayor Pete and the leadership that he's had in bringing us that far.
Well, that brings us to the current events for this episode, and this is awesome. I get to talk about fundraising, and
how long have you dreamed about talking about presidential fundraising?
Well, man, in my current jobs, I had to do fundraising all the time, and so I would always race people to be the biggest fundraiser. This is actually a true story,
really,
and so this little piece here is awesome to me. The second quarter fundraising just came out, right? Yep. Second quarter?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And guess who is on top of everybody?
Unbelievable.
Top of the world.
I still can't believe it.
Yeah.
I literally, like, when he announced, by the way, Liz, I know you're listening to this. We go way back. way back. Incredible strategy being the first out the gate to announce the quarter earnings. 100% intentional. You knew that you were sitting on a land, like, this is just gold. It's amazing.
Yep. As somebody, I forget the journalist who tweeted it as, the mayor of the fourth largest city in Indiana just outraised the former vice president of the United States.
Let's go.
So what does that mean?
So let's walk through the current list here. So Buttigieg is at 24.8 million with 294,000 donors. So I think, I don't have this number right in front of me. I think that amounted to about $48 per donor.
I think,
47,
yeah.
something like that. I'm not good at math. I'm taking a guess. Second under that was Biden with 21 million, Warren 19 million, Sanders 18 million, and Harris with 12 million.
The interesting thing, Harris and Mayor Pete both had, if you take the ratios of doubling Harris's 12 million to get to Pete's 24.8 million, and doubling her 150,000 to Pete's 294,000 donors, they both had about the same ratio of donors, average donation you'd get from that.
And Sanders by far had the most donations out
individual
of any
donors.
Yeah, individual donors. I see a couple things with this that I want to touch on. One, super impressive that Pete is number one. I would have been impressed if he was number two.
Right.
But he outraised everybody in the field. And so that means several things. One, he's going to be around for a while, and we're going to touch on that in a second. The second thing I wanted to mention, though, is I see him getting flack for a lot of him going to private dinners and having private campaign donation parties. But the reality is there's a cap limit to how much you can donate in general.
Yeah, this is something I had no clue how this worked before. So I assumed that there was just billionaires that were, and you hear these names and I still don't even fully understand most of this stuff, but you hear like the Koch brothers and Soros and all these names thrown around, and you're like, wait, even if you're a billionaire, you can only donate $2,800? like over the course of the campaign. Is that right?
I think it's just primaries.
Okay. Yeah. Over the course of the primaries. Yeah. So, I mean, that really limits things, right? And at that point, yeah, people who can donate $2,800 are different than me and you guys.
Right.
Wait, you haven't maxed out that yet? This is awkward.
We're not even going to go there. Yeah, so it is different, but it's still different than maybe the completely sorted, just billions of dollars coming in world that I expected that it was going to be, right?
When that number came out, I was just floored. For one, as you said, Michael, first one out the door to drop that number. They have, I think, until the middle of the month, right, to report their numbers. And he did it at, I don't know, what was like 5:30 in the morning or something ridiculous. So not only does he drop this number, which even if somebody else had raised more, this is a significant and major amount for him based on how many people actually know who he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it put him in the news cycle again.
It put him in the news cycle again. But it also puts step pressure, I think, on the other candidates to release their numbers sooner, because if you put out 24.8 on Monday and somebody's waiting around until the middle of the month to put out 1 million, we'll just say somebody who's not on our list right in front of us, no one's paying attention to that, I don't think, at least not as much as this. But this is huge, regardless of if somebody would have raised more than him. For somebody who still is not known in many parts of our country.
There's no way he could compete with even like Sanders on the amount of donors, because I don't think that many people know about him at this point yet, which is just very strange when, again, you have this very little known guy, mayor of the fourth largest city in Indiana, versus people who have been household names for the most part for decades.
By the way, if anybody is out there wants to make me a t-shirt that says mayor of the fourth largest city in Indiana, I would not object to that.
Yeah, we will take all the free things, actually.
I actually do have some pins for you guys that a fan sent. Yeah. They're not in yet. They're on their way, but they're little Pete pins.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we don't work for the campaign, so therefore we can accept.
Yeah, we can accept all donations of all kinds.
Right. We like food too.
So that leads us to this next interesting tidbit that piggybacks right on the current fundraising numbers is how many asks people have actually made through their campaign emails. And this is fascinating to me.
Yeah, how many asks for money have come directly through fundraising emails from the campaigns themselves?
So I'm just going to run down this number. We have Biden with 47 asks via email. We have Warren with 42, Sanders 26, Harris 37, and Pete with 4. Now, I want to be very clear here, and there's a difference between how many emails actually come out from his campaign. That's a different number. This 4 represents how many direct asks for money has come from his campaign, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So he actually has like the third least amount of total overall emails from his campaign. So he's like the third least spammer overall. But in asks for fundraising in these emails, he's the lowest with 4, like the lowest of anybody.
Why does this matter to you guys?
I mean, I think part of it goes back to his whole values thing, and he wants people to get to know him first. And I mean, even going through social media, when people would get an email, it's funny to see all the posts and the shares, because they would get an email and say, like, he's not asking me for money. He's bringing awareness to this other issue that's going on. And I think it just ties him more into individuals, and they're getting to know him, who he is, as opposed to just people, him asking for people to throw money at him. And he is doing all these different fundraisers, and he is getting all this visibility, or, trying to get out and get all this visibility, because he wants people to get to know him and then kind of make that decision for themselves, I think. I mean, I don't know, I haven't asked him personally, but that's sort of my analytical
He didn't stop him
intake
in the
there.
middle of his guitar routine last night.
I actually wasn't there.
Oh.
A lot of people thought I was there. No, that video was sent to me, and I just wanted to be the first one to put it out. Thank you, Chaston, for the comment, because it's blowing up on Twitter right now.
Well, Ryan, what do you think about that number?
Yeah, I agree with Letty that I think it says that there's more important things to him, and then also just respecting people as human beings to not just be begging for money all the time, right? That he wants to be in conversation with people. And if money comes, I mean, clearly he's doing a great job fundraising. But I just appreciate, as somebody who's on his email list, not getting like, emails all the time, spamming me, asking me for money that I don't have.
I would say for me, it kind of speaks to I don't know of another way to say this, the Buttigieg family that I've seen on Twitter, on social media, the people that back him. It's more of I don't know, it's a close-knit group of people that believe in him and believe in his message, and they want to support that. And so it doesn't take someone prying for donations. It doesn't take someone forcefully asking all the time. What I see is a group of people collectively that say, we believe in this, we believe in this process, we believe in who he is. We're willingly giving to this, and we don't need to be asked to do so.
Right.
So what does all this fundraising money mean? What, like, okay, so he got 24.8, was that it?
Yeah.
Yep.
$24.8 million. What does that mean? Why is that even a big deal?
I mean, I think one, it puts him in the game for the long haul. He's already met the criteria, I believe, first off, for all the debates. And
for all of them?
Well, definitely the next one, at least the next round. But again, it puts him in there for the long haul, so he can hire more staff, which is going to be crucial in some of these key primary states, so that we've got more people. I say we as if, I'm part of all of this, right?
We are.
We are.
Definitely are.
We're unofficial. It means he can put more people on the ground in those states in order to open up that visibility and have more events.
Which is huge because his biggest problem right now, we agree, is people don't know about him, right? So for somebody who hasn't been on TV in congressional hearings and whatnot for the last 20 years, right, people need to know. And so being able to hire staff makes that possible for him to actually get the word out, right?
Right.
So his staff is doing work. They're also raising awareness, which is really necessary.
And I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but when he first made this announcement, he only had like 3 or 4 people on the campaign. And then what, he hit 7 million in that first quarter. His progress and his ability to be out there and raise money, and his events, by the way, are selling out. Okay, so these events are selling out. He's rushing, I think, to keep up with the other campaigns, as far as getting staff in there and doing that. And so I think they said they want to hire 300 more by Labor Day.
It's crazy.
Which is a lot, but I mean, you've got 2 debates coming up, and we right, here I go again, need people on the ground in order to help continue to spread who he is and his message and get that name out there.
Yeah, so I think the other thing that it does is it brings credibility, right? That there was still people out there waiting to see if this kind of no-name underdog could really last and could really catch on. And so any question that maybe he was a flavor of the month or anything like that, I think goes out the window with this. So when you out fundraise the former vice president of the United States, it tends to say something about a level of credibility of your message and who you are. And so I think the other thing is there's probably people who are waiting on giving endorsements. So you don't want to give an endorsement to somebody who's not going to be able to stick around, right? So just being able to provide that credibility means that people might be more likely to jump on with endorsements, and just kind of, again, it's just building that stable base that will allow him to be able to make things. I was just talking with Michael about this before we started recording, of saying, like, this means Mayor Pete should be in the picture probably at least until Super Tuesday. Like, he's not going to be one of these that drops out. Maybe if things don't go well in Iowa, maybe he drops out before then, Iowa or South Carolina. But it likely means that he's going to be in it for a while.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
So that brings us to the last thing here of grassroots. And Letty, I'll let you kind of run with that.
Sure. So Pete does have, and I've heard this criticism out there in social media land, right, that doesn't represent real life, that there's no real grassroots movement going on, and that's just not true. I am work within the Twitter grassroots campaign team. Not campaign, we're not official, of course. We're all volunteers as far as this goes. Really just trying to help organize other supporters of Pete in order to be able to spread his message, spread what his campaign is about, positivity, of course, fight bad information with good information, trying to follow the rules of the road, which can be pretty difficult sometimes.
Those are the value statements that he asks everybody to sign on to.
Right, exactly. And let me also put out there's like two different grassroots things going on. There's sort of like an organized grassroots thing that's going on as well, where there's a lot of communication and on what we want to focus on in order to spread, who Pete is and his message and everything going on with his campaign. And then there's sort of the supporters, right, who are really trying to support Pete in the best way they know they can, but they also reach out to sort of the more official grassroots people, like how can we best help, especially this last month where things have kind of been up and down for individuals, and they're sort of like, what do we do? So I know myself and others have been really trying to focus the conversation moving forward, and how do we best support the campaign, but how do we remain respectful of what's going on with South Bend and the community, and where are those two things separate and where do they align? And also understanding that Pete's campaign is still catching up with staffing. And so we definitely want to see the grassroots move forward in a bigger way. And I think we're definitely going to see that as they staff up. And now that we know we're in it for the long haul. But I also have a few suggestions for people who are grassroots, who don't have the money to give, on how you can support the campaign.
And when you say grassroots, you're just talking like normal people.
Normal people.
If you're a normal person who wants to be helpful, you're hearing
Right.
the message, you're resonating with the message, you think that it's something that would be good.
Exactly. If
Am
you
I
can't,
a normal person?
well, that's, I think, a different episode and a totally different podcast,
Normal is
Michael, but
has very broad ranges.
not everybody can make it to the dollar events. Not everybody can make it to every single speech that he's at. He's not coming to every single community, and so there are different ways that we can support, whether that's your social media presence. We've already talked about how he's not. People are not as familiar with him in certain areas. So, getting a Pete for America shirt and then running errands around, and that has really sparked a lot of conversations for people. Buying a copy of his book and donating it to your local library. There are libraries that have wait lists for his book right now,
Really?
like 37, 38 deep. Following Pete and Chasten on Twitter, retweeting them, following a lot of the Fort Pete accounts. They're really putting out a lot of information, mostly positive. I try to keep my content wholesome. Mostly because I love my city and I love my mayor, and so I try to fall in line with that. Having a watch party for the next debate, inviting other people. We have a lot of Facebook groups right now that are targeted towards like seniors for Pete, right? Millennials for Pete, and they're trying to organize within themselves as well on different ways that they can promote using their own voice. So there are a lot of different ways people can get involved without necessarily having to throw money at the campaign. And part of that is really just spreading the message, and whether that's through social media, whether it's wearing your shirt out, just sparking up a conversation, even just shooting somebody your favorite podcast episode or your favorite interview and just say, hey, have you checked this guy out? I think is a good way to get people involved and spread that Pete message.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for listening to this week's episode. As always, if you can do us a big favor, rate and review us on iTunes or whatever platform you listen to your show. And I think more than anything, what's going to help is just spread this message of who Pete is by sharing this podcast with people and getting other people to listen and join in on this journey. We thank you. We appreciate you guys, and we look forward to joining in next time. Hey, friends. Do you love podcasts like the one you just listened to? Have you ever dreamed about having your own? Well, my name is Michael, and I work for TruthWork Media. We believe that everyone has a story, and every story deserves a podcast. Let us help you get started. Look us up at www.truthworkmedia.com, fill out our questionnaire, and I'll schedule a time to talk. It's really that easy. TruthWork Media. Everyone has a story. Yours needs a podcast.
discriminate against LGBTQ plus people who identified that way. Could have potentially allowed, hypothetically, a Christian baker to deny making a wedding cake for, a gay couple. And, so I was sort of at the center of that firestorm writing about Governor Pence at that time for Politico magazine. So it's interesting because that moment really sort of picks up Mayor Buttigieg's story in a lot of ways. He would eventually speak out around that same time about that law here in South Bend.
You mentioned your roots in Ohio and, of course, Indiana, as well as Chicago, so Illinois. So very Midwestern. What does it mean to you to be Midwestern?
I think that's a question that I could spend probably the rest of my life exploring. I think it's a really interesting question. You could, go back to migration patterns, the way that the Midwest was settled from people in Britain and Scotland and Ireland and England and Germany and other places, and sort of really do a historical dive on that. But for me, I think what it means to be Midwestern now is really sort of spinning what it used to mean to be Midwestern on its head. And that's, for a long time, I think the Midwest has had an inferiority complex where, we don't have much to offer the coasts in terms of, art or commerce or political influence. But I think we've sort of been ashamed by that, and we've sort of allowed people on the coast to label us flyover country, so to speak. But I think now there's sort of a resurgence where there's almost sort of a cocky swagger, like, yeah, we're the Midwest and we have a lot to offer the world. And we've always had a lot to offer the world in terms of our art and culture influence. And we're just sort of newly embracing that and sort of sloughing off whatever the coasts make of us.
When did you notice an intentional shift in that? Like, because I agree and I echo what you're saying. When did you start noticing this kind of take place?
I think, for me, I think it's been happening for a long time. And it's been happening in pockets, long before I was around. But for me personally, it sort of happened after journalism school. A lot of my friends, went to DC or New York City or even, LA to do journalism. And, for a while I felt sort of inferior because I was, stuck in Indiana where nothing seemed to be happening until everything started to happen. But I think, it goes beyond that. I think there's been a resurgence in Midwestern, manufacturing, even as it concerns things like, I'm wearing, Red Wing boots.
As am I.
Yeah, which, are made here in the Midwest. There is a resurgence in, things like craft beer, craft distilleries that have become, I think, the envy of the rest of the country in some ways. And so it's a very South Bend story. You could look at, Studebaker and how it's sort of changed, the place where the mayor announced his candidacy has changed and evolved and is doing interesting things. So it's a story that's, seems to be everywhere in the ether.
I love it. So as a Hoosier, you now, I think you told me, come to South Bend 2 to 3 times a week. You're here 2 to 3 days. Is that correct?
Yeah. I try to find, particularly with the campaign kicking off, I try to find time to be here as frequently as possible, just to kind of, get story ideas, meet with people who may know the mayor, as I try to, look deeper into his time here in South Bend and how it's shaped him, and I also just happen to enjoy South Bend a lot on a personal level. Have family not too far away, in a couple different directions. So I really enjoy being here. And if I had a day to just kind of hang out, South Bend would be one of the places that I'd want to visit.
That's awesome.
I have a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
This just something that you said that really, you said you're to see how South Bend has shaped Pete. And I think there's been this big focus on how Pete has shaped South Bend. So why is that your angle when everyone else is sort of picking apart what he has or hasn't done in South Bend?
Well, I think both stories are interesting and newsworthy and should be explored. I am not an embed reporter in terms of like my job is not to cover like the latest policy pronouncement that's come from Pete for America's campaign staff. My job is to sort of follow the deeper stories as a narrative journalist of the candidates. Now it's changed a little bit as I've written in Portonville and have followed some quicker daily stories that have come out. But for the most part, as a narrative journalist, I want to understand how a particular politician has come to be and how their environment has shaped them. So whether that's Mike Pence or whether that's former Indiana Senator Joe Donnelly, who is just across the street at Notre Dame, or whether it's Mayor Buttigieg, I'm really curious about how someone's environment has shaped them as a person.
So to go on with that, what do you think it is about South Bend and or the Midwest that has uniquely qualified Pete to be president?
Well, I don't know that I can speak to his qualifications as president, and specifically as a journalist and not a supporter. But I can say politically, the Midwest has become a place in conversation after the 2016 election of Donald Trump that prognosticators and pundits are interested in. I think there's a sense that the Democratic Party, for one, may have lost touch with parts of this part of America. And so when you look at Mayor Buttigieg's campaign for DNC even, and you looked at the way that he launched his bid with, I think the post was called A Letter from Flyover Country on Medium back in, I believe it was January 2017, or it might have been February. You can kind of see him, picking up on that same thread that the party has lost part with this part of the country, and there needs to be a new focus on the middle of the country because President Trump has seemed to win over parts of it in a way, particularly during the 2016 election, that really benefited his campaign, particularly in states like Michigan, Wisconsin.
That's interesting. I have so many questions I want to ask this follow-up, but we'll move on. Well, I will actually. Do you feel like the focus back on the Midwest, do you see that working in a sense that has the Democratic Party reclaimed the Midwest, or at least have they showed enough interest where people feel like they've been heard?
In some ways they have, in some ways they haven't. You look at a state like Indiana, and Democrats had a terrible 2018 in a lot of ways. Former Senator Joe Donnelly, who the mayor's campaign manager kind of came up through politics working through him, Mike Schmuhl. He had a really difficult election. And, when I interviewed the mayor at this time last year to kind of get a pulse on what he might be his next move, he sat in a conference room or a hotel room at the Aloft last November and sort of watched Indiana's returns come in and really thought, there's really no path for me statewide in Indiana. But you look elsewhere in the Midwest, in places like Michigan, and the Democratic Party has made significant inroads there in a way they hadn't before. I think the same is true in Wisconsin and other parts of the Midwest. Indiana's a bit of a red outlier. So in some ways they've connected, in some ways they haven't.
Interesting. So some lighthearted questions before we dive into some deeper stuff. You're kind of, I would say you're an inherent resident of South Bend now since you're up here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome. And we love asking this question, what are some of your favorite spots in South Bend? As someone that comes frequently, eats and drinks here, where do you prefer to go?
I'll give you a few. So if I ever have to go write a book in a short amount of time, I would probably hole up in a cabin out at Potato Creek.
Wow, nice. That is solid.
Technically not South Bend.
No, but we'll give them that.
Yeah,
that's a great find for people that don't know about that.
I really I had a few friends from college, and every January we try to get up to Potato Creek, and get away from sort of our families and just hang out together and catch up because we don't see each other a lot. As far as like food and drink places, there's so many good places. I really like Crooked U. It's a great place to go. Where else? I've been really getting into the Lauber lately. They have a really good pizza that I like a lot. So there's so many cool places in South Bend, and I would love to have more time to explore them.
Yeah, it's Lauber, man. I didn't know what to think at first, but we continue to frequent back, and the pizza I feel like just continues to get better and better and better.
The
and
Lauber burger is also delicious.
I feel like nacho, they're good. I think
There's
most
a pasta. There's a pasta
that's exactly what I was
dish
gonna
I
say.
can't think of what it's called.
It's like their specialty that's low key the best thing on the menu, and it comes in like a gallon bowl. Like it's giant. So no, I agree with all those things. That's amazing. So kind of getting back to some general journalism questions here. How well do you feel like, and you did the bus tour, right?
I did do the bus tour. Yeah, I did the second bus tour of Iowa. Yeah.
How during that process, how well would you say that you actually get to know not only Pete, but just the candidates in general?
I think it's unique what the mayor is doing. I think this cycle. I think any sort of reporter would attest to that. So, I think as a journalist, I think there are questions about how knowable a candidate is just by talking to that candidate. I ascribe to a theory of journalism that, to really get a sense of a person, you have to really talk to people around the candidate, because I think that there's, from an ontological perspective, I think that there's a sense that we can't even really know ourselves in some ways. So to the extent that you're talking with just one person, there's a limit there, I think, that you can get. But I feel like from just 4 days on the bus tour that you get a pretty good sense of a candidate, more so than you would get from, I think, any other candidate this cycle.
Interesting. A follow up to that, and this doesn't have to be Pete specific, but how often do you see kind of the gap between the public and private persona, or do you? And I know that might be a hard question and or an awkward question.
Well, I mean, candidates occasionally have off the record conversations with reporters. My sense is that any candidate who has those off the record and on the record conversations, that they're going to be pretty cognizant that in both settings they're talking with a reporter who's going to talk with other reporters or other sources. So I still think that there's a guardedness there, no matter who you're talking to. But I think that people would probably say that one of the mayor's strengths is that there's an authenticity there that seems to be similar in whatever setting you're talking with him in. Now, if there's ever a story that sort of breaks that pierces that, I think that would be one of his biggest pitfalls.
Yeah.
For example, taking the mayor at his word, trusting but verifying. If a story ever came out, for example, where he worked on something at McKinsey while a consultant that didn't sort of match his public pronouncements on the issue, I think that would be a significant vulnerability for him because of that gap between what he has said and what reality might be. So far, we haven't seen that gap yet. The campaign has said that they're seeking a release from McKinsey to try to give more details about what he's done in his consulting work there.
I think one of the questions people are curious with journalism in general, and I feel like this campaign has been like a college class in understanding the journalistic process for all of the people of South Bend. You just are going through this from a different perspective, right? And one of the things we've seen is that often voices get elevated as representative voices, when from our perception on the ground here, sometimes those people that are put up as representative voices only speak for themselves sometimes, or a smaller constituency. For instance, you could have an article that quotes, South Bend pastor says this or that, and that may carry perception as though that person is a community leader, and maybe that person is a community leader, and maybe that person has 5 people that follow them, like in their church, that are all related to each other, and it's hard to know the difference from the outside. How, as journalists, how do you know the difference between meaningful local voices or just loud local voices? And do you feel there's a responsibility to clarify or contextualize that when you're putting a story out?
It's a really good question, and one that I've dealt with in real time, particularly in reporting on the police involved shooting here in June that took place. As a journalist, I sort of subscribe to the idea that just by being a resident of a community, that you ought to have a voice and that your perspective matters and should be heard. Now, I do think that you have to sort of weigh that against the relative influence that the person has in the community at large. So, for example, someone who's on city council, does have a little bit more influence than someone who is just a man on the street who's angry because the trash hasn't been picked up from his curb. But so I do think, there has to be some relative weighting there. Although I do think, every person's voice is important and can inform your journalism.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. One of the things I saw this week was an interesting kind of interaction on Twitter where an AP journalist, the tweet was stating candidate's response to something about Pete, right? And in stating the candidate's response, the tweet almost gave the thing the candidate was responding to as a given fact, and so people kind of freaked out about it, right? And when pressed, the journalist made the point, I was just quoting a candidate, I didn't make that up. But I think the thing people are feeling from the outside is like, yeah, but in the tweet, you took the thing the candidate was responding to as a given, as opposed to claiming like falsely responded to or responded to the perception of or something like that. Is there something in like the nature of Twitter or journalism that involves generating clicks for viability? Has that changed journalism and or the integrity behind journalism at all, do you feel?
Yeah, so a few thoughts. For me, as someone who writes, long online magazine pieces, I've never really once sort of thought like, how can I engineer this headline to get maximum clicks? Because I have, editors who will sort of take the lead on that. But even in those cases, I don't really feel like I've ever had sort of a clickbait headline on which the story hasn't delivered. And so, for me, my focus is how can I get a compelling piece of journalism on the page? Because if the journalism is compelling, people will read it. I think, second of all, to your sort of larger point about the role of journalism in 2019, I think journalists are having sort of an awakening in the era of Trump where we're realizing afresh and anew that our job is not to just be stenographers, but to sort of try to discern the truth. A reporter with the Washington Post, Bob Woodward, who's still very much around, he has said that a journalist's obligation is to obtain the best obtainable version of the truth. And that goes beyond just sort of offering he said, she said analyses of events, but to sort of provide weight and priority to what the most accurate statement is in a piece. I think that it's important more now than ever for us to do that as journalists, to provide context where possible and to try to show where candidates may be less than truthful.
So kind of a follow-up to that from a South Bend perspective for people listening to this in South Bend, and I kind of want to know your response to this. How do you respond when you see articles that come out that don't accurately portray what you know to be truth? As a journalist and then as a person, how do you on a national level, you have these articles that are necessarily portraying South Bend correctly. So what's your response to that?
I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I've seen in journalism about South Bend is that it's a diverse community. It's not just a college town. It's the last time I looked, 40% non-white, and so anytime that I see a story that doesn't reflect that reality, I get a little bothered by that as a journalist, because my bias is towards accuracy and the truth. As someone who's invested in the quote unquote Pete beat, following the mayor, as someone who follows Indiana politics, I'm interested in there being sort of an accurate understanding of the state and South Bend, and also sort of how the two are different than each other in some ways.
So along with that, one of our perceptions on the ground is that sometimes it feels like there have been journalistic efforts that are so absent contextualization that they seem that they're even intentionally biased. And even at times it feels like this has happened from reputable sources that I grew up in my life believing that there were sources of journalism that just could be trusted. Is that just paranoia, like on the part of supporters, to think that journalists might infuse their own bias into articles, or do you think that there might be some reality that does occasionally happen? And I guess if so, like, how does it feel as a journalist that is working really hard to contextualize things, if that's taking place out there?
I would say that I think one of the positive developments over the last few years in journalism writ large is that journalists are sort of coming to terms with this idea, this old idea that it's sort of possible to be like a non-biased human. I don't really think a lot of people subscribe to that idea anymore. I think we're sort of all born with biases, even as simple as being someone who comes from a big city or a small town. You sort of have a built-in bias for that. I think your background shapes the kind of work that you do. So I think that we are starting to realize as a profession that sometimes it's best to sort of be transparent about what biases we may have, and let the readers kind of sort that out. In some areas now, I would say that we should still strive for balance and fairness whenever possible. But I think what we're learning is not to impose a false balance on a piece when one doesn't exist in reality. My experience as a journalist has been, for the most part, journalists do their best to be fair and to cover stories well. I think in a few cases, for example, there is a former reporter who is now a speechwriter to Bernie Sanders, but who before that was sort of gallivanting as sort of a non-biased journalist. I think those are sort of rare instances, but I do think there are cases where a journalist might produce a story that is unintentionally biased based on access to sources that they have. So maybe they're not able to get the full story by talking to the full breadth of sources that they can get to. So if they've only got two or three sources, it's possible that of those 2 or 3 sources, there's a preponderance in one way or the other, and how those sources see an issue, and so that shapes the story itself. I think a lot of times that's unintentional, in my experience at least. I do think it has been some bad faith reporting this cycle. I don't need to necessarily call anybody out, but I think that happens every cycle.
Not you though.
As best as I can comment on my own work. It's really important to me to give people a chance to respond to a story, whether the story seems negative or positive, and to try to give them a chance to shape my thinking towards getting a full-bodied, accurate piece that conveys what's really happening.
So what I hear you saying, I think this is good for our listeners too. The vast majority of journalists are acting in good faith.
That's been my experience. I think there are some cases where that doesn't happen, but for the most part, when I talk to a journalist, their concern is hitting deadline and getting a piece accurate. They don't have enough time to sort of be bad actors and sort of blackball one candidate or the other.
Adam, you cover a lot of state politics. We've kind of gone over that, and obviously with Pete running for president and you covering that, it's a national scene. How's that jump been going from sort of state politics to now? We've already kind of talked about how Indiana is a little bit different, and that's one of the reasons why you've decided to cover and be a journalist here in Indiana. But what's that jump been like going from state to national?
Well, my first experience of that jump was honestly in August of 2015, when I went to Iowa for the first time to cover Donald Trump's visit to the state fair.
How was that? That's like a dream of mine to go to Iowa and see like the state fair. Is it as cool as like I'm envisioning in my head?
Well, as someone who has been involved in an actual county and state fair, as someone who has shown livestock growing up, I love the fair. I think the fairs are great. So the Iowa State Fair is sort of a really great place to visit if you can. But covering Trump in August of 2015, it's really interesting, sort of having been on the upstart of that campaign, and then also in 2020 having been sort of at the beginning of, or present for the beginning of the Buttigieg campaign, and sort of comparing and contrasting those efforts. But at the time, there was the sense that maybe Trump is going to be this sort of Bill Clinton-like figure of the Republican Party, where maybe he would sort of be the centrist person who got deals done on infrastructure or other issues, and maybe he was just sort of tacking right during the primary to build up support with his base. But he's still sort of locked in sort of this ongoing romance with his base that really we haven't really seen that part come to fruition yet. But it's really interesting sort of comparing and contrasting those two campaigns. In a lot of ways that you might not suspect, there are some similarities in terms of the amount of access that reporters got to Trump. And when I say access, I don't mean like the bus tour, for example, but a lot has been made about the mayor taking interviews or doing podcasts with anybody who requested one, or in the early days at least. And Trump did that same thing. He would call into morning shows and talk for 30 or 40 minutes at a time. So I think that that
still
access
does.
still does. I think that there's a similarity there to a certain extent. So yeah, I think it really helps my reporting having been on the upswing of that Trump campaign. And we can talk about in Portonville now too, or whenever. But
yeah, for sure.
The title of my newsletter really gets at that tension that exists between Trump and Buttigieg.
Yeah, go a little more in depth there. Talk a little bit about Portonville and what that is. And I just learned now that it's based on South Bend, which is, I don't know how I didn't know that, but that's amazing.
Yeah, so one of the most wild political stories ever potentially is on the eve of Indiana's May 2016 primary. Trump is campaigning in Indiana. Then Senator Ted Cruz is still alive at that point. Governor of Ohio, John Kasich, is still campaigning, and there's sort of this death match that happens in Indiana to see who wins the state's nomination in May of 2016. And so Trump is sort of barnstorming the state. Mm-hmm. Governor Pence at the time hasn't really endorsed yet, but eventually endorses Ted Cruz. And so Donald Trump actually comes to South Bend to campaign and tells...
This is embarrassing. I was actually I was like, I gotta see this.
Remind me the venue.
I forget. It was at the Century Center.
That's right, yeah. which is interesting because that's where the mayor launched his book, Shortest Way Home,
Oh, yeah.
earlier this year. But he essentially goes to the Century Center and says, look, you guys know who you are. You guys are called Importantville because you're going to decide the Republican primary. And he does it in South Bend. And Indiana sort of becomes Importantville in a lot of ways. We sort of have, a large percentage, or at least did when Dan Coates was around still, and a few others. We have Hoosiers on the cabinet right now. We have Hoosiers in a number of the federal agencies. And we also have a Hoosier who is from that town that Trump went to here in South Bend, who's running for the president and in some ways is becoming the front runner. And so, I think having a potential general election race between those two candidates, if still far-fetched, is a really interesting proposition.
What is that? Why have Indiana politicians been so prolific on the national scene?
Well, we're sort of going, in some ways, back to the future or back to the past. Indiana is second to New York only in terms of producing vice presidential candidates.
Really?
So we are historically a state where maybe a coastal nominee has to go to sort of lock up the middle of the country. With Pence, it was less about our electoral, I think, prominence and more about his faith and him being an ambassador to evangelicals. But Indiana is historically a really important state. When you go back to 2008, our senator at the time, Evan Bayh, was one of 3 people to be on the short list for Barack Obama. You look at 2012, our governor, Mitch Daniels, was weighing and got pretty close to running against Barack Obama then. You go back to the years of Dick Lugar, another mayor with a Rhodes Scholar. He's someone who looked at Iowa and ran in 1996, didn't do well in the Iowa caucuses. You could go back to the Bayh years, but Indiana is really an important political state.
All right, let's transition to Pete a little bit in your perceptions. Again, just emphasizing your role as a neutral. But what stands out to you as just a neutral observer about Pete, specifically like who he is, his person or his character? What has stood out to you?
When you talk to voters in places like Decorah, Iowa, where I went, it's a small town of about 8,000 people, almost close to Minnesota. And on a Saturday night a few weeks ago, about 8,000 people came out. About 1,000 people in a town of 8,000. So basically 1/8 of the town showed up. But when you talk to voters, they kind of tell you the same thing. They like that he's smart. They like that he seems to be thoughtful. And there's sort of a Midwestern quality that they will tell you in interviews that appeals to them. He seems to have his feet on the ground. They'll tell you he seems to be, in a lot of ways, the opposite of the current president. And as I talk with voters, that's sort of a takeaway that I continue to get time and time again. I talked to one independent voter in Iowa who has never caucused before, and he's in his 60s, and he plans to caucus for the first time in February for the mayor. And he had this memorable quote where he said, let's get someone smart in the office. Let's try it that way this time. I think the mayor's intellect and demeanor, objectively seems to be something that's resonating on the trail, at least in a Midwestern state like Iowa.
So as someone who covers politics as a profession, I have to imagine you have this neutrality that almost may feel like for some of us just watching a sporting event and being fascinated by the strategy and maneuvering. What stands out politically about Pete?
Well, I think that his resume is interesting. There's a question as to whether or not he's qualified for the office that I don't think he could have surmounted in the pre-Trump era.
Interesting.
I think Trump, in a lot of ways, paved the road for a run for Mayor Buttigieg because, he comes in, he's this reality star. He's run a company before, but he's never really had elected office. And so I think, in interviewing, the mayor, it's pretty clear that the Trump era paved the way for someone like him to be able to run. Mayor Buttigieg is also sort of operating on this theory of the American electorate that we often, kind of two interrelated theories. That one, that we often choose the opposite of what we've just had, and so I think he sees his resume as something that matches that moment. And two, that elections are MRIs of the soul, as the consultant David Axelrod has said before. I think that he looks at those two sort of corollary thoughts and thinks, that he is a unique match for the moment. It'll be interesting to see how he fares outside. I think we're getting a better sense of how he might fare in Iowa and New Hampshire. But when you get to the Super Tuesday states, or even a state like Indiana, I think there's an open question there about how he appeals to, sort of blue collar, working class Americans, and whether he can translate his base in South Bend to a national support.
What do you, I heard you discuss this on the Faith 2020 podcast, and I really appreciated that. What do you make of Pete's willingness to discuss faith?
I think it has been a core part of his campaign that we haven't seen since maybe, in some ways, I think we saw it with Obama. We saw it with George W. Bush. We saw it with Jimmy Carter, who may be a kind of an interesting analog to Buttigieg. But one of the things that's interesting to me is that he's sort of making a bet that evangelicals have become disenfranchised in the Trump era, and that he can make sort of a unique pitch to them, even though that pitch seems to be coming from more of a mainline Episcopalian viewpoint. So I think that's an interesting thing to watch that I'm interested in. Can he make that pitch to evangelical voters, or will they be turned off by what they feel like is a faith that is antagonistic to their understanding of Scripture?
Not to put you on the spot, but I'm curious, do you think that's going to swing at all the evangelical vote?
I think it's going to be one of the most important stories of 2020. I think that there will be some bleeding at the edges of the evangelical support, but by and large, I think that we're seeing the evangelicals sticking with the president. And, we're seeing that from, thinkers like David French with National Review, who's a prominent evangelical, who is really sort of questioning, whether Buttigieg can attract those types of voters.
Indiana Democrats seem to have been hesitant to endorse anybody, really. From your experience in Indiana political scene, does that surprise you? And why or why not?
It does and it doesn't. While we were recording this podcast, news broke that Representative Pete Visloski from Indiana's 1st Congressional District is endorsing the mayor. He's an outgoing representative, so his term will be done after 2020. But Buttigieg has sort of been doing fundraising for Indiana Democrats for at least the last couple of years, and I don't think this part gets publicized a lot, but he really, I think, did a lot for the party in 2010, even though he was trounced in the state treasurer's race facing Richard Murdoch. But, he sort of took a flyer, and when no one else was sort of willing to run, he ran a pretty good race. And you don't hear this a lot, but he was actually, I think, the ticket's top vote getter.
Really?
We'll have to fact check that. But he got a few 100,000 votes.
Wow.
So, I think it'll be really interesting, and a question that I'll be following is, how does the Indiana Democratic Party approach our primary next May if the mayor is still in the race? Is there going to be sort of a movement that's, pro Buttigieg, and a movement that is, sort of more of the Biden camp? I think it'll be fascinating to watch, and I think it's kind of an open question how much Indiana Democrats support the mayor. You have to remember too, Bernie Sanders actually won Indiana's Democratic primary in May. So I still think there's a lot of Sanders support here across the state.
From your neutral perspective as a political reporter, what do you think has been his wisest or most solid political move of the race, and where do you think maybe he's missed an opportunity that he would have had that would have been beneficial from your perspective?
That's a really good question. I think clearly his wisest decision was to run at all. He could have easily sat out this race. Probably most people would have told him he should have sat out this race because he was and he's I think at least Chasten has maybe said this publicly, maybe in an interview with Ellen. The sense was when they got married that he would be looked at as someone possibly as a 2020 Democratic gubernatorial pick in Indiana. And so for him to run for president was a fairly audacious thing, and there are a lot of permutations where he could have run for a third term as mayor of South Bend, sort of bided his time, but clearly he never would have achieved sort of the national prominence that he has at this point. And even if he irks some of his fellow 2020 contenders with his performance, clearly he's going to be a Democratic heavyweight for decades to come, both here in Indiana and nationally. So I think that was probably his wisest decision. And the second part of that question,
have you seen any opportunities that perhaps have been missed that if you were running a campaign that you would have maybe jumped at differently?
Well, hindsight, of course, is 2020, but clearly the narrative that is in some ways almost overwhelming his campaign is that he has struggled with African American voters or voters of color. So, I think, identifying constituents who are people of color who found his time as mayor favorable to them. I think having those lined up earlier probably would have helped him in some ways. One of the interesting things to me about his campaign is that he has both achieved the benefits of and weathered the drawbacks of being a mayor. You look at the June officer-involved shooting. No other senator in the race is directly responsible, or at least is over a structure like a police department that has responsibility in sort of handling, something that sensitive. And that's really been a drawback to his campaign. It's really something that he's had to work through. But, as mayor, he also gets to be seen as someone who has executive authority in a way a senator doesn't. So I think that's something that's fascinating to watch. And, time will tell as to whether or not he can overcome that narrative of not having sort of a wellspring of Black support across the board.
Yeah, and just a shout out to our last episode. We had a great interview with Amika and Brianna. And I think they do a good job showing there is like a stable base of support here. And I think this is just one of our frustrations in general in South Bend of feeling the breadth of the South Bend story is not always told very well. And so we look forward as well to those stories being able to find more voice.
Yeah, and I think sort of the role of a journalist and the fascination of a journalist is to immediately find those voices who might be the loudest and the most sort of confrontational, to talk to them in order to advance a story that is sort of conflict based. I do think one bias that almost any journalist has is a bias to covering conflict, and unfortunately sometimes that means that nuance suffers as a result in our storytelling.
Yeah, I think that's what we would resonate with, seeing that here. All right, closing out prediction time a little bit. I heard you talk on the Faith 2020 podcast about Iowa at times providing a proof of credibility for a candidate. that can sometimes spring people forward onto the national scene that weren't necessarily gaining national traction before that. Do you think we're waiting on Iowa at this point, or do you think that the national picture will start to clarify itself before then? Where do you see this whole thing going?
So as we're talking right now, it's Thanksgiving week. I think in a lot of ways the race is going to be frozen for a long time until January. I don't think that there are going to be substantive changes, at least on the surface, that are really going to change things. Basically, we have one more presidential debate this year in December. I believe it's December 19th. I don't know that most Americans are going to be dialed into a presidential debate 6 days before Christmas. And so I think for the most part, where we're at now, unless there's sort of bombshell that drops that changes the field positioning, I think we're going to be pretty much here when we come back for the new year in January. And it's going to be a race towards February 3rd to the Iowa caucuses, and then not long after that, the New Hampshire primaries. So I do think that one of the problems of being a journalist is that you've got to have a new story every day or however frequently. And so I don't know that there's going to be a significant change that happens on the outset. I think there will probably be some policy rollouts, maybe an endorsement here or there, probably some jabs, maybe some, I do think there's going to be a significant close look that happens a second time at the mayor's record here in South Bend that we'll see in the national press unfold. I think people are going to kind of, as we get closer to December 31st, really look at what he has and hasn't done here in South Bend. So I think that's one thing that could potentially alter his standing, or maybe keep it as it is. I'm interested sort of in another mayor getting into the race now. Michael Bloomberg is spending a lot of money. He now Buttigieg isn't the only person who has sort of being a mayor as his calling card. There are other mayors in the race, Cory Booker and others. So I think that'll be interesting to watch how that unfolds too.
Awesome. Well, Adam, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate you, your journalism, your Twitter presence. Just honestly, it's fun watching you do so. Well at what you do.
Yeah, and even though I'm sort of a neutral candidate, I think neutral journalist rather, I think that I can kind of say that I do love South Bend, and I love coming here, and whenever the mayor's here doing an official campaign event, I'll try to be back here covering it, and then getting some food from the Lobber or the Crooked U whenever possible.
Or coffee from Chicory.
I do like a coffee from Chicory. Yep, it's good. Actually, I'm going there later today. So
Awesome. Well, we would love to treat you to dinner sometime if you're around, and I'm sure we'll bump into each other at some point. Thanks again, Adam. And listeners, as always, if you want to rate, review the show and also share this with other people that you might find it to be beneficial for. Thanks, guys.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
And welcome everybody back to the show. It is me, Michael, your favorite of the three co-hosts. And I can say that today because it's just me on the intro. I won't take a lot of your time because we have an amazing interview we need to get to with the Liz Smith. But I wanted to remind you guys of a couple things. If you didn't watch the last debate, Pete absolutely crushed it. As a result, his poll numbers in Iowa have continued to see an increase. But there's a lot of work to be done. So continue to talk to your family, your friends, people you care about, even people you don't care about him. And if you guys haven't heard, we're doing a live episode of this podcast in South Bend, Indiana. We're having people fly in from across the country to come join us for a live studio audience. I say studio, it's a makeshift studio, but it's going to be stinking awesome. Details for that show can be found on the Twitter handle run by Letty, Good Guy Pete. Well, I don't want to waste any more of your guys' time. I want to kick us right over to the interview. This was an awesome time, an awesome experience. It was so great getting to talk to the legend that is Liz Smith. So without further ado, let's get into this thing.
All right, guys, I am super excited for our guest today, personally, and just this is big for our pod, I think. We have today on air, we have Liz Smith. She is currently the senior comms advisor for Pete Buttigieg and his campaign. This isn't her first obvious presidential campaign. She's worked on the Martin O'Malley for president campaign, and she also did rapid response for the Obama campaign. So this is not her first campaign, not her first big campaign, and I think it's just amazing what she's been able to do with Pete's campaign. And so we're really just going to jump in with Liz and ask her some questions and really get to know her as well as what we could do for Pete's campaign.
Letty, I'll say this. That was an amazing intro for how not calm I think you actually are for this interview.
I am freaking out right now, okay?
Oh.
Well, guys, don't worry, because I've literally never been calm in my life.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
I love it. Well, let's jump right in here. You're kind of like the presidential circuit guru, like the pro here. And how did all that get started? Like, how does one just start doing this?
Oh, boy. Well, it was a long road for me. I started volunteering in politics when I was 17. So my senior year in high school. So that was during the 2000 cycle. And by volunteering, I mean, I made some phone calls. I wasn't running a campaign. And I went to Dartmouth College in New Hampshire. So there's obviously a huge focus on presidential politics there. I was the president of Young Democrats there. I interned on a bunch of campaigns. I took a term off to work on a presidential campaign when I was there. It was for John Edwards during his primary run. And then from there, I just started working my way up. It was my first job really outside of, babysitting and teaching the violin. And so I started working full time in paid positions when I was 21. And I worked on Senate races, gubernatorial races, congressional races, mayoral races, DA races, state Senate races, anything, you could even imagine running for, I've worked on. And the Obama campaign was the first time that I had a, prominent role on a presidential campaign as his director of rapid response. And then I obviously got to here, but it's not like overnight you go from being a college student or being someone who isn't working in politics to getting the job. And it was a lot of door knocks, a lot of phone calls, and that sort of stuff. And then I really transitioned into press and got onto these campaigns.
To fast forward just a little bit then, I read that you actually had met Pete before his DNC run. I don't know if that's actually accurate or not, but how did that interaction or that meeting actually take place?
So, well, I hadn't met. Meeting is a strong term.
Yeah.
In about mid-December 2016, so a month after Trump won the election, there was a lot of talk about who would run for DNC chair. And I had someone reach out and say, oh, I think this guy is going to run for DNC chair. You got to check him out. He's great. And it was about Pete. So I sort of went, well, one, I responded immediately to the email. I was like, oof, that is a tough name, And I think I spent 10 minutes Googling just to figure out what kind of name that was and how you pronounce it. But the second I started reading about him, I was like, this is the definition of a diamond in the rough. Where has this guy been my entire life? Because he seemed exactly what we needed at that time and so different from anyone I'd ever read about, anyone I'd ever worked for. And if you think about the timing of it, right, it's mid-December. It's a month after Trump wins the presidential. And I've been thinking about just sort of getting out of politics completely. And so then reading about him, I was like, this is someone I can really get behind. This is someone that intrigues me. And then not long after that, he and I were connected over the phone to talk about a potential DNC chair race. And then, you know, he offered me the job to run his communications for the DNC chair race, you know, right before New Year's. Then the rest is history.
That's interesting. So in a way, Pete kind of gave you hope to remain in politics.
He did. He did. I think, you know, he's not someone that comes along every day of the week. Of course, he's got an amazing resume. And you see a lot of those in politics, but he's got such an amazing story, personal story, but also a political story. And I was intrigued by him being, you know, the mayor of South Bend. I was intrigued by the way that he messaged issues. You know, I think I'm not the only person. So clearly we've seen that play out in the presidential races as he's sort of become a phenom.
Absolutely. And when could you say that, if you had the like pinpoint a time, when did you first start to see that Pete was special?
Oh boy. So I first met him in person in early January. It was at right before his first DNC chair forum. We were in Phoenix. And I met with him. We went through sort of what the drill would be and all the reporters I was going to be sending him up with the next day. And he goes in and sits in with, you know, these national reporters. And this isn't someone who's done this for a long time. And I remember he does his first interview, went well. And then during the second interview, I remember he was talking with a reporter, and the reporter at one point, a female reporter, like her eyes darted over to me and she just mouthed like, wow, to me. And I sort of nodded back. And I just, in that moment, I understood that this is someone who is extremely different, extremely talented, and immediately just had that sort of goosebumps feeling about him, that this was someone operating on a level that most of us can never understand. And just the way he talked, you know, his demeanor, everything, it was so different from everything I'd seen in politics, and certainly everything that was out there at the time, that if I had to pinpoint it, it was very early on and it was very clear. And I was, you know, he just knocked my socks off.
So stating the obvious, this all has a very kind of West Wing feel to it in that kind of way.
So is this bad to say? I know I work in politics, but I've never watched The West Wing.
Oh, okay. Then I don't feel bad that I haven't seen it either. Okay, thank you, Liz.
You're good.
I feel
you're good. But in this, as you're feeling like how special he is in this moment, and you're kind of jumping on board for DNC, did you see at that point that this was headed towards like a presidential run at some point? Were you feeling that?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, it was seen as a big leap for him to run for DNC chair from mayor of South Bend. So you can imagine that, no, that wasn't forefront on our minds when he was running for DNC chair. But it's something that sort of evolved naturally over time. After the DNC chair race, he really impressed a lot of people. And we started getting a lot of requests for him to travel around the country and campaign for Democrats, especially in red states, especially in states, red and purple states where Democrats typically don't do well. I think we saw a lot of Democratic leaders in those states see in Pete someone who could really speak a vocabulary of the heartland, and one that was really spoke to people who aren't necessarily on Twitter, aren't necessarily going to wake up every day outraged about the president, and could really talk about Democrats and Democrats' values in a way that was broader and could really bring more people into the fold than what we'd been seeing out of the National Democratic Party for a while.
Liz, I wanna we love Pete, but I want to get to you real quick for a second, if that's okay. I and this is something the guys and I have talked about before. We've never been super involved in politics really before Pete. This is something that's kind of been personal to us because we are in South Bend. And so being so politically involved, like we're learning a lot as we go along the way. So I'm going to be completely honest, Liz, I didn't know who you were before Pete until I read that political article, and I just completely, and I'm serious, and you know, I know through social media, like I'm very a huge fan of yours. We'll just put it that way. And the very first thing I did when I read that was I'm like, one, this woman is a badass. And I'm really glad that she's on Pete's side. And it really prompted me, and I created, you know, I've got too many Twitter accounts that I don't really want to admit that right now. But one of them, of course, is the Team Liz Smith, sort of like I'm the self-appointed fan club. And I would like your honesty, Liz. What were your thoughts when you saw that somebody being me created that account?
Were you as freaked out as the rest of us were? Is the question.
You can hurt my feelings, Liz. It's okay. I'm honored to have you here on air with me today.
I mean, I think my first thought was someone on our campaign is trying to mess with me right now. You know, maybe Andrew Mamo on our team had a little too much time on his hands.
Oh, that's awesome.
No, it was funny. I mean, you know, but ultimately I found it amusing, and I know my, you know, friends, family, all like to give me a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff that there is a Liz Smith fan group on Twitter. So but you know, it was flattering. It was flattering,
Okay.
but I did definitely think that someone was pulling my leg.
Okay. Okay. And just to clarify, in any other campaigns that you've worked, this has never been a thing for you?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. But
Okay.
going forward, I expect it will be.
Okay, perfect. And I'm very happy to be a part of that. Okay, so skipping ahead to another article that just came out today that I was excited to see, knowing that we were going to be talking to you, is the Marie Claire article about women leading the presidential campaign. And I think that's just absolutely amazing. When I read through that, obviously I was excited that you were a part of that, but just seeing how many women are a part of current presidential campaigns and just what impact you guys have on that. But there's a quote I kind of want to go to that you had on there, and it's the "we talk a lot of smack" quote. And I think one of the things that I admire a lot about you is sort of your straightforwardness and getting straight to the point. But you also went in and talked about how like you guys are able to kind of turn off the politics at the end of the day and get along pretty well. I just wanted to know if you could expand a little bit sort of about, I mean, we see everything play out, right, on social media, but we don't know what's really happening when you guys are hanging out, taking shots, I think, as you said. So what exactly is that like behind closed doors?
In terms of our dynamics with other campaigns or other campaign workers?
Yeah, just other campaign workers.
Yeah, so it's a relatively small world, all the people who work on these campaigns. And I've worked with a lot of the people on opposing campaigns. I've hired them to work for me in the past. Some of the people I work quote unquote against now are people who I've worked under in the past as well. And for me, at least, it's important just to understand that the bonds we have and how we treat each other, it goes beyond just one election cycle. And sure, you know, there are going to be disagreements between campaigns, and that's what elections are about. The elections are about choices and about sometimes laying out those choices, but it's not about personal vitriol. It's not about, you know, the quote unquote drama. And I think that while you can be passionate and should be passionate for your candidate, that it's important to never let that sort of take away from who you are as a person and how you treat other people, even on the other side. And, you know, I've definitely been on campaigns and where you see it gets unnecessarily personal. And I think that like we're all working to beat Donald Trump. We got to keep our eye on the prize here. The enemy, the competition really isn't each other. It is Donald Trump, and it's the our focus needs to be on that 100%. So I just don't have a lot of time for the, interpersonal drama between campaigns on the presidential campaign trail.
Great. I've got one more question, and before we get back to sort of Pete and the campaign, and this is actually I kind of did a little raffle on Twitter to get somebody to ask a question for this pod, and so this comes from Jody Masters, and she wants to know that if you were not working in politics today, what would you be doing?
Oh my God. So growing up, there are two things I wanted to do. I either wanted to, and keep in mind, I'm 37 years old. So, and the first presidential campaign I really followed semi-closely was Bill Clinton's race in 1992. So I was like about 9 when he was elected. So I always wanted to be James Carville when I grew up, right? And when I was grown, to be James Carville, because he was sort of the guy that was out there for Clinton and seen as the manic genius behind Bill Clinton's campaign. The other thing I really wanted to do was I wanted to be Jane Goodall or Diane Fossey. And that's why I went into college and became a double major in anthropology and government, is because I really, really was into that stuff. But, soon, I think my freshman year in college, I realized that there'd already been a Diane Fossey. There'd already been a Jane Goodall. There probably wasn't room for a Liz Smith in that field. So, and I saw more opportunity. And the other thing I was very passionate about, and that was politics. So, I think, there are a lot of good people watching the gorillas and the chimps and the orangutans and the bonobos, but not enough good stewards of politics. So hopefully I'm making more of a mark in this line of work.
Love it.
I think I need that on a t-shirt. Good steward of politics.
All right, we're going to transition back to Pete for a little bit. We claim to be telling the story of Pete from the South Bend perspective, and you've gotten to see South Bend a bit, but the reality is that mayors don't have much of a history in presidential politics, at least no success, really. But why do you think anybody should take a mayor, let alone the mayor of South Bend, seriously?
Well, sure. Mayors don't have much of a history in it, but nor do, reality TV stars. And we elected one president. And I never, ever want to conflate those two records. And just to be clear, but whenever people raise that, I always throw back at them. And sometimes I hear it from reporters, and I always throw back at them, anything's possible. Like literally anything's possible. We elected Donald Trump. But from my perspective, I think that being a mayor is such relevant experience at this point in time. Because think about all of the things that you want in a president, right? You want someone who's good at managing things, someone who has hands-on experience managing things. You want someone who is empathetic, someone who will listen and be responsive to the community and is tight with the community that they represent. And obviously the community, when you're president of the United States, is the United States. Yeah. And someone who holds themselves accountable to the population that they govern. And there's no better example of that than mayors. Pete, when he goes out on the campaign trail and is asked about it, talks about how he'll sometimes see these videos of senators being confronted and how they look so shocked. But as mayor, you could just be going to pick up milk or something at the grocery store, and someone will come up and, give you 10 minutes of their passionate feelings about the pothole on their street or garbage pickup or whatever it is. And right now in politics, there's such a disconnect between what's going on in Washington and real people's lives. And you see that in how people view the presidency and and I think there are other reasons for why Trump is unpopular, but also Congress, right? Congress is at its lowest approval ratings. I mean, every year, that's a great thing. It's like no matter what, every year you could always say that Congress is at its lowest approval ratings.
Consistency.
And just because it does feel like sometimes we send these folks to Washington and they forget who they represent, and they forget what it really feels like to be accountable to the people they represent. And at a time when that disconnect is at an all-time high, and you just see the stuff coming out of Washington that is so, I mean, it's literally insane, but like disconnected from people's lives. The experience of a mayor, someone who lives in his community, is so in tune with his community, connected to them, and holds himself accountable to the people of his community. I think that's important. And I think that he's not a senator, he's not a governor, or he's not necessarily the traditional background, but maybe it's the background that we need right now. We are not living in traditional times. So, maybe it's time for a sort of a different perspective in the White House.
So Monday morning, I wake up and I grab my phone, and as a lot of Americans do, I start going through social media first thing in the morning. And as a 33-year-old, I'm a little ashamed to say, but I do have TikTok. I know I don't belong on that app as a 33-year-old, but I was scrolling through my For You page, and out of nowhere, I see Pete playing the piano. And I was like, this is incredible. And so my question to you, and I know you're highly involved with social media, how have you seen the role of social media changing even since you've been in politics?
Well, it's a whole new world. When I started working in politics, I mean, we had the internet, obviously. Like, I don't want to.
You're not 60.
Right. We weren't still using fax machines then. But you didn't have Twitter, you didn't have Facebook, you didn't have TikTok, you didn't have Instagram, you didn't have any of these things. And where I really saw the transition was in 2012. So 2012 was when I was the director of rapid response for Barack Obama. And it used to be that to respond to someone's event, to get a quote out there, you'd have to either jump on the phone or send out a fax press release or email it. But with Twitter, what I saw, because I was the person who was monitoring all of like Mitt Romney's public events and responsible for responding to all of them, is that if he said something, if there was a big moment in one of his events, I could tweet something and that would shape the coverage of all of it, right? Because sometimes I think with reporters, there's so much in the moment that they can sometimes miss sort of like, whoa, this weird thing just happened. And so the news cycle has gone so much faster. It's in some ways good, in some ways bad, because of social media. Shaping the way we shape information is very different because of social media, and Twitter, I think, is a great example of that. Sometimes you see, obviously, false headlines, false info go out there, but these days you see campaigns use Twitter much in the way that campaigns a decade ago would use a press release or a statement, and a lot of the old ways of communicating and a lot of the old rules have gone out the window. So that's definitely changed. I also think, and this is a good thing, and this is why I think one thing that Pete has shown as a candidate is the value of having someone who's 37 years old run for president. He's someone who doesn't need to be taught what these different platforms are. He's used them himself. Some better than others. I remember trying to teach him how to use Snapchat in like 2017. That's awesome. And it was pretty funny, but he doesn't need to be taught how to use Twitter. He doesn't need to be taught how to do these things. And he still tweets himself and he consumes his news through Twitter, but it does help break down sort of the wall. Again, going back to the whole thing about trust. And it does feel like for so many years, there's been this barrier between people and the and elected officials, right? And there's so much artifice. And what social media helps do, if done right, is break down that wall and show you who the person is when they're off the clock, show you some of their real personality, how they react to things in the moment. That's something I think we've done with our campaign, and something that has been a really important innovation with that, because in the past, in the 60s, right, you didn't have this sort of stuff. So you got these very staged White House photos, but you didn't necessarily have, someone playing the piano to their rescue one-eyed puggle on Instagram.
Right.
And so, and in that sense, it's a blessing because you get to show who people are, as a well-rounded person.
And another thing probably social media has done is really shined a light on a lot of the people that are kind of behind the campaign, right? So it takes a lot of people to run a campaign. I find it fascinating that I can name a ton of people that work on like the content team for Pete for America, and that's just amazing. And so I wonder if that plays any role and again, I'm newer to politics as far as being this in depth, but I remember listening to the interview you did for the pod for the electables, and they were talking about you in a role as a surrogate. And I just thought that was interesting that somebody who's like a senior advisor is actually also a surrogate for the campaign. But I mean, you really are. You are headlining fundraising events for Pete, and people are coming. They're not coming to see him. They're not coming to see Chasten. They're coming to see you. And is that something that's kind of changed, do you think, in this election as far as campaign staff sort of being the pool for individuals? And then how do you see your role, I guess, in that?
I think it's unique to our campaign this cycle that we have that. And maybe it's because of how our campaign has used social media. Maybe it's because of how I think passionate about Pete his supporters are. But yeah, I mean, look, it's sort of a weird thing, but I really enjoy it. I went to DC. I did a couple events, and I'm going. I'm going to Key West soon. I'm going to Boston soon to do events. I think it also speaks a little bit to the moment that we're in. With after 2016, a lot of people who had been sort of on the fence about politics, maybe into it. They're reading Politico, they're reading the headlines every day, but not necessarily active, passionate about it. They really got sucked in by that election. What went wrong? What happened? And I think sort of decided to get more involved. And there's only so much content you can consume about a candidate, and more so than ever, people are really more into the behind the scenes stuff. And the story of Pete's rise, the story of his campaign, is a very improbable one, and it's the most improbable one of this cycle. And there's not really one that's analogous to it that I can think of in. I don't know. Now that's really challenging me, but that I can think of in my lifetime or recent memory, where someone like the mayor of South Bend comes out of nowhere, literally 0% name ID, and takes off. And the fact that we did it without a big staff, without flashy consultants, without national name ID, the fact that we were able to do that was, I think, very interesting, surprising to people, and I do think that probably plays into it. Like the 2 or 3 people who were behind him when we got this thing started, and when it was just 2 or 3 of us there when he did the CNN town hall. So I think when you're coming from a staff that is that small and a group that is that small, to go from that to where he is now makes it more unconventional, maybe more of a story to people.
Yeah, so speaking of that, like coming from out of nowhere to now top tier candidate, like things necessarily change. And while I think we'd all argue here that he's been entirely consistent in his policy, it does seem that his tone, especially lately, has been shifting. How hard is it for candidates to make some of those shifts at times? And does it produce any personal tension, especially for someone like Pete, who kind of had this persona of, good guy Pete, and in DNC run there was the Happy Warriors. What's it like for him to, as he's surging forward, to have to like bite in a little harder into some of these issues?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think Pete is still very much the happy warrior in this race. And I was listening to your pod the other day when you guys were talking about the phase 3 and, you know, and sort of what phase 3 meant, all of that. And it's just a natural, it's not a shift, it's not a change, it's just a natural evolution of a campaign, right?
Love that.
And there have to be phases to a campaign. You know, Pete could not go out in January and make a comparative case when people didn't know who he was. And so we had to establish who he was. We had to get out there, you know, his personal bio, his bio as mayor of South Bend, and, you know, what he stood for, his values, all of that. We also had to build a team that was able to, you know, effectively carry this out, right? And, you know, that takes resources. So I think what we did was we got his name out there. We marshaled the resources to build a good team. We've built an amazing team. I think the best team in politics. And now that his name's out there, it's about laying out the choice for the American people. That's what any successful and frankly, any responsible presidential candidate does. And with Pete, the thing I love about him is he's not someone that's ever going to go out there and be the attack dog. He's not going to go out there and be a cheap shot artist. But he will go out there and lay out the differences on key policies. And that's what we saw in the last debate. I think it is paying off with him, but I would look at this all as a buildup to that. And we're going to continue to build. I mean, when we win this thing, you're going to see that it was a steady progression of all of these things. And if you look at him on the debate stage, I think what was effective about what he did was that he didn't make it personal. You know, he didn't. It was not about taking cheap shots at anyone else. It was just about saying where he stood and why his positions are better for the American people and the future of our country than his opponents. And, you know, we look forward to continuing to make the case for him and also to lay out what the choice is for the American people.
Yeah, I love that. Yes, yesterday, as he's laying out the choices and describing that, yesterday in Nevada, he said being bold doesn't have to mean being divisive. And it seems like that's one of the choices he's making is painting himself as a candidate that reaches out in boldness, but also a candidate that is full of pragmatism, like what can we actually get done? And don't those two concepts of boldness and pragmatism sort of live in tension or not? And if so, how do you thread the needle between those?
I don't think that they live in tension. And let's look at the tape of Pete as a presidential candidate. He was the first candidate in this race to call for abolishing the Electoral College. He was the first candidate in this race to float restructuring the Supreme Court. Like, these are hardly centrist or moderate positions, right? These are very bold positions. And I think he comes at politics from the perspective of someone who has seen all these things that Washington politicians have tried to do over the years fail time after time. He also understands that some of these institutions that have gone unquestioned by Washington politicians are fundamentally broken. The Electoral College is a great example of that. But like directly to your point about bold and unifying, let's look at his healthcare proposal. It would be the most dramatic restructuring of our healthcare system in history. And calling for offering a public option, you know, Medicare for people to buy in is not small potatoes. And it's one of the reasons why we saw the health insurance industry attack his proposal just like hours after he announced it. So that's a bold proposal. Is it as out there as Medicare for all? No, it's not. But we can't let ourselves just think about things in terms of what is the most out there proposal. It's got to be, okay, we clearly need to do something bolder than what we're doing, and we can do big, bold things. But we also don't need to divide the country in the process. And there are, 150 million people on private insurance. A lot of people who are on union plans, who fought their hearts out to negotiate those plans, probably don't want to be kicked off those plans for a public option. So what he's offering is something that's still bold, that's still big, but isn't going to, really divide us at a time when there's already so much division in our country.
So kind of turning the corner here and looking to the future and looking to actually right now moving forward, what would you tell people like us and Pete supporters? What do you need most from us to help get Pete's message out there?
Well, for you guys, I mean, I listen to your podcast. I've said that now 10 times, mostly just a Curry favor, but
It's working.
the story of South Bend is an important story, and you guys have a unique perspective on it. And the story of South Bend isn't just about the policies that he has put forward. It's about the sense that he's really helped the people of South Bend and the city of South Bend believe in itself again. And bringing the community together, bringing all these different disparate parts of the South Bend community together to understand that there is a better future for your city. And we don't always just have to look to the past for greatness. And sometimes on the national level, it does feel like we're so divided. And how are we all going to come together? It sometimes feels like we're just all screaming at each other. And how can we all believe in ourselves and our country again? And the South Bend story and what he was able to do across his nearly 8 years as mayor is really instructive. And of course, there are individual perspectives within that. And the most convincing stories are personal stories, what you saw with your own eyes about what Pete did for the city on a policy level and on a spiritual level. And so I think the more people know about what he did in the city and how he helped the city of South Bend believe in itself again is really important.
I love that. I think one of the reasons we resonate, not just because he's our mayor, but just being in the Midwest too. Like as I see the information and kind of the dialogue that goes on across Twitter and across the world, I think there's a lot of people that don't experience the tension that we experience in the Midwest of having people right in your same community that are in very different places than you are. And so I think that call towards telling our story and the story of the Midwest of what it's like to be here, I think helps fit some of those pieces together.
It does. And one thing on the national level that sometimes is frustrating to me is people writing about South Bend like it's a college town. Like it is. And, to unpack that, a college town, when you think of it as something like Princeton, New Jersey, or Hanover, New Hampshire, or Cambridge, Massachusetts, where it's pretty homogenously white, pretty affluent, and everyone in the town works for the college, the university, and that's what the community is. And the story of South Bend is one hell of a story, but it's not that.
Yeah,
it's a diverse city where 1 out of 4 people have a college degree. The average median income is just over $20,000. It's 40%, now over 40% non-white. And so it doesn't fit that stereotype. And I think it's important to really tell the texture of this story to people and to get them to understand that he's someone who represents a community that has suffered from a lot of corporate greed. That is, a lot of mid-sized cities across this country, and certainly in the Midwest, understand the story of South Bend when the company town leaves. and sort of what that feels like, what it does, and they understand the struggles and the triumphs of a city like South Bend. So getting out that story is really, really important.
So last question as we move forward, and as we look down the future, we look towards Iowa, right? And I think one of the things that we find intriguing about Iowa is not just that that's a place where Pete's been able to actually get his name out there a little more than it's harder to do that across the whole country at the same time, but just that they're connecting with that Midwest message that we're talking about. And because of that, I think we're all pretty confident he's just going to win the thing in Iowa. But if he would stumble in any way, what's the biggest obstacle to him finishing first in Iowa?
Whoa. Let it be clear. You know, I work in politics. We've got to set some expectations here.
Okay. Tell us.
There are a few tickets out of Iowa, not just one.
right.
I do believe that he's uniquely suited to this state. And sort of what I just talked about the story of South Bend, that is the story of so many cities across Iowa. And they are cities that feel left behind, that feel ignored, that feel like they are fighting tooth and nail to come back, and that they aren't getting the attention, the respect, the ear that they should be in Washington. And that is going to be an important story, I think, after the Iowa caucuses is the candidates who understand the perspective of Iowans, who relate to them, and who give a voice to them. So we've seen that the people of Iowa are responding very positively to Pete. My first trip to Iowa with Pete after he announced his exploratory committee was in the first week of February. And we went to a few events and we got like 25 people, 35 people. At one, it seemed like it was out of control. We had 150 people. And then when he announced officially for president and we did our first trip there, we had 1,800 people. And now we're just seeing these massive crowds, people really responding. And now we've seen that sustained throughout the next several months. And we're going to be back in Iowa November 1st for their big annual dinner. And we'll be doing a tour of the state then and making sure that we're hitting communities that Democrats don't always go to. We're going to communities that were sort of Obama-Trump communities and making sure that we are communicating to everyone where they are. And we've seen a great response across the state. And I think people do like the fact that he is bringing a Midwestern perspective to this race, that he is bringing the perspective of someone who doesn't wake up every morning in Washington, D.C., bringing the perspective of someone who understands that to move past the division of these times, we've got to bring together all these different communities, not just the coast, but pay attention to rural communities, pay attention to Midwestern communities that are diverse. So we've seen a fantastic response from the people of Iowa, and Pete is going to campaign his heart out there. We believe it is a great state for him, and it is a state that has created a fair number of presidents. Barack Obama, one of them. So we will be spending a lot of time there, and we feel very good about things.
Well, Liz, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for, one, being on the show, but I think most importantly, what you've meant to this campaign and what you meant to Pete, and thank you for getting his message out there. You're in large part to his success, and so we just thank you for everything you've done. And again, you have a standing invite to go get a Bud Light with us anytime you're in town. We'll take you out to dinner.
Great. And I want to just say a thank you to you guys. I know you've started this podcast. I see you guys so active out there in the community and on Twitter. And it means the world to me. It means the world to this campaign, seeing this hometown pride in what Pete is doing. So thank you for all of that. And I love listening to the podcast. So keep up the good work.
Awesome. Thanks.
You just made my day.
last time you were here, it's very interesting, I think, for me. We were all trying to figure out how to pronounce your name.
Yeah.
And now here you are, you're a major contender for getting the Democratic nomination. You just got a big day today. The polls came out, and you're number 3 in the polls in Iowa. What do you attribute your surge in popularity to?
Well, hard work, a really good team, and the right message. I think our message is what Americans are really looking for. It's not just how to end the Trump presidency, which is obviously a huge priority because our country's future depends on it. But it's also about what's America going to need the day after this presidency ends. This presidency will come to an end one way or the other. And when we get there, when the sun comes up over this country and we're picking up the pieces and figuring out what's next, I think it's going to require that we're ready to undertake bold solutions, but also that we can bring people together. And that's been the core of our campaign, and I think it's resonating.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
Welcome everybody back to the Good Guy Pete podcast, the South Bend perspective. Man, it's been a crazy ride. How long has it been since we released our first episode?
It's been a week.
It's been a week already?
It's just been a week.
As of yesterday, we are at number 4 on New and Noteworthy on iTunes, which is insane. We've had such positive feedback from you guys. We've gotten several emails, which we super appreciate, Twitter feedback, and it's super beneficial because we're hearing from you guys what you'd like to hear more of and what you don't like and all the above. Letty, you were told you have a soothing voice several times.
I know, so I feel like I definitely have to get that right now.
You have a lot to live up to this
I'm gonna
episode.
have you record bedtime stories for my children.
Right. Be a new job opportunity. Maybe.
Oh, that's awesome. The one thing I did want to touch on in this intro part is there was some negative feedback about how bad our winters are. And I feel like people just don't get it, you know? Like if there's one thing South Bend needs to work on, it's probably our winters.
Because we have so much control over that.
I know. No, but so we got several people say you don't know about winters. I'm from Minnesota or I'm from the UP, and I get it, right?
Yeah,
like
respect to them.
Yeah.
Respect. Yeah.
The only people that I want to hear criticism from is maybe Ryan. You said Buffalo.
Buffalo. Yeah. Yeah, because so the issue here is lake effect, which one you get like winds and snow and all that, but you get just clouds for like 6 months where you don't really see the sun. And that's kind of just soul sucking, right? So in addition to like you get the cold, you get tons of snow, but you just get the soul sucking cloudiness, right? And that's the winter.
I think it was something we're like top 10 in the United States with it's called permacloud.
Yeah.
And so it's just gray all the time. But we're
the sky,
full,
not
yeah,
the
the
mood.
sky, not
We're
the
great.
mood. Like
Yeah.
we're vibrant, we're full of
Exactly.
life,
That's right.
but the sky. In this episode today, guys, I'm excited because we have a guest, and we're also going to dive deeper into one of the issues that we hear floating around a lot, whether that be on the news, whether that be on social media, from people outside of the city, trying to do investigative work or trying to get the insides on really the history of South Bend and housing and population and how those things correspond and what really happened here. And so, Ryan, I don't know if you want to introduce our guest and we can maybe jump in.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. So as we talk about this, our guest today is somebody who, in some of these discussions that emerged on Twitter, produced some really just poignant information that I think was really helpful. So I'm really excited. So we have Joe Molnar with us. Joe, born and raised in South Bend. Can you tell us, a little bit about
Sure.
yourself, what you do?
Yeah, so born and raised in South Bend, Indiana, born very early 90s. So right in the heart of when all this was going down in the city. Lived here my whole life except for college, moved for 4 years, came back, and my wife and I, we own a home here, and we're raising 2 kids, so we're invested in the city.
All right. And your job is working with stats on some of this stuff, right?
Somewhat. So yeah, I work for the city of South Bend. So the residents are my boss first and foremost, but Mayor Pete is not because I work for City Clerk Karima Fowler. So I technically don't work for the administration. She's an independently elected official, and then I work in her office, and she appoints me. I'm the Ordinance Violation Bureau clerk. So we handle all code tickets, parking tickets, violations, and then we do stuff with housing all year round. Notre Dame lawn parking, stuff like that.
Invigorating.
Yeah. It can be fun.
Numbers are great.
Yeah.
Numbers are great.
But they're especially great for this conversation today.
Right.
So the reason we're excited to have Joe here today is one of the topic we're talking about, like Michael said, is one that's misunderstood because of people not understanding the specific context of South Bend, and that centers around housing, and specifically the 1,000 Houses project is what often comes up as people are talking about Pete and looking at Pete's record and the things he's done in South Bend. And so today we just want to dive in and talk about how the context of South Bend might be different than the context of the cities where you're listening to us from, and how that affects what happened with the 1,000 Houses project, how that came about, and the state of where things are at today. So we're asking Joe. Joe's going to give us a brief history of South Bend to kind of show where we've been and why the environment is the way it is today. And then we're going to dive into talking about the houses after that.
Yeah, so South Bend, in some ways it's very unique. In some ways it reflects what happened all across the Midwest and the Rust Belt. So in 1960, which was the peak population of the city, we were at 133,000.
Wow.
That was 3 years before Studebaker closed. And at that time, Studebaker employed close to 10,000 people, I think, in 1960.
And for those who don't know, so Studebaker was one of the larger car manufacturers in the States,
the fourth
right?
largest.
Fourth
Fourth largest
right?
in the country.
Yeah, so now as we think about, Ford and Chevy and all that, Studebaker was up there with them at that time.
Absolutely. It was one of the only ones that transitioned from making wagons to actual automobiles.
Yeah, exactly. And it was along with a couple other large companies like Bendix, South Bend Lathe that we had at the time, Oliver Plow. So that was kind of the peak. And by 2010, it had plummeted the population to 101,000. So what happened in that 50 years? Well, all those companies that I just mentioned are closed or gone from the city. And not only that, so in 1960, the city was about 25 square miles, and now it's 42. So not only did we lose a quarter of the population, we expanded the city by 75% or so.
So let's talk about that real quick. So yeah, losing 30,000 people, or a quarter of the population of a city over that time. But expanding the footprint means you have less people, less taxpayers for one, in that you have more space to take care of, right, and to be accountable for.
Well, and that means that, so we were growing on the edges. So a lot of suburban style development that we were annexing to the city. But in the core neighborhoods that in 1960 had 132,000, some of them lost half or more. The Southeast neighborhood, which was one of the neighborhoods most affected by.
I'm here to join you to make a little news. My name is Pete Buttigieg. They call me Mayor Pete. I'm a proud son of South Bend, Indiana, and I am running for President of the United States.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back to the Good Guy Pete podcast. I'm your host, Michael, along with hosts Letty and Ryan, and we are 3 South Bend residents setting out to follow the historic presidential run of our mayor from a distinctly South Bend perspective. Today, we are thrilled to welcome our special guest and Pete's husband, Chasten Buttigieg. Chasten hails from Traverse City, Michigan, and has been shaping the next generation as a school teacher before joining Pete on the campaign trail this year. Chasten and Pete were married in 2018 and still live in South Bend with their 2 rescue dogs, Truman and Buddy. Without further ado, let's kick it on over to the interview.
Our guest today, of course, is Chasten Buttigieg, and we are super excited to have you here today for many reasons, but mostly because you're just an amazing individual.
Oh.
I know, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I tend to get very excited when we have guests on this show. But so we'll go a little bit more into you, Chasten, here in a bit. But if you want to let us know what your New Year's resolutions are, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, this year is going to be quite the adventure. It's already been quite the adventure. And I think I'm not going to put any more stress on myself. But I do think Peter and I both are very focused on being there for one another. So just trying to be a good husband and making sure that we're making space and time for one another. It's going to be a challenging year and a fun year. So just staying present, staying focused, and making sure that at the end of the day, we're there for one another.
Well, thank you again for coming on to the podcast. Obviously, we're very excited that you're here. I know many are going to be excited to hear this. You are not originally from South Bend, correct? All right. And we are going to get in a little bit deeper into sort of your background, a little bit where you came from, and then what South Bend means to you. I do want to jump real quickly, though, to a Buddy and Truman question, if that's okay.
Let's get to the
How long have you been waiting for this question, Letty?
What was that?
How long have you been waiting to ask this question, Letty?
Since I knew that he was coming on the pod. So in a previous interview, we kind of learned a little bit about the origins of First Dog South Bend when Jacob Titus did the interview. But my question is, well, I've got 2 questions here. One, did you know that it would become that popular? Like, how did you feel when you realized that, like, people set their notifications? I don't know if you know this or not. I am people, by the way, for First Dogs South Bend.
On Twitter?
Correct.
Yeah. First Dogs SB. No, I did not anticipate their profile blowing up. You know, I don't know who runs it. Wink, wink.
Okay.
You know, I allow that between Buddy and Truman. I don't know who controls their account. You know, we just allow them to have their creative outlet, and we don't get in the way of that.
Okay.
It's a brave parenting decision.
Yeah, you know, they have their little iPad, and you know, let them go for it.
Okay. Speaking of parenting, so these currently are your kids.
Oh yeah.
And we know that politics can be brutal when we introduce children.
Yeah.
Are you worried about an invasion of privacy as when it comes to Buddy and Truman, and how maybe the media is going to take that?
Like, how will it affect their
Do you think they
their
can handle
confidence and their character as they develop?
I think they're perfect characters for the media, because Buddy will take any attention he can get. And Truman doesn't care about anyone. So I think they're both uniquely situated for the increased attention.
That's great. I had to ask those questions, guys. I'm going to let you go ahead and take the next one, Michael, if that's all right.
So on to some serious, more serious questions. And we're going to get, it's kind of trajectory as we'll get more serious as we go. Watching you interact with people via online and even in person, it's so apparent why so many people loved you as a teacher. I've had friends that have had kids go through school with you, and the question that I kept coming back to is, through this whole process, you stepping away from the classroom, what would you say you're missing now from being in the classroom?
Oh, kids.
Yeah.
I spend almost all day with adults now, and nothing, disparaging towards adults, but I loved being in the classroom, and I loved teaching 7th and 8th grade. I know that is weird to some people, that I prefer to spend my time with teenagers, but I loved being there for them. And every day, even when it was a hard day, I got to go home feeling like I did really good work.
Yeah.
And I still do that on the campaign trail, but it's a different type of job. And teenagers are funny. Kids are funny. We've done actually a couple events, some kid-centered events when I'm out on the trail, where the kids ask me the questions, and I make the parents stand in the back of the room.
That's awesome.
And because I just miss talking to kids, because they're so creative and they're funny, and they actually ask really great questions. Sometimes better questions than the adults. And they just bring a lot of energy into the classroom. And I do just miss being that figure in the room every day. Because, I had a lot of kids coming into my classroom in vulnerable situations, and they just needed someone to care about them and love them and be there for them. And now I get to do that for people out on the trail, definitely. But I do miss being in my classroom.
Before you met Pete, how would you describe your level of political activity?
Almost non-existent.
You voted though, right?
I did vote.
Okay.
Barack Obama was the first president I was able to vote for.
That's awesome.
But growing up in northern Michigan, politics was just the thing that happened to me. I was never really politically interested or savvy. Most of my family were Republicans by default. I mean, if you were like a God-fearing country boy in northern Michigan, you were just a Republican. And I didn't really understand what that meant.
I still don't really.
I went to like the rural high school, was in 4-H.
Absolutely.
And people were just Republicans because that's what you were. And I more watched politics affect my family and my life versus being the thing that I was interested in. And, watching my mom battle cancer in high school, and she continues to battle it today. And my parents own a small business, and wondering why it never seemed to be that they could get a leg up, or, I remember a lot of the hushed conversations they had, adding up the pennies and figuring out if there was going to be enough and whether mom could cut us that check for lunch money in the morning. And just wondered, like, why could it be so hard for them if they worked so hard to give us everything? And then when I came out, I was definitely not getting encouraging, loving messages from the White House or politicians in general. And it just made me feel like, Washington was the place where dreams go to die. No one really cares about me there. No one really cares about my family or people like me in the Midwest, families like mine. And it wasn't really until I met Pete that I really started paying attention to politics, especially municipal politics, and how politicians really can shape narratives, how politicians set the tone, how leadership can be a moral office as well. And Pete really opened my eyes to the good that can come from being engaged in political conversations.
That actually leads me a little bit to transition a little bit into Pete and South Bend and how you came to know him. But many people have already read Pete's book, right? Shortest Way Home, which includes your love story. So Fiddlers, the South Bend Cubs game, the literal fireworks. It's a great story. But aside from the romance, here at Good Guy Pete, we try to represent our perception of Pete as a good guy. That's kind of how it got started. Aside from the attraction and the romance, and again, the literal fireworks, when did you start to see the character of Pete shine through?
Oh, right away. But, I had never been on a date like our first date. And going into the date, we had talked for probably over a month before I drove over to South Bend. And I was fascinated with Pete's world. And it just seemed like he would have so many stories to tell. And I had so many questions to ask. But he kept asking me the questions. And I think he was in turn fascinated by my life story. We have very different stories. And I had never been on a date with someone so interested in me before, which is obviously why I continued the date when we went to the Cubs game. And then that's what kept me coming back to South Bend, because he was just so open to answering any question, and also so accessible to people around us. I was very worried about dating a politician, and very worried about what that would mean. Would he become someone else when he stepped outside of FIDS, or when we're walking around the Cubs game, would he, pretend to be somebody else? And what I saw was just the same guy everywhere we went, bending down to talk to kids in their strollers, or, somebody bending his ear on the corner and we're just trying to get out of there, but they're really upset about something. And the way he just, listens, and he would listen patiently and hear somebody out, offer his feedback, offer to help. And I was really amazed with how kind he was to everyone, especially people who were really mean. And early on in the relationship, I had been through some pretty bad relationships by the time I met Pete, and allowed people to break my heart one too many times, and unfortunately had experiences with abuse. And I just built up a pretty thick wall between my heart and the rest of the world. And Pete chipped away at that wall. And he chipped away at it in the beginning, and then it felt like the wall just crumbled. And I had never been with someone who made me feel so seen and understood and loved before. And I'm so grateful for that. And I think it's just, I'm very glad that in this whole process, that's the person America's falling in love with. It's the same guy. He's the same guy no matter if he's on stage in front of a couple thousand people, or he's, at a round table with 5 people, or he's just at home with me and the dogs. Is just the same guy, just a loving, compassionate guy who just always puts other people before himself. And I'm glad that's the person that America is getting to know and falling in love with as well.
I guess that was my biggest hope during this whole process. Was I was hoping that he wouldn't lose that through this whole process, that he wouldn't lose his sense of self, because that seems like that's what Washington does to people. And it's been, it's continued to give me hope that there is a chance for people like Pete to remain true to who they are and continue to be involved in politics.
Well, I wouldn't let him become somebody else. And I mean, when we agreed to this project together, I made Pete make me 2 promises. One, that we would have fun, and 2, that we would be ourselves. And I told him I want to be my authentic self. I am not interested in going into some conference room and having, a group of consultants tell me how to become the most palatable gay couple, for the country, and how to, change myself to make myself, just a different version of what America wants. I just want to be me. And if people like me, then they like me. And if they don't, well, at least I didn't have to become somebody else. And for him, I want you to be the guy that I fell in love with. I don't want you to become somebody else. And that's why, people loved him here in South Bend, because he was just Pete, and you knew that your neighbor was there to help you. And I was just not interested in doing this project. And I know he wasn't either, if we were ever going to have to pretend to be somebody else.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Justin, about South Bend. It's been fun seeing you just kind of catch a passion for South Bend in the time that you've been here. I think about when my wife and I got married. She moved into a neighborhood that I was already living in and rooted in, into a house I was already living in and rooted in. And one of the things she expressed was that it was kind of more difficult for her moving into a world that I was already at home and thriving in, versus like both of us transitioning to something new together. What was that like for you transitioning to South Bend, especially given that Pete's history here and his role and his position and all of that? How did that transition go for you?
Yeah, that was interesting. It's one thing to date the mayor, and then, to move into a city where your boyfriend is the mayor. And I think I slowly went from like, who's that guy who's always around Pete, to like, oh, I think that's the guy the mayor's dating, to like the mayor's partner, and then eventually his husband. And people obviously treated me a little differently at different stages in our relationship. And I think once people realized that I was sort of a serious thing, they started giving me their feedback more often. But it was challenging at times. But Pete made it so easy to get involved in the community. And I think because he really is an introvert and I'm an extrovert, I would push him to be involved in the community a little bit more. So we would leave an event and say, I think there's this thing happening on the west side. What if we swung by,
Love that.
La Rosita, really quickly and said hello to everyone. And that was fun to get to see other parts of the community and get to know people. Obviously we live in a very old home that something is always breaking or falling off, or there are literally raccoons living in our garage and squirrels living in the walls. And there's just always like a project to be done there. So it was fun moving into a home that needed some love and attention. And I had time and attention to give to the home too. But South Bend made it so easy. I mean, everyone was so welcoming and accepting, and happy to help too.
Was there a time or a moment or a memory you have where you kind of felt like this is my place now too. Like not just my husband's place, but these are my people. This is my city.
Yeah, I think that was a slower process because I sometimes felt like an imposter. Like I was coming in, I moved here from Chicago, and I felt like when people asked me where I moved from and I said Chicago, that some of them resented me because I just wasn't, a South Bend resident. And it was a slow build to really feel like this was home. Although South Bend had everything I wanted to when I was leaving Chicago. I was ready to leave Chicago. I was very happy that I could get to Target in 10 minutes in the car. And it really was just the people. Obviously, being so heavily involved in the community, the people really scoop you up and make you feel at home. And by the end of the first year or two, it just felt like I could blend in with everybody else. And I will never forget, though, the first time I felt like, oh, I'm a visible figure. Too, I remember when we were doing the Smart Streets project.
Smart Streets.
And was shopping at Martin's and picking out yogurt or something in the refrigerator aisle and had the door open and was like picking out yogurt. And this guy came up and was like pounding on the glass.
Oh, no.
And I like shut the door and was like, can I help you? And he was like, yeah, you tell your husband to stop messing up the streets downtown. He used a different word, but I remember first thinking like, we're not married, but that's cool that he thinks we're married and doesn't care about that, right?
Yeah,
He cares
yeah.
about the streets. And I went home and told Pete, and he was like, yeah, well, welcome to municipal politics, Justin.
Oh, that's great. Also, kind of thinking about the story of my wife, one of the biggest graces in my life, honestly, has been that my wife's experience and her family of origin is so different from my experience and my family of origin. And my interaction with her family really broadened my perspective and shaped me in many ways that I couldn't have gained just from marrying somebody that had a similar background to mine. Your family background is different from Pete's, and Pete often references things like the Thanksgiving tradition of deer hunting with your dad. I want to hear both from you, the perspective of you and your family. In what ways do you think Pete has changed as a result of your influence in his life? But then also your family. In what ways has he changed as a result of influence of your family and even just Traverse City, Michigan? Like, how have those things affected who he is?
Oh, sure. I think definitely seeing your partner come home every day from the classroom and hearing daily stories about the realities of what's actually happening in the classroom. We met when I was in Chicago Public Schools and going through grad school at DePaul, and then eventually made my way over here to South Bend. And every single day he saw the effects that our education system have on teachers and heard firsthand from a teacher what was happening. And I think that politicians can be informed on the issues, but there's nothing like having a connection to the issues. And I know I pressed him a lot on K-12 and early childhood in the campaign. And the campaign was very gracious to allow me to go out on the trail and meet with teachers and hold a lot of teacher roundtables, and that really influenced our policy. And I think having someone in the household in a different professional setting, someone who can, one, hold you to task on things that really matter, something they care a lot about, and two, someone willing to put in the work to go out there and collect stories and help shape our policy, really not only helped Pete grow as a husband and as a politician and as a candidate. And then there's my family who are just wonderful. We're a big family, and I know Pete loves that special time with my dad, hiking through the woods. I don't know why. It's never been attractive to me getting up at like 5 a.m. and freezing in the middle of the dark woods, but I think it's right up Pete's alley. Just solitude, and my dad is such a wonderful, loving man, a quiet man, but I think that's why Pete connects so well with him. And Dad is just fascinated by Pete's world and the way Pete thinks about people and service, because, Dad's not very political either, but Dad has had a lot of experiences in his life that, like I was saying, politics is just the thing that happens to you. And, my dad has literally broken his back multiple times, and he's still out there plowing and shoveling snow in the winter. It's his job. And he just refuses to give up. And he refuses to stop. And he's a really hardworking guy. and he cares about kitchen table issues, things that would really change his life and affect his family. And then you go to, Thanksgiving dinner and you're surrounded by 30, 40 people plus dad, who, these people aren't on social media all day. They're working 1, 2, 3 jobs. They're just trying to make ends meet. They're trying to live their life. And they care about really personal things in our politics. And I think Pete has always been really good at having his ear to the ground on those issues, but then being surrounded by a family who has just experienced a lot of those things firsthand. And all of a sudden it becomes, your community's experienced these things, and now it's your family. My mom has been battling cancer for the last 12 years or so, and watched Pete sitting in the living room with my mom looking at her chemotherapy treatments. She has a rare form of skin cancer. It requires some topical chemotherapies. It looks like toothpaste bottles. And, he sat there with her in the living room, like going over the paperwork. And when the insurance company denies something and asks mom and dad for $2,000-$3,000 for a tube of treatment, it's not hypothetical anymore. It's your mother-in-law, it's your family. And I think that's really helped Pete, in a way, see the issues really up close and personal when it's people that you love.
It's beautiful. So let's transition a little bit to life on the campaign trail. And there's just 1,000 things that I think are unique about you, Chasten, but one of them is how you uniquely fit into this role of a candidate's husband. And you have all these qualifications, such as your online presence, your ability to speak well in public, and your overall, you said you're an extrovert. All these things.
Politics sort of forces you to become
that's
an
true.
introvert.
So, this isn't exactly the role you dream about growing up, but how do you feel like do you feel at home in this role? Do you feel like you've transitioned well into this place?
Well, the thing about being a political spouse is there's no playbook. There's no rule book. There's, every political spouse has to figure it out for themselves. Thank you, Michelle Obama, for writing such a wonderful, helpful book. Right, no one grows up like sitting on their mother's knee and says like, one day I'm going to be first gentleman of the United States. But in a way, like I've never known what I really wanted to do with my life. I love teaching, and I went into the arts because I love the arts. Theater was my safe space, saved my life. Discovered theater education while studying theater and working out in the schools, and then discovered like, I really like being in the classroom. I think I'll be a teacher. But above all that, I just wanted to be helpful. I just wanted to make kids feel like they mattered and that they were cared for and that they were loved. And I loved being that person in the room, being the figure I wish I would have had. And now I find myself in this unique position, getting to do all of these amazing things that I do feel like my lived experiences have shaped me in a way that have prepared me for this moment. Obviously, the theater's helpful. So to all the haters who said theater's not a real degree, but growing up and that lived experience and running away from home for a little bit and watching mom and dad and facing my own struggle, just figuring out who I am. And I don't know, I think vividly about some of those nights I was living in my car and just like staring out the back window and thinking like, how is there ever going to be a future for me? And then feeling really ashamed about, taking time to figure out who I was and, taking 5 years to graduate college as a first-generation college student who had no idea what he was doing and now has an impressive amount of debt to show for it. And all of these experiences have just made me feel so embarrassed that I never figured it out. Like, what was it? Like, what was there to figure out? And now, and I locked those away for so long. And now I travel the country and I realize, like, oh, these aren't unique experiences. These are shared experiences with millions and millions of people. When I met Pete, I was renting my apartment out on Airbnb. I had worked at Starbucks as a barista. Was doing a side hustle, like helping exchange students out at O'Hare Airport, like working 3 jobs and like trying to make it all add up. And in a way, like kept telling myself that I was a failure, that I hadn't figured it out. And somehow, like, I find myself in these shoes, getting to be the person I really wish I would have had when I was 17. And every day I get to sit at tables with, you know, high school kids and kids at their GSAs. And I visit a lot of homeless service providers and LGBTQ centers and meet with artists and teachers. And I get to uplift these stories from around the country. And every day on the trail, I get to connect with people who have such similar stories to mine that it doesn't make me feel out of touch. It doesn't make me feel like an imposter. I'm just meeting with people who've literally been in my shoes or who are still in some of the same shoes I wear, just trying to figure it out. And while I never grew up thinking that this is what my life would be, I didn't think this is what my life would be a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
I love it. I love waking up every day and getting to be in a new city and a new community and meeting people where they're at, and above all else, spreading hope. That's what this whole campaign is about, is a hopeful process and making people feel seen and heard again. And I feel like that's what I was doing for my students in the classroom.
Yeah.
And that's why I loved being there for them. And that's why I love being there for the American people now.
If you could tell yourself something a year ago that you know now that you didn't when you were starting out, what do you think it'd be?
I think I've questioned my worth a lot. And sometimes as a teacher, you feel undervalued, underappreciated. Sometimes being the guy standing behind the politician, you feel unseen. And above all else, I think growing up, I just felt like how much money in my bank account, how much money was in my bank account, or, you know, how many degrees I had hanging on my wall, or, you know, the impressive accolades I could collect. I was trying to prove something to people, and I felt like those things defined my worth. And I've learned so much about myself serving alongside Peter and now out on the campaign trail that make me feel every day worthy of love and grace and of this moment. That this moment is such a gift. It's such a gift. And I want to make sure we do as much good for the most people as we can, and meeting with people where they're at who share these similar experiences as me. It just makes me want to, it's so hard to explain. It's so hard to explain and put into words the feeling that you have every day. You're tired and you're exhausted, and you sometimes walk through airports and you don't even know where you're going, and you sit at tables and you forget what city you're in, but you meet so many amazing people who've just given up, and they just need hope, and they feel so divided, and this country is just so polarized, and there's so much hate out there. And now we get to show up and be the people we wish we would have had, and the people that we know this country needs, and that makes me feel worthy.
How do you maintain kind of that focus on that truth of the worthiness, and kind of a seeing of yourself as not just the candidate's husband, but as Chest and Pete's husband? Like when kind of the one which is almost this campaign role, right, and the other which is this family role.
Yeah.
Like, how do you keep the focus on that rootedness identity of your family relationship in the midst of a campaign?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, being a political spouse is hard. There's I like to joke that the rule to being a political spouse is to be everything and nothing. Be successful, be the number one cheerleader, say all the right things, don't speak out of turn, represent a campaign well, never mess up. And those are really hard rules to follow, right? And if you are constantly worried about, you know, checking every box or being everything for everybody, you'll fail. And not only will you I just feel like not only would you fail at the job, but you would fail yourself, because you wouldn't see your worth. And I think I'm pretty good at talking to folks and going out there and doing the thing, but I think I'm a better husband. I think I'm really good at fighting for time. And I'm sure people back at HQ would say that is a true statement. But above all else, I'm here to support him and be here for him and make sure that we're carving out time for one another. And I'm happy to do the work. I love doing the work, but I'll be a good husband first. Why do I make people cry? I'm not even trying.
You were crying. I'm not a crier, but when other people like tear up, I get emotional. I blame you. So it's
Yeah.
your fault. I blame you.
Well, I don't, I hear this a lot on the trail, and I don't want to, I don't want to cry every day, but I also think it's really important we tell our authentic stories and we be our authentic selves. And I'm not, if you're comfortable with it, and I am, I just want to tell, I want to tell as much as I can, because every day we get to meet people who need to feel like they see themselves in this project too. And when you open up about your vulnerabilities or your experiences and things that sometimes are really dark and scary and heavy, other people can say like, wow, that's me too. And I was at an event in, I think it was Stockton, California, and was talking about living in the back of my car and, trying to figure it out as a first-gen college student. And this kid came up to me, he's like, did your campaign know I was going to be here today? It's like, no, I don't know. He's like, I ran away from home and slept in the back of my car, and I'm a first-generation college student, and I've worked at Starbucks before. And it's like, oh, yeah, man, we've got a lot in common. And that's why it matters to open up if you can.
And that kind of leads me to my next question, because your story and Pete's story is historic in nature, not just the first. Well, one, you'd be the first gentleman in the office, but you'd also be the first gay couple in the office. So, sort of a two-part question: do you feel any, additional pressure due to the historic nature of Pete's candidacy, but also thinking ahead? You guys, I know we're all hoping for it. We're all rooting for it. You guys in the White House, that's not just the first. We're not talking just the first gay couple in the White House. We're potentially talking the first family, right, in the White House. What does that sort of look like for you? What does that mean really for people who are watching this, who, like somebody like me who is a lesbian, and I'm seeing this, and it was historic for me when my mayor came out.
Yeah.
To know that we'd have a gay president.
Yeah.
Who deserves that office. That story means so much. And I'm not trying to put that added pressure on there, but
No, it's okay.
like, what does that mean? What does that mean to you and Pete?
It means a lot to me, Letty, to be in this position, because when I came out, I didn't think I was going to make it. And I could not see beyond making it through each day. I don't know why I was going to college when I didn't even know when I make it through the end and what I want to be. And, growing up in that time and place, it wasn't very easy. And a lot of people, and politicians included, just made me feel disgusting and unloved. And I don't know, somehow I made it. Somehow I'm here. And, it's fun going to pride parades and, block parties and stuff and representing your husband and his candidacy. But all summer when I was going to pride events, I was talking about how we made it. Like, pride isn't just about dancing and floats and, it's a celebration of life because we're alive. We're here. We made it. We exist in this space. And, a lot of us didn't think we'd make it. And unfortunately, a lot didn't. And sure, there's pressure there. There's pressure to be everything for everyone. And I know I'll never be. But, if I know there's always the debate around, are we enough? Are we not enough? And you can't let yourself get caught up in those things because I sit at tables with high schoolers every single week who whisper in my ear or give me a hug, confide in me that they either came out to their family because they saw a gay man running for president or saw a gay couple on the cover of Time magazine and thought, I can do that, or it's worth sticking around. I've had moms, like violently shaking my shoulders and crying and telling me what the visibility of this campaign has meant to their child, that they've worried about their child. And now we have a family coming from greater Boston up to New Hampshire every weekend because their son feels seen in this campaign. And that he feels so seen and represented that he comes out, a high schooler, maybe a middle schooler actually, might be an 8th or 9th grade, but he wants to be in New Hampshire electing Pete president because of what it makes him feel. And, I get to meet kids who are 17 years old who are sitting in the exact same shoes I was in when I was 17, feeling worthless and unloved and uncared for, and especially with the messages coming out of this White House. I can't imagine what it feels like now with a White House that is so unloving, uncaring, and sends messages to kids every single day that they are unwanted. And we're going to change that. And when we're in that White House, I want every kid to look up to the White House and feel like they know that the president and the first gentleman are thinking about them, thinking about how to make it easier and better and make this country a more loving, accepting place. And it is a true honor to be able to carry the torch for this community and to commit to doing the work and showing up and listening. And that's why wherever I go, I try to go to the Equality Center, LGBTQ Center, meet with as many activists as I can to make sure we're doing it right. That's why, we invited people into the policymaking process, but it's also just why we show up. And I don't travel with a big press pool. I don't do a lot of that, but I just think showing up in those communities and having those conversations matter, because I want you to look to that institution and know that we're thinking about you and that we love you.
Speaking of your role in the White House, you mentioned in a tweet last month that your personal goal would be to promote Pete's education policies and bring arts education within reach to all students. Are we to understand that as your project, you would choose as first gentleman, that this would be your project that you would choose as first gentleman? And tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, absolutely. The arts is what saved my life. My high school theater teacher, I give her a lot of credit for making a safe space for me in high school. I was getting bullied a lot, just did not feel like I blended in at all. And the theater was the thing that just made me feel alive. I was in community theater all throughout school, and that's why I eventually went back to theater in undergrad, because it just made me feel like a whole person. That's why I went into theater education, and why I always tried to incorporate theater into my English and social studies classrooms. And I just think every kid in this country deserves access to equitable arts education, no matter what your zip code is, your school, your ability. Every single kid deserves access to quality arts education, which is why when we're traveling the country, I meet with as many arts organizations as I can as well, because we want to lift up all the great work that's already happening on the ground in the country, and then advocate for furthering, expanding those programs across the country. Which is why our campaign has committed to increasing funding for the NEA, the NEH. And so from the East Wing, I'll make sure that we're championing arts education and the arts as a whole throughout the country, because I think in this season of this crisis of belonging, right, I think the arts and the humanities can be one tool to sort of help sew back the fabric of the country that's been ripped apart by this presidency. But I also think teachers need a champion in the White House as well. And I know I'll hold Pete to task about doing well. We'll get a Secretary of Education that actually believes in public education, but and we'll do great things from the West Wing. But in the East Wing, you'll also have a champion for public education and for our teachers. And we can do a lot from the White House just in the way we talk about issues and the way we highlight issues and the things we care about. So I'll make sure we're doing a lot of good work in the arts. Increasing funding for the NEA and the NEH, welcoming the arts back into the White House and celebrating the beautiful diversity of this country, bringing teachers back into the White House and making sure that we're engaging with teachers on the ground and telling their stories. And then, it's just showing up for people. I think part of that office, it's moral leadership as well. And you're there to represent the entire country, not just, the 51% of the country that voted for you. you represent all Americans, and I want to make sure that I'm doing as much work as I can as First Gentleman to just show up and make people feel seen and heard and loved again. And I think we're lacking that type of leadership from this White House right now. So I know that that's a lot, but you see Pete and I with our sleeves rolled up black. We're ready to get to work. We're doing it right now. You know, not like daydreaming about the East Wing and the White House. We're out there doing it right now. That's why I left the classroom. I'm on the trail full time, meeting with people, elevating their stories, just meeting them where they're at. It makes good policy. It informs, you know, our policy decisions. Their stories that I've collected on the trail myself have, you know, found their way into Pete's stump speeches out on the trail. I kind of think of him as the storyteller, and I get to go out there and be the story collector. And
love that.
You know, I'm not waiting. I'm out there doing it right now.
As the wife of a teacher and the parent of a child who's in the arts, I just say thank you.
Oh, thank you. And please tell your wife I say thank you for her service.
I will.
So one of the things that's exciting about having somebody that we trust kind of running a candidacy like this is we anticipate that you get to see behind the curtain, right, a little bit. And I think everybody just anticipates that seeing behind the curtain of how politics run is just filled with monstrosities. But what I want to hear from you is, as you've gotten to see behind the curtain a little bit, what is one thing that you found to be the most encouraging part of seeing behind the curtain of how all this works?
Yeah, early on, like I said, I just had to figure out what this role was, and at the start, I thought it was just, you know, going out there talking about why I love Pete, and you just go out there and you humanize the candidate, right? That's the whole thing for spouses, quote unquote, humanize the candidate, whatever that means, and you know, telling people why I love him and why he was a successful mayor, and the story of South Bend. And then I quickly realized how much hurt there is in this country and the amount of people I was meeting who had just given up, and quickly realized that the role was of hope spreader. And not only do you talk about your husband and why you love him and the policies and the process, but you have to make people feel hopeful again. And the thing that has surprised me is, yes, the hurt that is out there and how divided and polarized this country is, but also the amount of goodwill there is and the people who show up. You know, when we do these Canvas kickoffs, I'll hit like 6 cities a day or whatever in New Hampshire, and you know, people are getting their clipboards and they're about to go out and knock on doors, and we kind of show up and rally the troops and thank them for being there and volunteering on behalf of the campaign. And there's been a couple times where, I mean, we were in like a small town in New Hampshire last week, and I want to say like 2 of the 6 people that showed up in this little town to canvass were Republicans.
Wow.
Because they were like, you know, we've never been political, lifelong Republicans, switching our party. We're knocking on doors because we think Pete's the guy to do it. And they're knocking on doors next to college kids and folks who have never been drawn into the political process as well. When we opened an office, I think it was in Derry, New Hampshire, I remember this woman, I was giving this speech about, you know, it is so important in this season of politics that we make everyone feel like they fit. Everyone belongs in this project. And, you know, we are not going to make anyone feel like a criminal for the way they voted in 2016. It is time to move on. We have to move forward, and we have to build a political movement and project that makes every single person feel like they belong. And this woman raised her hand, and she was like, well, I voted for him. And I felt like with the tone of her voice, she thought she might get like laughed out of the room or something. But everyone like clapped for her. And then they shook her hand and they welcomed her into that space. And you could see this fear leave her face. And she was just scooped up in an environment of people who they're ready to move forward. They want to defeat the worst president in American history. And they're going to work alongside people who maybe they disagree with on half the issues, right? But all of these different types of people coming together. And it surprises me every day when I'm in those rooms meeting with people and they tell me their personal stories. We got first generation college kids grabbing clipboards, going out to knock doors alongside people twice their age, next to a young woman who's rationing her insulin, next to a dreamer, next to a young man who just came out as trans months ago, and now he finds acceptance and community and love in the PFA community, and they're all going out there together. And maybe, sure, they disagree on some issues, and maybe their life stories have taken very different turns and paths. But they are all coming together. And the community that Pete for America has built is just miraculous. They take the rules of the road very seriously. and amongst them, the one I love the most is joy, and that they're not afraid to go out there and have fun too.
People take the rules of the road very seriously.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
It is. It really is.
So speaking of joy, we're going to go to a quick fun round. We're going to call this the lightning round.
You got it.
I'm going to give you a few quick things, and I'd like you to come up with your answers as quickly as possible.
Oh no.
I know.
Okay.
All right.
Uh,
All right, here we go. What's the best thing you've read recently?
oh,
In the last year.
In the last year.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The nerd in me was like, that new Pew Research study on Twitter. No, I read Educated this year, and that is the book that has really stuck with me. Tara Westover. That was a phenomenal story.
Podcast recommendation?
Dolly Parton's America.
Ooh.
Wow.
Write that down. The 3 biggest influencers throughout your life.
Oh gosh, my parents. And that is not the cheesy answer. They are hardworking people. My dad put me to work the moment I could do manual labor, taught me the value of $1, never got an allowance. Really, really remarkably strong, loving people. Already mentioned my theater teacher. Got to give a lot of credit to your arts teachers. Oh man, can that count as 3?
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
absolutely. Okay. All right.
What's your go-to self-care tip?
Drink a lot of water.
That's good. I mean, that's an answer. That's a solid
no,
answer.
I mean, well, when you're going a lot, right? Drink a lot of water. Kiehl's makes this face spray.
I love this. I don't
like if you we're on planes like every day.
Yeah.
And find yourself a product that brings you joy.
Okay.
And
All right.
you just when you land, that and one of those little like Crest Wisp things.
Oh yeah.
Michael's writing this down just so you guys all know out there. All right. This
Yeah, and Sour Patch watermelons.
yes, I agree with that.
Any combination. I guess the Wisp would come after this.
This
Okay, sorry,
question
I'm
comes.
ruining
Oh
your
no,
rapid
you're fine.
fire. Okay.
You could be here all day, Chaston. We're good.
Yeah.
This one comes from a Twitter contest winner, Gail. She wants to know what's your favorite Harry Potter book.
Yes.
Just yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh man,
we're gonna hold you to an answer.
I want to know Gail's response. This
Oh,
is so
wow.
political because no matter what you say, it'll be wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think Half-Blood Prince.
Okay. Favorite Taylor Swift song.
Right now, it's I Forgot That You Existed.
Okay.
That's a good one. But I feel, can I just go on a
Yeah,
small
go for it.
soapbox? I feel really sad for Taylor Swift because I just feel like not enough people took You Need to Calm Down seriously this year. There's some real lessons to be learned in that song. And I feel like we should hold a seminar on the values and statements of that song.
I can't wait till this comes out. Okay. Your underrated South Bend favorite spot.
Ooh, the diner at the farmer's market.
Solid.
Is just so good. And great people watching, good food.
That's good.
That's one,
Yeah.
right?
That's fine. That's great.
And this is a very important one, Chaston. Don't
Okay.
look over there.
Okay.
The General or Chicory?
You're not allowed to answer these questions when you're in municipal politics.
That's a good
You're not
point.
allowed to have favorites.
You are not an elected official, sir.
It's the same thing.
That's true. That's valid.
Yeah.
We don't
Okay.
have to hold him to that one. That one's valid.
Although the general was very kind to me when I was in grad school because they opened when I was in grad school and it hadn't like blown up yet. And so I spent a lot of time there and they let me camp out and get the coffee refills. Because at Chicory, like you cannot be married to the mayor and go to Chicory Cafe and not expect to be there for 30 minutes,
Yep.
which is great, but you got to be prepared for that.
You
I
can
do
kind of
like-
hang low at the general.
Sort of, but that really nice like private booth is always taken. But they're the Valletta sandwich is really good.
So bringing it home, the goal is obviously the White House.
Okay.
Right? And in the White House, being able to make lives better for Americans. But aside from that, what is one way that you hope the world is made a better place just by the campaign alone with all the effort and resources that have gone into it?
Kindness. I think this campaign has been focused on rules of the road, belonging. Belonging has been such a major theme of this campaign, and I hope that people feel like they fit. I hope that people see this campaign as a refuge if they need it, someplace they belong, and this movement of kindness and belonging and bringing people together I know that we're all going to disagree on a lot of things, but we have to move forward as a country. And I believe Peter is uniquely situated to be president of the United States and help sort of reunify this country and move this country forward. And above all else, I just hope that people are moved to be kinder towards one another and to make space for others.
Pete often talks about the sun coming up on the first day after the current presidency and the understanding of how divided our nation is and how it, once he's gone, our problems don't end. For those of us following the nomination process closely, that resonates pretty strongly. Dividedness among family, friends, neighborhoods, churches, and just you can even look online and see that. And it's not just between red versus blue anymore. Sometimes it's among people who are aligning with different candidates. What advice do you have for all of us as we try to hold things together in what feels like an increasingly polarized world?
Decide how much weight you're going to give to anything in your life. I talk a lot on the road about the heavy things and why it's important that we go out there and talk about things that are very personal and share our stories. Politics isn't theoretical for me. As a teacher, I'm tired of lockdown drills. I'm tired of watching a nation be traumatizing their children with lockdown drills, and the reality that many kids understand that it just could be them next. And, mom and her fight with cancer and, worrying about whether or not my parents are going to be able to retire and what's going to happen to my marriage if we lose in 2020 and what's going to happen to so many people that I love and all of the important things in their life. There's so much at stake, and we have to go out there and talk about those heavy things. And I know that can feel really heavy, but then you have to decide how much weight you're going to give to everything else. Are you going to allow that to be the thing that weighs your shoulders down? And, I get a lot of input every day, and I just have to decide how heavy it is and if it's worth carrying or not. And surround yourself with good people and remind the people in your life how much you love them, and don't be afraid to ask for help.
Well, I think we just want to say thanks, Justin, for taking time today, for being here.
Yeah.
And I really just for what you mean to this community, to South Bend, and then now even stretching out into America and the world. The first time I ever voted in my life was this last mayoral election for Mueller, but that happened because of you and Pete. I was disengaged from politics my entire life because I saw no hope in politics. And you guys have brought hope to that for me. And so that's been awesome for me and my family.